We'll try and get some reactions from the protest side, but yes, we do see Congress workers taking to streets, and they're now holding a massive protest against the Aam Aadmi Party in Jammu. Slipping into a very short break here on Times Now. News and updates continue on the other side. Our big focus remains on the assassination of Sidhu Moosewala.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
Welcome back to Times Now Live. I'm Siddharth Talia. Let's take a quick look at the headlines this afternoon at 12:30. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi take responsibility for murder. Cops say killing and assassination of Sidhu Moosewala is a result of inter-gang rivalry. 6 people have been detained. Moosewala's Thar bears evidence of the ferocity of the assault, with holes punched from a hail of bullets. Another CCTV footage captures multiple gunshots renting the air. Moosewala's father details how his son was ambushed by assailants in 3 vehicles after he left security behind. It's a Times Now exclusive. Opposition alleges downgrade of Moosewala's security made him a sitting duck. Punjab Chief Minister orders a judicial probe, promises to punish the guilty. Hearing over Hindu side's plea for access to purported shivling at Gyanvapi mosque complex is underway in a Varanasi civil court. Varanasi District Court to resume hearing on the maintainability of the plea will give survey video copies to both sides. Muslim clerics call a bid to revive the Hindu Claim hate campaign. BJP and VHP leaders hold meeting with Malali Masjid officials and Muslim parties for an amicable solution to the Hindus' claim on Masjid in Bengaluru, warn SDPI inciting the violence. Dissent breaks out in Congress over Rajya Sabha picks. Leaders claim outsiders and loyalists given preference over sons of the soil and deserving leaders. Crashed Nepal airliner located at Sanoswar Mustang. Bodies of passengers charred beyond recognition. 4 Indians from Thane in Maharashtra were among those killed. Southwest monsoon arrives in Kerala 3 days earlier than normal. Early monsoon brings hopes of cooling flood and food inflation. The BJP has now taken out a protest and a delegation will be meeting the Punjab governor protesting against the assassination of Sidhu Moosewala in Mansa. Yesterday, the BJP has of course criticized the AAP government's decision to downgrade Sidhu Moosewala's security detail, and a delegation of the BJP from Punjab will be meeting the Punjab governor very shortly to take up this issue with the governor. This happens even as the Punjab government, led by Bhagwant Mann, the Chief Minister, has decided to order a judicial probe to ascertain the circumstances around which Sidhu Moosewala was gunned down yesterday in Mansa, and they've ordered a probe also to look into their own government's decision to downgrade his security detail on the 26th of May. Let's listen in to a reaction that's coming.
नहीं करनी चाहिए थी, नहीं होनी चाहिए थी और इतना जल्दी में फैसले नहीं लेने चाहिए। पंजाब बहुत सेंसिटिव स्टेट है, इसमें बहुत सोच विचार करके इन लोगों को वैसे तो पब्लिक में भी शाया नहीं करना चाहिए, पर्दे से उनको सिक्योरिटी का उनका ड्यूटी बनती है। चोर नहीं, बहुत मेच्योर तरीके से वो, एक तो बॉर्डर स्टेट है, दूसरा वहाँ का माहौल ही ऐसा है। आपने देखा होगा शुरू से थोड़े नेचर भी ऐसी है, हम पंजाबियों को एग्रेसिव से हैं थोड़े से, तो जज्बाती कहना चाहिए, जज्बाती हैं, तो उस जज्बात को मालिक के ध्यान में, संगीत में, स्पोर्ट्स में लगाए प्लीज़।
It's not just the BJP, even the Congress party has hit out at the AAP government's decision to downgrade Sidhu Moosewala's security details and has also in fact ended up accusing the Chief Minister of indirectly abetting this assassination.
There is a need to bring all elements of state power to bear to ensure that the law and order and harmony of the state should not be disturbed. This is not a political issue, and they should not become the subject of a political tutu-meme. This is an extremely serious issue because if the peace of a border state gets disturbed, it can have various other implications, and Punjab has seen that playing itself out in the past. And so therefore, I would again like to request the Chief Minister, Shri Bhagwant Mann, that take your police into confidence. They are a very competent bunch of people, and ensure that the law and order of the state is tranquil.
सूबे दे विच कोई किसी दी जिंदगी महफूज नहीं, किसी दी जायदाद महफूज नहीं, अनेकां हर रोज़ कतल हो रहे ने कोई पुलिस हताशित हो चुकी है, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं, ना पुलिस नूं डायरेक्शन ना सरकार नूं डायरेक्शन। एंड सारों बड़ी बदकिस्मती कल 450 बंदियां दी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ हुई ते भगवंत मान जी ते इन्हां दा सारा गौरमेंट दा जोर लग्गा PR एक्सरसाइज। जदों सिक्योरिटी एक बहुत सीरीयस सबजैक्ट, लोगों की जिंदगी नाल खेडण दी कीमत वेख ली, तो मैं सीधे तौर मंग करना कि भगवंत सिंह मान हैज़ फेल्ड एज द चीफ मिनिस्टर, हैज़ फेल्ड टू प्रोटेक्ट द लाइफ ऑफ अ यूथ आइकॉन, जिहड़ा लखां पंजाबियों का यूथ आइकॉन से। ये पोलिटिकल मर्डर है एंड ये डायरैक्ट मैं आप दी सरकार नूं ते भगवंत सिंह मान नूं रिस्पोंसिबल कहना ते भगवंत सिंह मान दे असीं इस्तीफे की मंग करा।
The Aam Aadmi Party has promised justice in this particular matter and has hit out at the opposition, including the BJP and the Congress, for politicizing this assassination.
मुझे लगता है कि एक नेग्लिजेंस रही उनके स्टाफ की तरफ से, जिसमें वो अपने साथ अपने सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स को जो पंजाब सरकार ने उनको दिए हुए थे, उन स्पेशल कमांडोज को नहीं ले गए और वो खुद एक कार ड्राइव करके निकल गए और अपनी बुलेट प्रूफ कार में भी वो नहीं गए और ये हादसे को अंजाम दिया गया।
Let me go across to Priyank for more updates on this. Priyank, what can you tell us about the headway that's already been made in the investigations over Sidhu Moose Wala's assassination yesterday, even as the Punjab government has decided to in fact call for a High Court judicial inquiry into this particular matter?
Yeah, certainly, Siddharth. Apparently, the Chief Minister of the state has accepted all the demands which was raised by the father of Sidhu Moose Wala, who is also the prime complainant in this case. On the basis of whose complaint this particular FIR has been filed. But what we are getting to know from the police officials that so far till now they have update of only 6 people who have been rounded up, and the COB teams have been formed to look for the suspects who have been hiding in the neighboring state. But initially we also got a CCTV footage which showed that how around 7 to 8 suspects who were sitting in a hotel restaurant at 10:30 in the morning before the shootout could happen. But the manner in which this particular shootout had been carried out, it clearly showed that it was a well thought, well planned attack which was carried out by these suspects, since the main conspirators were already known to the police, looking at the threat which Sidhu Moose Wala was getting over the period of last few months. Now it will be very difficult for the police officers to finally nail those accused who are based in abroad, because over the period of few years we have been observing that these pro-Khalistanis as well as those gangster element from Punjab have been operating from Canada, and that is the biggest task for the Indian agencies to track about. They have been having new sharpshooters who are time and again being arrested by the police officers, but over the period of these few years the gangsters who are based in Canada has become more a threat to the Indian agencies, like how Dawood and other gangsters have been operating from Pakistan, and they have been named as global terrorists. Whether the Canadian government will also help out on the Indian government to get to these suspects as soon as possible or not is a big worry which the agencies are having as of now.
Right, thanks a lot for that, Priyank. Let's also in fact listen into some of these comprehensive ground reports that have been sent in by reporters in the aftermath of that assassination.
Supporters of Sidhu Moose Wala, they have already reached at the civil hospital Mansa, where the body is inside last night, which has been kept inside, and we have seen one side the family members, they are showing a lot of resentment against the state government. On the other hand, we can see that a huge deployment by the police force. So these are the pictures which we are showing to our viewers from the ground, that what is happening, and I'll request my Vijay to show that this is the civil hospital Mansa, where Sidhu Moose Wala body has been kept there. But at the same time, the protesters, they are raising slogan against the government. So we will also try to talk to them.
मेरे गैंगस्टर्स ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਖੋਤੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਕੱਲ ਉਹ ਡੈਥ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਉਹਦੀ।
ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਬੱਚਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ
Well, we can see. I'll request my VJ to show all these visuals. Huge chaos has been happened here, and some of the protesters they are sitting here at the same time. Huge force have been deployed here. So, आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? कब कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
अब गेट मुरे आएंगे.
Okay, so well, we can see that they say that they will move toward the hospital gate. And what is their demand? Demand is very clear. They have been demanding that they till the time the culprits, the shooters, they are not going to be arrested. They will not allow to conduct this post-mortem. They will not allow to conduct this post-mortem. At the same time, they have been demanding justice should be prevail in this case. तो क्या नहीं जा रहे हॉस्पिटल के बाहर?
जानिए की कर रहा है.
So well, we can see the police side also. That is also very important to show that the police officers who are present here, they are trying to take care of the law and order situation. At the same time, the chaos is happening at the ground. So all these people, they are the fans of Sidhu Moose Wala, which have come, and they say that this is not accepted at all, the way the investigation is being taken, and why the security has been withdrawn. That is the main question which they are raising at this point of time.
News coming in from the national capital, where the Congress party members are protesting outside the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. This is, of course, a protest against what happened to one of their own party members, Sidhu Moose Wala, who joined the Congress party and had contested elections from Mansa in Punjab, but lost that election. But the Congress party, of course, has been very critical over the Punjab government's decision to downgrade Sidhu Moose Wala's security details. This took place on the 26th of May, and now they're protesting outside the residence of the Chief Minister of New Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, accusing his government of inaction and for having taken that decision to curtail and downgrade Sidhu Moose Wala's security. A huge gathering of Congress party workers now outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Let me go across to Shireen for more updates on this. Shireen, what can you describe about what's happening in the national capital right now?
Well, it is in fact about 200 meters away from Arvind Kejriwal's residence, where there is heavy barricading. This has happened after there were, in fact, last time the BJP was protesting outside Chief Minister's residence. There was, in fact, a lot of vandalism that happened, after which the barricades have, in fact, now been put 200 meters away from the residence of Chief Minister. And now the Congress party, the Delhi Pradesh Congress, in large numbers have reached the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. They are trying to climb the barricade. They are trying to, in fact, reach near the house, the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. They are, in fact, demanding that...
आप कोई भी बैरिकेड पार ना करें। अगर आप बैरिकेड पार करते हो तो आपके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
That's a large congregation of Congress party workers who gathered outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and warnings going out from the police who assembled there that anyone seeking to breach those barricades will be acted upon. But this is clearly a very vociferous and a strong protest against what's happened yesterday in Mansa in Punjab with respect to the assassination of Sidhu Moose Wala.
और मैं मानता हूं कि मैंने कहा हम लोगों ने कि भाई तुमको पंजाब के लोगों ने वोट दिया, मुख्यमंत्री पंजाब के हो। मजे की बात सुनो, बयान क्या आया? दोषियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। 40 कत्ल हुए, एक ही लाइन है, लेकिन ये बयान भी पहले केजरीवाल साहब देते हैं, उसके बाद मान साहब बोलते। इसी से पता चलना चाहिए कि कहां से सरकार चल रही है। लेकिन पंजाब के अंदर बहुत संताप के बाद अमन और शांति किसी भी कीमत पर भंग ना हो। आप एक बार ना जरा सीक्वेंस देखो 40 दिन का। क्या पटियाला की घटना रोकी जा सकती थी या नहीं रोकी जा सकती थी? रोकी जा सकती थी। 10 दिन से वहां का वातावरण खराब किया जा रहा था, लेकिन नहीं रोकी गई। आखिर में जो पन्नू बोलता है, ये किसी उसी का रिफंड तो नहीं दिया जा रहा कि हमने इस सरकार को बनाने में सहयोग भी किया है। और ये फिर एक बात और कल से कह रहे हैं, डीजीपी साहब 1.5 मिनट के लिए आते हैं और ये गैंगस्टरों का काम है ये बोल के अपनी जान को बचाना चाहते हैं। इन्होंने ही गैंगस्टर कल्चर समाप्त हो, इसके लिए एंटी गैंग स्क्वाड बनाया। उसने क्या किया? ये सारा का सारा जब तक ये केजरीवाल के साए से बाहर नहीं निकलेंगे, जब तक राघव चड्ढा के से बाहर नहीं निकलेंगे, पंजाब के अंदर अमन और शांति ये सरकार पैदा नहीं करेगी। मैं पूरी सरकार सस्पेंड करने को कह रहा हूँ। बर्खास्त होना, डीजीपी को तुरंत बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। मैं इन्वेस्टिगेशन कब हुई? अरे आपने तो गैंग खत्म करने के लिए सिट बनाई है, आपने स्क्वाड बनाया था, तो उसने क्या किया? ये केवल और केवल अपने आप को बचाने के लिए हर समय करते हैं। खुद की सुरक्षा, इन्होंने कितने लोगों की सुरक्षा को खतरे में डाला? केजरीवाल के पास कितनी सुरक्षा है? मुख्यमंत्री वो दिल्ली के हैं, सुरक्षा के लिए 90 कर्मचारी पंजाब के गए हुए हैं। ये उसके अपना राघव चड्ढा के पास 45 लोगों की सुरक्षा है, सीएम की बहन के पास सुरक्षा है। और इन्होंने क्या किया? जथेदार अकाल तख्त साहब से सिक्योरिटी मांगा, मेरा राधा स्वामी से सुरक्षा मांगा। इन्होंने अपनी झूठी वाहवाह के लिए पंजाब के वो लोग जिनको वास्तव में थ्रेट है, उनके जीवन को खतरे में डाला है और इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए जिन्होंने जनता की है। अरे मान साहब इधर उधर की बात क्यों करते हो? मान साहब बताए ना कि सिक्योरिटी किसके ऑर्डर पे वापस हुई? होम डिपार्टमेंट उनके पास है। इसी से पता नहीं चलता कि झूठ बोलना, भ्रम फैलाना, अभी तक भी विज्ञापनों के माध्यम से राजनीति करना बंद नहीं कर रहे हैं। और बोलते क्या है? और सुरक्षा वापस लेके अपनी पीठ तपतपा रहे हैं, ट्वीट कर रहे थे, और आज ये उल्टा बोल रहे हैं। इस पे पूरा विचार कर रही है और उनके संपर्क में, और बहुत जल्दी पंजाब का एक बफर होम मिनिस्टर को भी पंजाब की जो वस्तु स्थिति है उसके पूरी जानकारी दी जाएगी। वैसे तो पार्टी लगातार संपर्क में रहती है। मेरी कल भी अपने पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी को और पार्टी के जो प्रभारी हैं उनको हमने पल पल की जानकारी दी है कि पंजाब के अंदर ये स्थिति है और सभी गंभीर
उठाने के लिए गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है। ये सिद्धू मूसेवाला को जिस तरह से मरवाया गया है, ये पंजाब सरकार की वजह से और इनकी वजह से मरवाया गया।
ये लगातार अनिल चौधरी जी यही कह रहे हैं कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या पर वो आज अपनी आवाज को यहाँ पर पहुँचाने आए थे, आखिर क्यों उन्हें रोका जा रहा है? क्यों सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या विरोध प्रदर्शन आवाज उठाने के लिए उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है?
मेरे डीजीपी साहब ने इसकी जो जब तक खबर जब तक हुई है उसका ठीकरा मीडिया के ऊपर बोल दिया है। उन्होंने बोला कि मीडिया ने हमारे जो बयान है गलत दिखाए हैं।
अरे इसका जवाब तो आप ही दो। आप लोग दीजिए। एक समाचार पत्र में 4
हम न्याय मांग रहे हैं।
ट्वीट और यार ये इनका स्टाइल है, वावा लूटना और अपनी पीठ को थपथपाना, लेकिन पंजाब के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं करना और ये ध्यान भटकाने वाली बातें करते रहते हैं। लेकिन मूसेवाला की मां को कौन जवाब देगा? हम न्याय देंगे। क्या न्याय देंगे? क्या उसका बेटा वापस आ जाएगा? क्या न्याय दोगे? आप तो 40
Right, the Punjab DGP has now clarified over his remarks during the press conference that he made yesterday. In his clarification, he's in fact said that he did not refer to Sidhu Moosewala as a gangster as is being claimed. He's also said that he respects Sidhu Moosewala. His intention was to not hurt anyone's sentiments, and that a thorough probe will in fact be carried out to ascertain the circumstances under which Sidhu Moosewala was in fact assassinated yesterday. Now, this is a clarification that's coming from the Punjab DGP over criticism over some of the remarks that he's purportedly made during the course of his press conference yesterday, including from the father of Sidhu Moosewala. Let me go across to Gurpreet for more on this. Gurpreet, please take our viewers through the clarification that has been issued by the Punjab DGP now.
Well, yes, of course, we have seen Sidhu Moosewala's father. He has written a letter to the Chief Minister saying that it is hurting to him the way DGP Punjab has used word that Sidhu Moosewala was part of any gang. And now the DGP clarification has already been come out. He is saying that he never told Sidhu Moosewala was a gangster, and if somebody heard with these words, he is going to take back. At the same time, he says that there is a lot of respect in his heart for Sidhu Moosewala, and moreover the DGP has already given clarification saying that it seems that some media channels are running and misinterpreting his statement, but this is not at all. But yes, of course, he has pointed out Lawrence Bishnoi gang has already taken the responsibility, and the police is investigating all the angles, because on the Facebook page they have already got all these messages. At the same time, he has given a long clarification on this thing. This is what Sidhu Moosewala's father has been demanding from Punjab government, and we have seen first the Chief Minister of Punjab, he has given assurance to all the demands which they had raised. They are saying that they want that inquiry should be conducted from the sitting High Court judge. At the same time, they have been demanding that NIA should take over this case, and the Punjab Chief Minister has given assurance, and if NIA is going to take over this case, the Punjab government is going to cooperate. A few minutes ago, the DGP Punjab has given
Thanks
a long
update, Gurpreet. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on the investigation underway into Sidhu Moosewala's murder yesterday. Now, the Congress party is also rife with a lot of dissent right now with regards to the nominations that it has put forward for the Rajya Sabha elections. And there is criticism from within the ranks of the Congress that many of them who've been chosen as Rajya Sabha nominees are in fact loyalists of the Gandhi family, and that they've been given tickets to contest the Rajya Sabha elections despite not being from the state from where they've in fact been nominated. This includes the likes of Randeep Surjewala, among others, while veterans like Ghulam Nabi Azad as well as Anand Sharma have been excluded from the list. Let's listen in to some of those reactions.
प्रत्याशी तय करना पार्टी का अधिकार है, लेकिन राजस्थान के किसी भी कांग्रेस नेता और कार्यकर्ता को प्रत्याशी नहीं बनाने से राजस्थान के लोगों में गहरी निराशा है। कार्यकर्ता नाउम्मीद हुए हैं। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से गुजारिश करता हूं कि वो पुनर्विचार करें और राजस्थान के किसी भी कांग्रेस नेता या कार्यकर्ता को राज्यसभा में राजस्थान से जाने का अवसर प्रदान करें। ऐसा नहीं करने पर जो चुनाव सामने है अगले वर्ष राजस्थान की विधानसभा के, उसमें भी।
We'll slip into a short break for the time being. We'll come back with more updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
watching Newsroom 365. My name is Amita Wadwal. Let's get started with the top headlines this afternoon. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi take responsibility for the murder. Cops say killing is a result of inter-gang rivalry. 6 detained. Moosewala's Thar bears the witness of the ferocity of the assault, with holes that have been punctured from a hail of bullets. Another CCTV footage captures multiple gunshots rending the air. Moosewala's father details how his son was ambushed by assailants in 3 vehicles after he left his security behind. It's a Times Now exclusive. Opposition alleges downgrade of Moosewala security made him a sitting duck. Punjab Chief Minister orders judicial probe into the murder and security downgrade. Congress workers and Moosewala supporters protest in Punjab, Delhi and Jammu against Maan government. The Aam Aadmi Party accuses the Congress of politics over murder. Hearing over the Hindu side's plea for taking control of the offering prayers to the purported shivling at the Gyanvapi Masjid complex has now been reserved till 4 p.m. Varanasi court to resume hearing on the maintainability plea will give survey video copies to both sides. Muslim clerics call a bid to revive Hindu claim hate campaign. Varanasi Fast Track Court reserves the order on the plea for the ownership and the prayers at the Mahadev shivling found at the Gyanvapi Masjid complex. Meanwhile, dissent breaks out in the Congress over Rajya Sabha picks. Leaders claim outsiders and loyalists have been given preference over son of soil and deserving candidates. Prime Minister Modi announces 4,000 rupees monthly assistance for the COVID orphans. Other benefits such as health cover and loans for higher education has been announced too. Crossing live to the PC that is coming off the Akali Dal chief Prakash Singh Badal also over the killing of Moosewala.
केजरीवाल ਨੂੰ 80 ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਿਡਰੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਰਾਘਵ ਚੱਡਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ 2-2 4-4 ਜਿਪਸੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਮਾਤਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਭੈਣ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਿਡਰੋ ਕੀਤੀ ਆਪਣਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨਵਾਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੈ ਦੂਜਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਹੈ ਸਹੀ ਮੈਨੇ ਤੇ ਕਲੈਪਸ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਕੱਲ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਚੋਂ
ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਾਦਲ of the Akali Dal and he is raising questions on the law and order situation in Punjab.
ਸਾਰੇ ਫੇਸ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ
saying that Sidhu Moosewala was a very young man who lost his life and the responsibility needs to be taken by the Maan Sarkar. But he's been run by a remote with Arvind Kejriwal, who is sitting in Delhi, is giving the Maan Sarkar all of the directions. The NIA should now be roped in for investigation.
The
law and order situation in this state has deteriorated. Look at in the last 2 months, ever since Bhagwant Maan was sworn in, there have been incident after incidents that have been reported of crime. Maan Sarkar has been offering nothing but lip service.
Demand करते हैं कि CM ਨੂੰ dismiss ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਤੇ inquiry NIA ਦਿੱਤੀ जाए.
दिया जा रहा है कि जो कमांडर और वापस ले गए जो थे उनके पास वो खुद साथ लेके नहीं गए बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी
ये एक मिनट ये आप अखबारों में दे रहे हो कि इनकी कोई सिक्योरिटी नहीं है क्या मतलब है जो दुश्मन है उनको मालूम चल गया कि अगर 10-15 आदमी थे अब तो कोई नहीं है या एक है उनका इतना बड़ा हौसला बन गया अगर और भी जैसी हालात बनी है
criminals acted with impunity because the confidential file over the security cover being withdrawn by the Punjab government was made public.
अगर पुलिस का ही कत्ल हो रहा है ऐसी महान शख्सियतां का कत्ल हो रहा है मर्डर डे लाइट हो रहे हैं दिलेरी ना हो रहे हैं मतलब की है
if such daylight murders are taking place of such people who should be given security a cover, then that exactly explains to you the law and order situation in Punjab.
होनी चाहिए कि सिक्योरिटी
नहीं सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ करने तो पहले की सिक्योरिटी रिव्यू बोर्ड बैठा सी कि नहीं?
To take the decision on the withdrawal of security, we are raising the questions if the security review board met or not. There should be an inquiry into it.
मर्डर विच जी बगैर सिक्योरिटी रिव्यू बोर्ड तो बगैर फैसला जिहड़ा होया है.
Who took this decision? Who was behind this decision? Who was the person who made the confidential list public?
उस पीसी ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦਾ ਰਵੱਈਆ ਕੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ? ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਾਈਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ
ਸੀ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ
ਸਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ.
ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਦਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਐਜਾ ਸੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੱਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ.
The DGP is also shirking responsibility. In the press briefing that he came yesterday, he quickly pointed out to inter-gang rivalry.
DGP ਨੂੰ 9 ਵਜੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕਰ. ਰਾਘਵ ਚੱਡੇ ਦਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟਵੀਟ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਆਪਣੇ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਅੱਧਾ ਘੰਟਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜੋ ਡੀਜੀਪੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ और राघव चड्डे ने पहले ही ਦੱਸਤਾ ਸੀ.
Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadda, what he had mentioned in his post was exactly parroted by the DGP during the press briefing half an hour later.
जनता सामने रखना चाहना है.
होम डिपार्टमेंट आपके पास भी रहा है और इस वक्त भगवंत मान के पास होम डिपार्टमेंट है. क्या मानते हैं इसके लिए पूरी तरीके से जिम्मेदार क्या भगवंत मान साहब हैं?
इस केस में सीएम हिमसेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल है क्योंकि सीएम ने आप ट्वीट करके उन्होंने अपने फेसबुक में सीक्रेट डॉक्यूमेंट लीक किए हैं. ये एक ओथ ऑफ जेडी होती है चीफ सीक्रेसी उसका वायलेशन सीएम ने किया है एंड आई थिंक ही नीड्स टू बी डिसमिस्ड.
Sukhbir Singh Badal there of the Akali Dal, as they are also the party in Punjab that is raising questions over the law and order situation and are demanding that Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann steps down from his post and takes responsibility for the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. We are looking at political reactions that are building up of how multi-city protests that are also taking place against the Aam Aadmi Party Sarkar by the Congress Yuva Morcha. We've seen that happening in Punjab, in Jammu, also in Delhi. And the BJP too is raising questions saying that why exactly the list that should have been confidential was released to public of all of those people whose security cover was withdrawn. Gurpreet and Priyank both joining us live this hour because Priyank, those are the questions that are being raised by the political parties. Exactly who was behind the decision to take back the security cover?
Yes, certainly. And I was talking to a few of the officials who are in this special unit of the Punjab police who are responsible to give a proper detailed review of anyone's security. They are saying that most of the time the decision is political only and that decision is being taken by the DG's office in Chandigarh. So what is happening on the ground is certainly at some point of time not being taken into account. This is a sense which we have got to know by talking to these individuals. Although they were junior rank officers, they could not come on record. But that is the real story behind how security cover-up is being given to Punjab. And if you look at one of the flash which has been sent by our colleague Bhavtosh, where the Delhi police is also talking about that how one of the accused, Shahrukh, when he was arrested, they did recce of Sidhu Moosewala's residence in Hisar. They spotted 4 of these police persons deployed there with AK-47 and the morale of these shooters went down. But this time when the government itself has come out and stated that they are taking back security of Sidhu Moosewala and the security will be curtailed down, then obviously those gangsters...
Of course, that's part of the investigation, Priyank, but we are right now talking about the political war of words that seems to be happening with all of the opposition parties, including the BJP, Congress and the Akali Dal, are now coming out on guns blazing against the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's listen it.
नहीं करनी चाहिए थी, नहीं होनी चाहिए थी और इतना जल्दी में फैसले नहीं लेने चाहिए. पंजाब बहुत सेंसिटिव स्टेट है. इसमें बहुत सोच विचार करके इन लोगों को वैसे तो पब्लिक में भी शाया नहीं करना चाहिए. पर्दे से उनको सिक्योरिटी का उनका ड्यूटी बनती है. चोर नहीं, बहुत मेच्योर तरीके से वो, एक तो बॉर्डर स्टेट है, दूसरा वहाँ का माहौल ही ऐसा है. आपने देखा होगा शुरू से थोड़ी नेचर भी ऐसी है, हम पंजाबियों को एग्रेसिव से हैं थोड़े से, तो जज्बाती कहना चाहिए. जज्बाती हैं तो उस जज्बात को मालिक के ध्यान में संगीत में, स्पोर्ट्स में लगाए प्लीज।
सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगा आप सरकार को और केंद्र सरकार को, आप तजिंदर बग्गा के ट्वीटों पे लड़ना बंद करो। आप सीरियसली सिर जोड़ो। ये जो एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट बाहरले देशों में बैठ के पंजाब में जो लहू का नंगा नाच करें, उनको लाके कानून के कटहरे में खड़ा करो। दूसरा मैं कहूँगा कि इमीडिएटली ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का ये फर्ज बनता है कि पंजाब को आग लगने से बचाए। वो हाई लेवल कमेटी की इंक्वायरी यहाँ से करवाए, दिल्ली से इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी से करवाएं, ताजो पता लग सके कि थ्रेट परसेप्शन के होते हुए सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी की सिक्योरिटी वापस क्यों ली गई, और दूसरा ये लिस्ट जो है इसको लीक किसने किया, ताजो सभी को पता चल जाए कि ये आदमी आज बिना सिक्योरिटी के साथ है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी चूक है, इसकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए।
There is a need to bring all elements of state power to bear to ensure that the law and order and harmony of the state should not be disturbed. This is not a political issue, and they should not become the subject of a political tutu-meme. This is an extremely serious issue, because if the peace of a border state gets disturbed, it can have various other implications, and Punjab has seen that playing itself out in the past. And so therefore, I would again like to request the Chief Minister, Shri Bhagwant Mann, that take your police into confidence. They are a very competent bunch of people, and ensure that the law and order of the state is tranquil.
एक नेग्लिजेंस रही उनके स्टाफ की तरफ से, जिसमें वो अपने साथ अपने सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स को जो पंजाब सरकार ने उनको दिए हुए थे, उन स्पेशल कमांडोज को नहीं ले गए, और वो खुद एक कार ड्राइव करके निकल गए, और अपनी बुलेट प्रूफ कार में भी वो नहीं गए, और ये हादसे को अंजाम दिया गया।
All right, next round of breaking update that is coming in, where the Punjab DGP has now been forced to clarify, saying that he did not call Sidhu Moosewala a gangster. Gurpreet, now this was yesterday when a briefing that was being made by the Punjab DGP had mentioned about inter-gang rivalry. So what is the clarification coming now?
Well, yes, of course, we have seen in the morning Sidhu Moosewala's father, he has written a letter to the Chief Minister of Punjab saying that it hurts him when the DGP Punjab says that it was a gang war and he's a part of that gang war. So now the clarification from the DGP Punjab, it's coming, and he's saying that he has a lot of respect of Sidhu Moosewala, and he never used gangster word for Sidhu Moosewala. But yes, of course, Lawrence Bishnoi, one of the gangsters, he has taken a responsibility of this case, and that's why the investigation is being led by the Punjab police, and that's why he has mentioned about the gangster, how these gangsters are involved in this case. But it's very, very clear the way the government is cooperating with the family members. It seems Bhagwant Singh Mann has given a very, very strong message to the family members that they will stand by the family, and the way the DGP clarification has already been come up, it seems that the Punjab Chief Minister has already asked DGP to give clarification, because it hurt the sentiments of the family members as well as the fans of Sidhu Moosewala. The family had objected specifically on this word, saying that the way the DGP say it was a gang war and Sidhu Moosewala was one of the gangsters, that was the word which hurt their sentiments, and we have seen the clarification has already been come. At the same time, the Punjab Chief Minister had given a green signal to the family members, saying that if they are interested to get into investigation from the sitting High Court judge, they will definitely help, and the Punjab Chief Minister has already requested the Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana High Court, saying that this case should be investigated from the sitting judge. At the same time, he has also clarified if NIA is going to take over this case, Punjab government is going to cooperate with that. And the security labs and specifically assessment of the security of Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjab Chief Minister has already marked the probe into this.
Protests are still taking place. What is the situation as of now, as the police also had to resort to force to disperse the crowd? What's happening behind you?
Well, yes, of course, I'll take my camera person along with me to show these visuals here. So we can see that Sidhu Moosewala's fans, since morning they are sitting here, but the barricades have been put up by the Punjab police. They are not allowing these fans to cross over the barricade, and at the same time huge force have been deployed here because the dead body of Sidhu Moosewala that is still inside the civil hospital. Family members, they have a lot of issue with the investigation. They were demanding that all the shooters should be immediately arrested, and till the time there is no assurance from the state government, they are not going to proceed further. But at the same time, I'll request my Vijay to just pan and show huge security had been deployed here because everybody knows Sidhu Moosewala was having a lot of fan following. And
of course, because looking at multiple cities where these protests are taking place against the Aam Aadmi Party. But talking about the investigation there, Gurpreet and Priyank, please stay on with us. The interrogation that has been done of a certain criminal by the name of Shah Rukh, that has been revealed that he was given the task to eliminate Sidhu Moosewala by Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi. Now, during the recce of this plan, Shah Rukh along with another individual, two other more people went to Moosewala's village, but after seeing the security cover, they could not execute their plan. Bhavtosh, what more can you tell us?
Well, in fact, Shah Rukh was arrested by the Special Cells CIU unit on 26th of April, and subsequently he was questioned by the Special Cell both inside in the interrogation of the Special Cell and subsequently in Tihar jail. What he has revealed is something which will obviously shock everyone. According to his interrogation report, he in fact went to the village where Moosewala was living, and he was in fact provided with all the weapons and also money by Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi. He went to a village of Moosewala, and when he saw the PSOs as well as armed guards, he did not execute the plan. Now, he subsequently asked for more resources, and Lawrence Bishnoi and others said that that will be provided to Shah Rukh. And what Special Cell has subsequently found out is that the entire planning has been carried out by these individuals, Goldie Brar, Lawrence Bishnoi. There is another person called Jaggu Bhagwanpuria, Amit Kajla, and others like Sonu Kajal, Satyendra Kajla, and Ajay Gill. So the planning to kill Sidhu Moosewala was in making for a very long time. It's something that did not happen just at the spur of moment. This information has been shared by the Delhi police with Punjab police, and this was a known fact. Sidhu Moosewala's involvement in the killing of Vicky Medu Khera is also a known thing. The fact that both the camps were relying on gangsters who are active in Haryana, Punjab, and also in Delhi, it was something that was known both to Punjab police as well as to the state police of Delhi and Haryana. Why his security cover was relaxed is only that Punjab police can tell. Why Sidhu Moosewala was never taken on remand and questioned, only Punjab police can tell. And more importantly, Amrita, why was Sidhu Moosewala's manager never questioned and arrested is something only Punjab police DGP can tell.
Obviously,
as soon as the sharpshooters were arrested by the Delhi police, Sidhu Moosewala's manager fled the country on a tourist visa to Australia. Back to you.
All right, Bhavtosh, stay on with us. Kritzveen also with us to help us understand as far as the security angle is concerned, Kritzveen, how the sharpshooters were actually hired, contract killers that they could also be called, and they were in planning because they were doing recce there because this plan just could not be executed looking at the security cover that Sidhu Moosewala already had.
Yes, Amita, the most important point here is that this seems to be clearly at this point in time a pre-planned conspiracy. Now, there's a reason why we're saying that this is a pre-planned conspiracy, because this man here on your screens, who you do see sitting on his knees, is Shah Rukh. Now, the information that we have is that during interrogation of Shah Rukh, it came to light that he had carried out a similar recce earlier as well. Now, when in the past this happened remains to be known still, so we're still waiting for more details on that front. But yes, it's important that this particular man man was perhaps hired to assassinate Sidhu Moosewala in the past as well. He carried out a recce, and what's also important to point out here is that in yesterday's incident, the same Bolero car was used, the car that was used by Shah Rukh sometime in the past to carry out a recce to murder Sidhu Moosewala was the same car that was used this time around as well. So yes, there is ample amount of evidence that is now started to trickle in that is indicating at the fact that this could be a pre-planned conspiracy. Shah Rukh on your screens, this particular man, the one who's sitting on his knees here, is the one who was interrogated once again by the cops because he was taken in earlier on while he was carrying out a recce to murder Sidhu Moosewala. Now, when that happened in the past remains to be known yet, but it is important because last time around, as per the interrogation of this particular man, he did reveal that he was unable to carry out his mission, unable to conclude his mission because of the kind of security presence that was around Sidhu Moosewala. So whether or not this entirely has to be blamed on the carelessness and the negligence post the withdrawal of the security cover, rather the downgrade of the security cover of Sidhu Moosewala remains to be seen, but this is the man that we're talking about. Amita.
Right. So, as Kritsveen is also pointing out, when these individuals went to Sidhu Moosewala's village, they actually saw the PSOs with AK-47 and they could not execute their plan. They were provided by weapons, what is being said by gangsters Goldie Brar, and they had asked for AK-47 to execute the plan. But also, Bhavtosh, what is being said that sophisticated weapons was being used when the ambush happened yesterday. It cannot remain as a coincidence. The day later, when Sidhu Moosewala's security was withdrawn, they knew that he was traveling alone without any security cover.
Yes, that is also a very important part of this. But the fact remains that somewhere there has been a laxity on the part of Punjab police. The sharpshooters were arrested way back in April. The questioning has not only been done by the Delhi police, but also by Punjab police. They were taken on custodial remand. And for some reason that has not yet been explained by the Punjab police, Sidhu Moosewala's manager went missing. On a tourist visa, he fled to Australia. There could have been a lookout circular that could have been issued. Sidhu Moosewala's involvement in the murder of Vicky Medhu Kheda was something that was known not only to the Delhi police but also to Punjab police. Why was Sidhu Moosewala not called for questioning is something that Punjab police has not yet explained. For Punjab police to say that it's a case of...
Bhavtosh, interrupting you, we're getting another round of breaking update. As far as the Kisan leader is concerned, Rakesh Tikait, he has been attacked with black ink. And this has happened in Karnataka, in Bengaluru. We are told those pictures there on your screens. Rakesh Tikait has been attacked with ink. And he was thrown at the Kisan leader and another Kisan leader with him at an event where they had come to give clarification on a video of a certain sting operation that was carried out, where Karnataka farmer leader was allegedly caught asking for money. So Rakesh Tikait has done a briefing to give a clarification. However, he was attacked with ink. There were some people who started arguing with him while this press briefing was happening, and they threw black ink at him and started throwing chairs too. So this is what the pictures are looking as of now. On your left, Rakesh Tikait, you can see ink that has been thrown at him. And on your right, the scuffle that broke out when this press briefing was happening, as those people who were behind the ink attack also started throwing chairs at Rakesh Tikait and other Kisan leaders who had gathered there for his press briefing. Deepak, what more details can you get us? We'll be getting Deepak to give us the details exactly what has happened, but this is in Karnataka in Bengaluru, where this reported incident of ink attack has happened on Rakesh Tikait, because he had come to give out a clarification of a certain sting operation that was being carried out, and for that he had issued a press briefing. Now in the very same conference room, while the press briefing was going on, there were certain people who were seated. They threw ink at Rakesh Tikait, black ink at Rakesh Tikait, while he was giving the clarification, and started throwing chairs too. You can see the scuffle there, the pandemonium that ensued. Rakesh Tikait right in the middle of it, because it seems that he is still trying to get a sense of what happened with him. As while he was addressing the media, the press briefing was happening, black ink was thrown at him. His face, his turban, his kurta seems to be covered with black ink, as he is still there right in the middle when this chaos broke out, and scuffle too that seems to have broken out with the people there, the supporters of Rakesh Tikait and those people who were allegedly behind this ink attack. Now, who were those people? All right, going across to Deepak right now. Deepak, what exactly happened?
Well, we should understand in the last couple of days there have been multiple issues with regard to the farmer groups. Even while there was a press conference that was to be held in Press Club a couple of days ago, there were, members who were from the JDS who said that, they opposed a press conference that was being held by Kodihalli Chandrasekhar, a farmer leader here. And even at that point in time, there was an argument and they even came to blows. And this, of course, comes at the back of allegations that Kodihalli Chandrasekhar had supported certain protests in return for remuneration based on certain investigative reports that were filed. And today, once again, while the press conference was being held, certain people smearing ink on not just attempting on Kodihalli Chandrasekhar, but also Tikait, who was with him. We'll really have to see what is the justification that will come in from these people for doing something like this, and what sort of action will be taken by the police as well.
So, who exactly attacked him? Who exactly attacked Rakesh Tikait, Deepak? Getting back Deepak as soon as possible, but this is a brawl that has been caught on camera, and the situation went quickly out of control when there were few people who were opposing Rakesh Tikait. During a press briefing, they attacked him with black ink and started throwing chairs, and all-out brawl that broke out. It has been caught on camera, and it is being said that has happened when Rakesh Tikait had come to give a clarification on a video of a sting operation. Amit Saha is with us on the phone line. Can you exactly tell us, explain to us what happened and why Rakesh Tikait was attacked?
Well, I don't know why Mr. Tikait was attacked. I am in Delhi as we speak, and this has just happened. But I was with him 2 days ago. Sanyukt Kisan Morcha is managed by a 7-member committee of which Mr. Tikait is a member, and we are going all around the country reviving the movement for demand for MSP law, and that is why Mr. Tikait was in Bangalore today. I'm sure this issue about Kodihalli Chandrasekhar is something that has come up or may have come up during the press conference. That was not the reason why he was there. I'm confident of that. And Kodihalli Chandrasekhar is not part of Sanyukt Kisan Morcha and never in the movement. We cannot be responsible for what he is saying about Sanyukt Kisan Morcha. There are no differences between the participants, active participants of Sanyukt Kisan Morcha, and we are going ahead with the plans, which will be announced in about 7-10 days for the All India movement.
So, who do you suspect is behind this attack?
I can't suspect anybody because I know nothing, but I'm told that it is Kodihalli Chandrasekhar's Green Brigade group, which is a breakaway faction of KRRS, which is established by Professor Nanjundar Swami, the fabled Kisan leader. And Kodihalli has been not active in the farmer movements at all. I don't know what he's doing locally there and what he's telling in local television channels, but he is certainly not part of it. And I don't know if he's behind this incident that has happened now. I do hope he's not, because farmers' unity is at its peak now, and efforts to break it down will not really work.
Right, but Mr. Saha, what is the connect here with the farmer leader there, Kodihalli Chandrasekhar, that you're talking about? If there was no connect and he's not a member, why exactly was Rakesh Tikait giving out a press briefing? What is being said that he had come to issue a certain clarification the minute that he was attacked?
I am told that there was a local Kannada television channel which had run some sting operations on Kodihalli, where he reportedly claims that Sanyukt Kisan Morcha leaders were ready to settle with the government for monetary consideration, which is of course completely incorrect. Now, if anyone is talking about Sanयुkt Kisan Morcha and talking in derogatory terms like being bribed to settle the Andolan, well, I don't think Sanयुkt Kisan Morcha and its leadership, including Mr. Tikait, can be held responsible or can be, asked to explain it. I'm sure his purpose of visiting Bangalore was not to explain this. This is too small an issue for us. As I said before, we are in the midst of reorganizing and rebuilding the movement for MSP law. So I'm sure this, it's contextual in Bangalore. In the rest of the country, what Mr. Kodiali has said and what sting operation has taken place is completely irrelevant to the farmers' movement.
Right, but Mr. Saha, we are told that not just Rakesh Tikait, a certain Mr. Yudhvir Singh was also with him when the attack happened.
Yudhvir Singh is the General Secretary of Bharatiya Kisan Union, of which Mr. Rakesh Tikait is the spokesman and Naresh Tikait is the president. So they are one organization, and the leadership of Sanयुkt Kisan Morcha is moving around the country. Mr. Yogendra Yadav will be visiting several states. I will be visiting several states. Mr. Hanna Molla will be visiting states. We are dividing the work among us. So he hadn't gone there in his capacity as a BKU leader, and the persons with him were BKU leadership. I'm sure they traveled in groups. But it was primarily to spread and, revive the message of Sanयुkt Kisan Morcha. That's my understanding.
Right, sir. Mr. Avik Saha, thank you very much for your first opinion right here on Times Now as we are playing out those pictures there. Imran, exactly what happened and what is the situation as of now?
Well, situation is just tense about this. Where the Kodiali Chandrasekhar was caught by local channel in a sting operation where he had, where the whole entire PSS scam had got, and where they're saying that they are ready to compromise on this issue, money issue. Now, it is after that a lot of agitations and protests is happening against Kodiali Chandrasekhar of Kisan Movement. In fact, they had come to today, organized a press conference to give clarification on the sting by a local channel. And during this time, the supporters of one faction of it started attacking Kodiali Chandrasekhar by throwing it. Rakesh Tikait was also there on the stage when the ink was thrown at this thing. People, some of the supporters even broke chairs. You can see in the visuals, fight happening between supporters there of Kodiali Chandrasekhar and others who were breakaway faction who demanded Kodiali Chandrasekhar to step down from his position. And this event had happened at the Gandhi Bhavan, and as you see the visuals, there was even fist fights happened between the supporters there, asking Kodiali Chandrasekhar to step down from his position.
All right, for the moment, Imran, thanks very much for joining in. We are still awaiting clarification from Rakesh Tikait's side, exactly what transpired in Bengaluru there. Quickly, let's move on now and get your political updates this afternoon, where the Congress's Rajya Sabha list is packed with Gandhi loyalists, especially managers who have been seen to be close to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi. Many of those prominent leaders who have been serving the party for several years, like Ghulam Nabi Azad, Anand Sharma, said to be missing from the list, leading to discontent and allegations of favoritism. Leaders are also questioning why the leaders from outside are being nominated from the states instead of the sons of the soil and those people who have worked hard for the party. For example, Randeep Singh Surjewala, who is Karnataka co-in-charge, has been nominated from Rajasthan, along with Pramod Tiwari, who is a senior UP leader. Pawan Khera, who hails from Rajasthan and is currently party's national spokesperson, did not find a place in the list. Similarly, in a tone of resentment, he said that maybe there was something missing in his work. Shayad kaam mein kuch kami reh gayi hogi, that is what he had to say. Even when it comes to the Mumbai Congress Vice President Nagma, took on Sonia Gandhi and said that she has served the party for 18 long years, but she fell short in front of Imran Pratapgarhi, who is the party's Rajya Sabha pick from Maharashtra.
प्रत्याशी तय करना पार्टी का अधिकार है, लेकिन राजस्थान के किसी भी कांग्रेस नेता और कार्यकर्ता को प्रत्याशी नहीं बनाने से राजस्थान के लोगों में गहरी निराशा है। कार्यकर्ता नाउम्मीद हुए हैं। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से गुजारिश करता हूं कि वो पुनर्विचार करें और राजस्थान के किसी भी कांग्रेस नेता या कार्यकर्ता को राज्यसभा में राजस्थान से जाने का अवसर प्रदान करें। ऐसा नहीं करने पर जो चुनाव सामने है अगले वर्ष राजस्थान की विधानसभा के, उसमें भी कांग्रेस पार्टी की संभावनाओं को भारी आघात पहुंचेगा।
दुर्भाग्य तो ये आया है कांग्रेस का कि आपको पहले 1 सीट मिली तो आपने मनमोहन सिंह जी को भेज दिया, बाद में आपको 2 सीट मिली, उसमें से भी आपने एक केवल अपने सिरोही वाले को भेजा, बाकी आपने फिर एक बाहर का भेज दिया। अभी आपको 3 सीट मिली। पहली बार राजस्थान का ठीक प्रतिनिधित्व करने के लिए कांग्रेस इतनी पुरानी पार्टी है, आपके इतने अच्छे लोग हैं, उनमें से भी किसी को भेजते तो राजस्थान की पैरवी ठीक होती, पर उसकी जगह भी आपने केंद्र के दबाव में आकर के उन बड़े नेताओं को भेजना जिसके लिए पार्टी को अपने अस्तित्व को दिल्ली में बचाए रखना आवश्यक है। राजस्थान में बचाओ या न बचाओ।
राजस्थान से कांग्रेस के 3 राज्यसभा उम्मीदवारों की घोषणा की है और तीनों ही उम्मीदवारों में से एक भी उम्मीदवार ऐसा नहीं है जिसका राजस्थान की सरजमी से कोई वास्ता हो। तो एक बात तो तय है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर राजस्थान के बासिंदों की, राजस्थान के लोगों की भावनाओं को आहत करने का काम किया है। और दूसरी बात यह है कि कांग्रेस ने जिन 3 उम्मीदवारों को राज्यसभा का उम्मीदवार राजस्थान से घोषित किया, उनमें से एक उम्मीदवार तो ऐसा है जिसने कई बार रिकॉर्ड स्थापित करने का काम किया है। चुनाव हारने का रिकॉर्ड भी है, जमानत जब्त कराने का रिकॉर्ड भी है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी कांग्रेस की आखिरकार ऐसी क्या मजबूरी है कि उनको राजस्थान की राज्यसभा से दिल्ली पहुंचाने का काम कर रहे हैं। एक बात जरूर है कि कांग्रेस के अंदर योग्य व्यक्तियों की पहचान भी नहीं है और योग्य व्यक्तियों की कदर भी नहीं है।
All right, straight away going across to Bhavar and Shivani, both of them joining us live this afternoon. Bhavar, सबसे पहले आपके पास आते हुए, क्योंकि सीधे तौर पे ये आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि राजस्थान से जितने लोग फील्ड करे गए हैं, चाहे वो रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला हो, मुकुल वासनिक हो या यूपी के लीडर प्रमोद तिवारी हो, उनका राजस्थान से कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
ये बिल्कुल राजस्थान से कोई लेना देना नहीं है और जो विपक्ष है वो भी लगातार इस तरह की बातें कर रहा है। तंज भरे बयान सामने आ रहे हैं। अभी आपने रामलाल शर्मा को सुना, गुलाब चंद कटारिया को सुना, और जो प्रत्याशी बने हैं राज्यसभा से भाजपा के घनश्याम तिवारी, उन्होंने भी एक बयान दिया है कि राज्यसभा राज्य के लोगों की सभा होती है, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने जिस तरीके से बाहर के लोगों को ला करके और यहाँ पर उम्मीदवार बनाया है, उससे न सिर्फ विपक्ष हमलावर है बल्कि पार्टी के अंदर खाने भी इस तरह की आवाजें आ रही हैं, जिसमें संयम लोढ़ा ने बयान अपना ट्वीट किया और उन्होंने लिखा कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान बताए कि आखिर राजस्थान में क्या नेताओं की कमी आ गई है। और राजेंद्र राठौड़ ने उसी पर एक रिट्वीट किया, जो उपनेता प्रतिपक्ष, उन्होंने कहा कि जिस तरीके से संयम लोढ़ा बयान दे रहे हैं, संयम लोढ़ा को अब ये पूछने का अधिकार नहीं है, क्योंकि वो सदन में ये कह चुके हैं कि वो गांधी परिवार के गुलाम हैं और गुलामी करेंगे जब तक जिएंगे। तो ऐसे में अब ये राजनीतिक बयानबाजियों का दौर गर्म है। फिलहाल हालांकि बीजेपी ने 1 सीट पर अपने उम्मीदवार घोषित कर दिया, तो वहीं कांग्रेस ने भी 3 सीट पर अपने प्रत्याशियों का नाम जारी कर दिया है। जी,
Nyamika and Prapanch are also joining us live at this point, but Shivani, if I can come to you, because Nagma has also been tweeting on the same, because leading the Congress party from Maharashtra, she's been also spearheading the Mahila Congress from there. 18 years that she spent in the Congress party, but she says that still not being nominated must be something that may have gone wrong, but she's unable to understand.
Yes, definitely. In fact, I spoke to Nagma personally over a call to get opinion from her. She also said that she's quite disappointed with the party's decision and she's definitely going to raise it further to the ala commands of the party. And she said that this is kind of an injustice because she has been very much invested for the party, and wherever the party needed her, she was always standing, and she was earlier, in fact, promised to be given this particular position, and that is why when her name has not been nominated from the party side, she's disappointed and she's going to take it further ahead. Whereas if we talk about the others from the Congress, then Imran Pratap Garhi has already filed his nomination and whose name was not earlier there in the list. So definitely that is why the disappointment comes from Nagma. But yes, of course, apart from Nagma's disappointed, here BJP has given 3 people, that is Piyush Goyal, Anil Bonde, who was agriculture minister earlier in the Devendra Fadnavis government, and also Dhananjay Mati. All of them have filed their nomination.
So Nagma has also made her discontent clear that Nyamika, the Congress High Command picking loyalists, the G23 leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma's name have not been mentioned in the list. Nyamika.
Absolutely, and the same concern has also been raised by one of the Congress leader, Acharya Pramod Krishnan, who has said that people like Tariq Anwar, Ghulam Nabi Azad and Salman Khurshid, who are there for the party from the past 40 years, they are working hard for in favor of the party. They haven't got the Rajya Sabha berth, and rather than him, many of the junior and the young people have been appointed to take over the Rajya Sabha berth this time by the Congress High Command. This question has also been raised by Nagma as well, and as she has said that it was being promised by none other than the Congress President Sonia Gandhi that she will get a Rajya Sabha berth at the time when she joined the Congress party, and she had
so deliberations that were happening within the Congress party. Let's focus now on Tamil Nadu, because Prapanch, there were no surprises there as far as the name of P. Chidambaram also came up. He has also filed his nomination there, the DMK supporting it.
Yeah, we could see that senior minister of the state, Durai Murugan and Sekhar Babu, were accompanying him while filing the nomination. There are a couple of names that are doing rounds initially. P. Chidambaram's name, of course, was in the forefront. However, K.S. Argi, the state Tamil Nadu Congress chief, name was also there. However, when he came out, we also asked the question of soon there's a guest content among the party. He said that he is not selecting the list. Only Congress party is selecting the list, and there are many qualified members in the party. In fact, he had told us, in the press meet, and so we can see that in Tamil Nadu, Chidambaram's name has come in front, and Chidambaram has filed nomination. DMK leaders, senior leaders had accompanied him.
The dissatisfaction that is also being given out in cryptic tweets by Congress leaders. Let's focus now on the state of Karnataka, where there is evident dissatisfaction amongst the Congress leaders giving Rajya Sabha ticket to Jairam Ramesh. Senior Congress leader Mudhanume Gowda has been questioning Jairam Ramesh's contribution to the state of Karnataka, where Gandhi had himself promised me that Rajya Sabha ticket would be given to me. So Imran, he is now questioning Rahul Gandhi himself, saying that you are in the line of fire and the destructive line. Let's play out his reaction, then we'll come across to you, Imran.
ಅವಾಗ ಸ್ವತಃ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆ.ಸಿ. ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಸೀಟ್ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಸಹಕಾರ ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ನಾನು ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವರು ಮಾತಿನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಾನು. ಆದರೆ 2020ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಸೀಟ್ನ ಅವಕಾಶನ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಜಸ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್. 2027ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪುನಃ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅವಕಾಶ. ಬಂದಾಗ ಈಗ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಸ್ವತಃ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರ ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಅದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನೇನು ಅವಾಗಲೂ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಗೆ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಏನು ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೇನು ನೋವು, ಅಸಮಾಧಾನ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಸ್ವತಃ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಈ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಸರ್ವೋಚ್ಚ ನಾಯಕರು, ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವಿ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂಥ ಕೆ.ಸಿ. ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ರವರೇನೇ ನನಗೆ ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವರೇ ಮಾತನಾಗ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತನಿಗೆ, ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೆ ಏನು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತೀರಿ?
Well, Madhav is also with us right now, but Imran, if I can focus on the state of Karnataka, it seems that more and more Congress leaders are unhappy with the top brass.
Well, absolutely, and it's just not Manume Gowda, V. Sudarshan, senior leader of the party, and many others. In fact, Kavita Reddy also raised that issue that, what is the contribution of Jairam Ramesh and why is he being given a member of parliament ticket from the state, and what is his contribution all the 5 years he's been made as a Rajya Sabha member from here. And Hanume Gowda says that, in fact, Rahul Gandhi and K.C. Venugopal themselves called him and said that you will be given the ticket. And now he says that what is the value of the words of senior most leader of the party, once who held the party president's post, his words are not, what is the meaning of it? The Congress is on a destructive mode, on a self-destructive mode if they continues to happen.
Leaders that are now saying that they are unhappy with the top brass. Madhav, overall point of view, because the party has renominated only 3 MPs, P. Chidambaram, Jairam Ramesh and Vivek Tankha. In all of these, party has fielded 7 outsiders from 4 states, ignoring regional sentiments.
Well, that is not completely uncommon, but what is clearly uncommon over here is a huge amount of discontent within the Congress party, because there are so many leaders speaking out of turn over here, expressing their dissatisfaction with the fact that they have not been selected, despite the fact that they, come out defending the party and in these very adverse circumstances have played a very important role within the party's own structure. And that's why you have people like Nagma, you have people like Pawan Khera, you have Mudhanume Gowda, who's a former member of parliament from Karnataka, who's all coming out and speaking and raising some serious questions. The one pattern is that they were all promised a Rajya Sabha seat, something that does happen in other political parties all along, but the fact that the party has not been able to deliver is also
Absolutely.
a testament
Many
to the fact that
dejected
the
leaders within the Congress party because there were limited seats, 10 of them, and multiple leaders who were vying for those limited seats to the Rajya Sabha. Congress party under pressure, now also facing differences within its own party leaders. Thanking all our reporters joining us here on the broadcast. We head into a short break.
Times now. Action begins here. क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार
All right, we are standing by for the district court to take up the Gyanvapi issue in a short while from now. Meanwhile, chants of Har Har Mahadev could be heard right outside the courtroom ahead of the hearing. joining us live right now. Harish, it was being said that the security has been heightened just before the hearing that will begin anytime soon. Now we are hearing chants of Har Har Mahadev.
Yes, one more important hearing in Varanasi court where I'm standing right now, and just in 10 minutes from now the all important hearing will start. Today, in fact, the hearing will resume on the maintainability aspect. That is, the court will continue to examine whether the plaint filed by the 5 women petitioners is in violation or is barred by the Places of Worship Act as alleged by the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid, that is the mosque side. They cite the Places of Worship Act which provides for maintaining the status quo of religious places as on 15th August 1947, and therefore so this suit is barred, and they also argue that even in this Ayodhya judgment, this 5-judge Supreme Court bench had upheld the validity of Places of Worship Act and had called it a legislative instrument aimed at protecting the secular fabric of the country. So apart from the maintainability issue being continued, another biggest aspect today is that we can expect some order from the district judge as to whether he will hand over the pen drive or CD carrying around 1,500 photos and around 17 videos containing 10 hours of video taken by the videographers and photographers who had accompanied the advocate commissioners. Apart from that, if the Muslim side completes their argument on the maintainability aspect, Vishnu Jain, who is the lawyer leading the charge for the Hindu side, is expected to rake up the Shivling controversy also. Remember, Vishnu Jain had said, made a very serious revelation 2 days back, saying that there was an attempt to defile. And he has also now
expectantly will be putting forth that day-to-day hearings takes place on the basis of the vacation that the court will be heading into in a short few days from now. Just stay on with us, Amir and Harish. Also, let's play out few more reactions coming in just before the hearing takes place.
See, today the Muslim side has to continue their arguments so far as the issue of maintainability or Order 7, Rule 11 or the objection of Places of Worship Act is concerned. Apart from this, I think on one more allied issue, the matter will be heard so far as the aspect of releasing the videographs and CDs or photographs of the Advocate Commission report is concerned. So we have a categorical stand that this is a public record, and by virtue of Section 74 of the Indian Evidence Act, this is the record of the court and as well as a public record, and it should be given to the petitioners, the clients. So let us see whether they are able to finish or not. We are waiting patiently, and we wish the matter is heard and decided at the earliest.
All right, going across to Amir also for a quick live update, because Amir, the court has reserved its order. We are talking about the fast track court till 4 p.m. Both sides have been heard.
Well, yes, that's right. This petition, which was sent inside the court just last week itself, was taken up by the fast track court around noon, and in fact, judgment has been reserved till 4 p.m. But, you know, we've spoken to a number of lawyers over here and people who understand, you know, how such petitions are handled within the court. You know, overwhelmingly, the opinion says that this petition should ideally be clubbed with the other petitions that are being heard by the district judge court, you know, the hearing for which will actually start here in minutes from now. And perhaps, you know, at 4 p.m. we'll get to know that this petition that was initially put forward before the civil judge court might also get handed over to the district judge court, because the district judge court, as we know, is handling at least 7
So the fast track court has reserved its order till 4 p.m. In the meantime, few more minutes left before the district court will be taking up the issue of maintainability. We are standing by with all of the live updates straight from Varanasi. Heading into a short break, non-stop live coverage continues right here on Times Now.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
National updates: the rescue workers have found 16 dead bodies of the wreckage of the Tala Airlines plane that crashed in Nepal yesterday. RLD Chief Jayant Chaudhary has filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha as a joint candidate of the Samajwadi Party and the RLD combined. At least 7 people dead and 11 others injured in a ghastly road accident have reported in Andhra Pradesh Palnadu district.
Times Now. Action begins here.
welcome. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Meghna Dekha. Any minute now, the Varanasi District Court is going to be hearing the Gyanvapi issue. The maintainability plea is going to be the first one. The Muslim side is going to be completing its argument. We'll get you the fastest updates from Varanasi. But first up, here are the headlines. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi take responsibility for the murder of Moosewala. The cops say that the killing is a result of inter-gang rivalry. 6 people have been detained so far. They believed to be the shooters. Moosewala's Thar bears the evidence of the ferocity of the assault, with holes punctured from hailing of the bullets from these 3 assault rifles. Another CCTV footage captures the multiple gunshots rending through the air. Moosewala's father details how his son was ambushed by the assailants in 3 vehicles after he left security behind, as well as his bulletproof car. This is a Times Now mega exclusive into the inside probe. Details. The opposition alleges downgrading of Moosewala's security made him a sitting duck. Punjab Chief Minister orders a judicial probe into the murder and security downgrade. Congress workers and Moosewala supporters protest in Punjab, Delhi and Jammu against the Maan government. AAP accuses the Congress party of politics over this murder. The Varanasi court will be resuming its hearing on the maintainability plea of Gyanvapi. Will be giving over the survey video copies to both the sides. Muslim clerics have called the bid to revive Hindu claim a hate campaign. Varanasi fast-track court also reserves its order on the ownership rights which was there over the shivling inside the Wuzukhana of Gyanvapi complex. This order is expected around 4 p.m. Dissent breaks out in the Congress over Rajya Sabha picks, where leaders claim that outsiders and loyalists of Gandhi Parivar were given a preference over the sons of soil in an undeserving leadership. Prime Minister Modi announces 4,000 rupees monthly assistance for COVID orphans. Other benefits such as health cover and loans for higher education also has been announced for them. Farmer leader Rakesh Tikait attacked with black ink during a function to revive farm protests in Bengaluru. The farmer leader says that this is a ploy by the BJP. Minute now, we expect the District Court of Varanasi to take up the maintainability plea of the 5 Hindu devotees who say that they should be allowed daily prayers at the Gyanvapi mosque, where a shivling has been found in the Wuzukhana. However, interestingly, the Muslim side has said that the details of the survey, which is, remember, also expected to be given today, should not be given to the media, and the contents of the survey of the Gyanvapi masjid should be kept a secret, because allegedly it will lead to communal tension if it is made public, which is why now here on Times Now we are tracking the developments both in the fast track court that's expected around 4 p.m. and at 2 p.m. any minute now we expect the hearing to begin in the district court as well. So what really are the pleas seeking? The first issue that the plea is taking up is complete worship of the shivling, which is here, right here in the Wuzukhana of the Gyanvapi mosque, as per the survey report, where they say it's a shivling-like structure. The second plea is to make Lord Vishveshwara the sole Gyanvapi owner, and this is very significant because they say the property rights of the deity remains even if it is forcibly being engaged and taken over by some other party. The third plea is to bring down the unauthorized structure, which is the entire Gyanvapi structure. These are the pleas which are there in the fast track court. And also there is another issue which is going to be coming up. That will be the fourth issue which is going to come up regarding the submissions about how the pleas maintainability or not. Now this is something that the district court is going to be looking into. The mosque management side has said that the admissibility is barred by the Places of Worship Act. This is of course of the 1991 Places of Worship Act, which has a cut-off date of 15th of August 1947. The mosque side also says that the act had ordered a status quo of the religious structures, and which is why this entire complex would fall under the act, and hence the survey shouldn't have been done in the first place. And even if it was done, then there is no maintainability of the plea by the 5 women worshippers. In fact, the mosque side also says that Gyanvapi was a mosque as on 15th of August 1947. As we were telling you, this is the cut-off date as per the Places of Worship Act. Hindu side, however, has been claiming that the Places of Worship Act excludes the Gyanvapi mosque because there have been several such tussles which have happened in the past as well, and that the property rights of the deity can never be denied even if it is being forcibly encroached upon. Meanwhile, very interestingly, any minute now we expect the plea to come up in the district court. However, ahead of that, there were Har Har Mahadev chants which were rising right outside the courtroom. Let's listen into some of those. These are the chants which were raised by the Hindu petitioners and the council. Har Har Mahadev chants right outside the courtroom where the hearing is all set to begin any minute now. Let me go across to our legal editor Harish Nair is joining us from outside the courtroom. Harish, get us the updates from the courtroom. Even as the maintainability plea is going to be coming up, I believe it is the Muslim side which is going to finish its arguments today. What do we expect?
Yes, Meghna, yes, you're right. On May 26th, the argument on the maintainability aspect had begun. That is, the court is in fact examining whether the plaint filed by the 5 women Hindu devotees seeking daily worship darshan on the western wall of the mosque is maintainable, because the Muslims had alleged that it is in violation of the Places of Worship Act 1991. And today the hearing will resume. But what is more important is that there's going to be a lot of for and against arguments on the issue of whether the parties should be given the pen drive or CD containing the photos and videographs. Remember, 1,500 photos and around 10 hours of videography taken by the photographers and videographers who had accompanied the advocate commissioners who had accompanied him during the 5 days of survey. Remember, the Muslim side and incidentally, one of the Hindu petitioners also, the Vedic Sansthan of Jitendra Singh, had alleged that only, in fact, the photos and videos should not be made public because it might endanger the communal harmony and national security. The Muslim side, the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid, has said that.
Stay on with us. That's very important that you're talking about the survey. Let's listen into Vishnu Jain. He is one of the counsels for the Hindu side. He claims that it is very important for them to thoroughly have full access to the 1,500 pictures as well as almost 10 hours of videography. Here's why. Listen in.
See, today the Muslim side has to continue their arguments so far as the issue of maintainability or Order 7 Rule 11 or the objection of Places of Worship Act is concerned. Apart from this, I think on one more allied issue, the matter will be heard so far as the aspect of releasing the videographs and CDs of or photographs of the Advocate Commission report is concerned. So we have a categorical stand that this is a public record, and by virtue of Section 74 of the Indian Evidence Act, this is the record of the court and as well as a public record, and it should be given to the petitioners, the clients. So let us see whether they are able to finish or not. We are waiting patiently, and we wish the matter is heard and decided at the earliest.
हमको लग रहा है आज भी हमारे से बचे पैरे हैं, पॉइंट हैं, बिंदु हैं, उसको पढ़ते जाएंगे। हमारा जहाँ तक अपना लग रहा है उनके पास कोई साक्ष्य, कोई अपना तर्क तो है नहीं उनके पास, तो इसलिए वो हमारे ही आर्गूमेंट को केवल पढ़ते जा रहे हैं और कि भाई ये गलत है, इसको खारिज किया जाए, ये सारी चीज़ें हैं। तो हमको लगता है इस पे ही आज इनकी सुनवाई इसी पे होगी और सारे पक्ष और आर्गूमेंट इसी पे रखेंगे और इसके बाद अगर समय मिलेगा तो हम लोगों को माननीय न्यायालय समय देगा और भाई हम लोग भी अपने पक्ष को रखेंगे।
So let's get you what can be expected today. We are going to be putting up graphic elements which are going to simplify things for our viewers. Now this is the crucial Gyanvapi hearing today and the dismissal after denial is what we are looking at. The arguments lasted for about 2 hours on 26th of May, after which, remember, the hearing was adjourned. It's going to continue today. The Muslim side were denied existence of the shivling. Shivling, as we were telling you, is something that was mentioned in the Gyanvapi survey as the commissioner spoke exclusively to Time Minutes Now. We accessed the report which says a shivling-like structure was there. Also, after the denial, the Muslim side now seeks dismissal of this entire maintainability of the plea as well. In fact, there is another element that we are going to show for you, which really will show how there have been several delays as well as denials which have been coming in from the Muslim side. In fact, the Muslim side has wanted details to the restricted area. In fact, let's get you some breaking news which is coming in right now. The Hindu side counsels have arrived in the courtroom. The hearing is about to begin any minute now. They have been claiming that the videos of the survey should be made public. Meanwhile, the Muslim side has opposed this demand. Now, this is very important. The Muslim side has said that it is going to lead to communal discord if the details of the survey are out. The Hindu side, however, are very, very confident. They say that this is going to prove that their astha was not misplaced, that there indeed is a shivling as per the Hindu side which was found inside the wuzu khana of the Gyanvapi mosque, which is why the Hindu side claims that what's wrong in making the survey details public. And that's going to be very critical to see whether or not the court decides that the survey should be given or not. Another big breaking news which is coming in, minute by minute updates, the fastest updates only here on Times Now from the Varanasi District Court. The hearing has begun. The Hindu side, the Muslim councils, they've all gone inside the courtroom. Now let me go across to Amir Haq, Bureau Chief, for more details. I believe, Amir, the hearing's begun. The Muslim sides are going to, I believe, resume their hearing and their arguments are going to be the ones placed first.
Well, absolutely, Meghna. The hearing has just started moments back inside the district court. And in fact, there are about total of 47 people inside the courtroom, including the petitioners as well as the counsels from both sides, the Hindu side as well as the Muslim side. And the judge has just, since arrived there on the dais. The Muslim side will continue its arguments against the Hindu side plea that had been placed before the district court. Now, there are over 50 points in the plaint that has been put forward before the district judge by the Hindu side. And in the last hearing that continued for over 2 hours on the 26th of May, only about 13 points could be taken up in terms of argument by the Muslim side. We spoke at length with Vishnu Jain this morning, and he believes that even if a full time is allowed for hearing today and for the arguments of the Muslim side, their arguments will not likely conclude today itself in today's hearing. In fact, as per his calculation, only about 36 points within the plaint that has been put forward by the Hindu side might actually be argued upon over the next couple of hours. So that will perhaps require another hearing for the Muslim side to conclude its argument, and then of course the Hindu side will also put forward its objections to the arguments that have been raised by the Muslim side. Also, very pertinently, this issue of handing over the videography and photography of the survey that had taken place between the 6th and 7th of May and between the 14th and 16th of May, whether that has to be handed over to the concerned parties or not, whether that can actually become public or not through media is something that is very contentious, and that might also come up before the court for hearing today itself. So it still remains to be seen as to what view the court takes about making public these very, very crucial and essential documents as well as photographs and videos, because once they come into the public domain, that definitely will help the cause of the Hindu side, because they have been claiming that there are very cogent, very solid evidences as far as presence of a shivling inside the wuzu khana within the Gyanvapi complex is concerned.
Absolutely. Here on Times Now, on your screens too, you can see how there have been several documented what the Hindu side calls proof of shivling, as well as other Hindu deities, goddesses and temple architecture which is visible, which is why there is more breaking news, in fact, which is coming in from the courtroom right now. Only 47 people are there right now inside the courtroom. Remember, the court has restricted the number of people who can be allowed to visit and go inside the courtroom while the hearing is on. Meanwhile, let's explain to you what the Supreme Court had ordered on the 20th of May. And this is very, very critical, because it has ordered the District High Court to expeditiously look into these petitions. So what exactly it is that the Supreme Court had said, we're going to take you through this. It said, and this is Justice Chandrachud, while hearing the Gyanvapi case, he had said the hybrid nature of the Places of Worship Act is not unknown in India. Several such instances are there, he has said, where ascertainment of religious character of a place is not a violation. This is completely in contradiction to what the Muslim side has been claiming. In fact, the justice had also said ascertainment of the religious character may not necessarily fall foul of Section 3 of the Places of Worship Act. So essentially, the Supreme Court has said, yes, indeed, there is a Place of Worship Act, but nowhere in the Worship of Places Act does it say that you cannot carry out a survey to ascertain the actual religious character of any place, any complex in a title suit such as this. So let me go across to the soundbite which is coming in of Advocate Anupam, who's going to explain what really these contradictions have been coming in from the two sides regarding Places of Worship Act and its interpretation.
ऑर्डर 39 की सुनवाई पर जो है पूजा का अधिकार हम लोगों ने मांगा है। ऑर्डर 39 की सुनवाई पर आज फाइल पुटअप की गई है, तो उसमें जो है डिफेंडेंट नंबर 4 उपस्थित हुए हैं। उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन किया कि साहब हमको कॉपी रिसीव करा दी जाए, ठीक है। तो कॉपी रिसीविंग पर जो है फाइल है, और बाकी ऑर्डर जो है वो शाम को 4 बजे जज साहब करेंगे। ऑर्डर जो है ये नहीं कि वो फाइनल ऑर्डर होगा, ये बात आप दिमाग में रखिएगा। जो ऑर्डर होगा 4 बजे हमें भी अवेटेड है, हमने अपने माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष अपनी बातें कह दी। एडमिसिबल इज डिफरेंट थिंग, वो तो जिला जज साहब के है, दैट इज डिफरेंट थिंग। अभी फिलहाल तो ऑर्डर 39 इंटरीम इंजंक्शन मांग रहे हैं साहब कि हमको पूजा का अधिकार दे दिया जाए, वहां पे शिवलिंग मिली है, हमको पूजा का अधिकार दे दिया जाए।
जो हम लोगों ने सर्वे कराया है, इसीलिए सर्वे कराया था कि सब कुछ सामने निकल करके आए, और सब कुछ सामने निकल आ रहा तो वो तो पीछे भागेंगे ही भागेंगे, क्योंकि वो मंदिर है और मंदिर रहेगा, आगे भी मंदिर ही रहेगा। जब वो कह रहे हैं कि वो फाउंटेन है, हम कह रहे हैं शिवलिंग है, तो चारों तरफ उसकी दीवारें जो खड़ी की गई हैं उसको हटा दिया जाए, सच्चाई सामने उभर के और आ जाएगी। तो ये लोग डर रहे हैं तो वो लोग तो अपना पक्ष रखेंगे ही रखेंगे, मगर सच्चाई की हमेशा जीत होती है, सत्य में हमेशा जय। उसको पानी में छुपा कर रखे थे इसीलिए ना, कि ऊपर ना हो। ये तो हम लोग सर्वे किए तो उसमें ऊपर आए, बाबा उतर आए, पहले से छेड़छाड़ किया गया है, तभी ना छुपा रहे कि वजू खाना है।
Well, joining us on the show today, Mr. Naveen Chomal, he is a lawyer, Danish Qureshi, a political analyst, Tausif Ahmed is joining us, a lawyer as well as a political analyst here on the show. But before I come to you, gentlemen, a quick word from Harish Nair also. Harish, it's very interesting to see the Hindu side saying, make the details of the survey, the 1,500 odd pictures, about 10 hours of videography should be made public. But why is the Muslim side resisting it?
Yes, remember, Meghna, the hearing has begun, and even before entering the court, Masjid Committee's counsel, Advocate Mohammed Tawhid, before going to the courtroom, tells the media that he will urge the judge not to give the survey video and photos to media. So even just before entering the courtroom also, the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid maintains that the photos and videos, the 1,500 photos and the 10 hours of videos should only be given to the parties concerned, and the court should ensure that it doesn't reach the media, it should not reach the public domain. Remember, Meghna, the Masjid side has all along been objecting to each and every step which the Hindu side contends that they are afraid that the truth will come out. Remember, the Hindu side, the 5 women devotees and their lawyers have been saying the very same thing, that the Masjid side is afraid that the truth hidden on the walls of the mosque and in the basement and in the Wazukhana will come out. That is why they are stonewalling everything. Initially, they had objected to the appointment of Advocate Commissioner, then on the survey, then later when the videos and photos are ready, now they are objecting to that being coming into the public domain. So the Hindu side is arguing that at each and every step, the Anjuman Intizamiya Committee is stonewalling all efforts towards efforts of bringing out the truth. Remember, even the Supreme Court you had rightly pointed out, had said that any effort aimed at ascertaining the religious character of a structure is not prevented by the Places of Worship Act, and only conversion of a religious structure is barred by the Places of Worship Act. And even today, the Masjid side is maintaining that they will not allow the photos and videos to come into the public domain, and the reason they are citing is that it will endanger communal harmony and the national security.
In fact, let me go across to Harish. Harish, it's important for us to point out that there are 2 parallel hearings which are happening right now. One, of course, is in the district court. The other is there in the fast track court as well. There, the verdict is expected at 4 p.m. And it's a very interesting one because the plea, at least one of the pleas, is for daily prayers in the interim till the courts decide on the Gyanvapi issue. Tell us about the pleas and what's expected.
Yes, now at present we are looking at a situation where 2 courts in the Varanasi court complex, that is 2 civil courts in the Varanasi civil courts, are hearing the same matter, and under the very same issue, 2 different hearings are happening. While the fast track court today reserved its judgment on the petition filed by a Hindu organization, and remember they had 3 pleas. One, that the Lord Vishweshwara be declared the sole owner of the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi complex. Number 2, the illegal structure, that is the mosque, be raised down because it is an encroachment. Number 3, as you said, the worship rights till the final petition is decided. And the fast track court has reserved, after brief hearing, in fact the fast track court had reserved its judgment on the maintainability, and as Amir Haq had earlier said, according to legal experts here, there are chances that this petition also, the fast track judge might just transfer this petition also to the district judge, which is hearing the main matter, that is the Mas Ringar Gauri worship matter. And at the same time, as you rightly said, a second court, that is the district judge, is hearing the main matter, and that has just begun. The Muslim side has resumed its argument on the maintainability aspect, that is whether the petition filed by the 5 women devotees who had sought daily worship, permission for daily worship of the Mas Ringar Gauri and idols of Lord Vishnu, Ganesh, Hanuman and Nandi on the western wall be allowed or not. So the Masjid side has again started argument on that. The part arguments were over on May 26. So as you rightly said, a parallel proceeding is going on. Yes. One in the fast track court, another in the district judge, before the district judge.
Absolutely. So there are 2 different courts which are hearing pleas related to Gyanvapi. 2 o'clock. We expect this hearing has already begun, and we expect the Muslim side is making, even as we speak right now, making its arguments. Danish Qureshi, one quick question, and perhaps you can help our viewers understand. The survey has been done by a court-appointed commission. Why is the Muslim side insisting that its details should not be made public? What are you scared of? Danish Qureshi, I believe you may be on mute. If you could just unmute yourself. Oh, well, there seems to be a bit of a problem. So let me go across to Naveen Chomal. In a time like this, Naveen Chomal, since there are two pleas coming in from both sides, the Hindu side as well as the Muslim side, both of them requesting the judge. Hindu side says, make it public. What's wrong with the public knowing the facts of this case? Why should it be kept a secret, Naveen Chomal?
It should not be kept secret because as per our constitution and the laws made under the constitution and the concept of a democracy, there is a right to information for all the public in the country, and transparency is one of the important factors. There are various aspects. All the judicial proceedings in our country are held under the open court system, that any person in the society can walk into the court and see how the justice is being dispensed, what is the evidence being given, even if he's got no concern with that case. So, but this is a case where entire Hindu community has got a concern. So whatever is the finding of that particular survey, whatever evidence have been collected, it should be within the public domain because it has reached the court. And as per section 74 of the Indian Evidence Act also, it becomes a public document, the record of the particular judiciary. So in this case, Hindu side is definitely interested in knowing the truth. They don't want to tamper with it. But I'm telling you why Muslim side is trying to suppress it from the public. They are threatening public security, national integrity. Yes. But Hindu side is not going to do any rioting. It is the Muslim side who are threatening the people that we will indulge into rioting and all this thing. So why are they threatening? Why do they have any fear? The truth, it is writing on the wall that it's basically a Hindu mandir, Shiv mandir, on which a masjid was created forcibly, illegally and in an unjust manner. A great injustice has been done on the Hindu community by Aurangzeb in 1669. So Hindus are seeking justice. Today they are only ascertaining the character. They are only asking for the regular worship of Mahashringar Gauri Mandir over there. So why Muslims are jittery about it? So they should not basically be obstructing the path of justice. Let the court decide what is to be done.
Okay. Let the court decide. Why try to keep the information private and a secret is the question. So let me go across to Amir Haq. Amir, do we expect the survey details to be handed over to the petitioners today? What's happening? Because that has been going on for quite some time. But before that, I believe there's more breaking news also which is coming in. We're going to be quickly going across to that. But till then, Amir, if you can tell us, do we expect the survey details to be handed over at least to the petitioners today?
Well, Meghna, clearly the court in its last hearing had clarified that this issue pertaining to handing over of all such evidences that had been found out during the survey, whether it should be handed over to both sides or not will be decided today. Now, as per the court proceedings, the latest that we know, our colleague Kansha Khajuria is, there right outside the courtroom, and she says that the arguments from the Muslim side right now are taking place inside the courtroom. Their advocate Abhinath Yadav is making his arguments. So far, this issue of handing over the evidences, including videography as well as photographic evidences, has not come up before the court. But we do believe that by the end of hearing today pertaining to the Gyanvapi matter, this issue will definitely come up before the court, because court, as said, during its last hearing on the 26th, had actually clarified that on the 30th May, it will decide the issue of whether it should be handed over to the councils on both the sides or not. And this actually entails whether all these evidences, as per the survey report, whether they become public or not, because handing over these documentary evidences to councils on both sides will definitely entail that these evidences will also come into the public domain and also to the media. So that definitely is most likely to buttress the claim of the Hindu side, which is why it seems that the Muslim side is very, very apprehensive that these evidences should not come out in public domain. But by the end of the day today, as I said earlier, Meghna, we should get to know as to what the court's decision about making these evidences public is about.
Absolutely. Danish Qureshi, I believe hopefully we can hear you this time around. I was asking you what's really that you and the Muslim side are scared of. The Hindu side is saying that the Muslim side knows very well the survey will establish that there indeed is a shivling-like structure that may buttress their case. Is that what you're scared of? Is that why the Muslim side does not want the details of the survey to be made public? Well, seems that we again have a problem. Let me put that question across to Tausif Ahmed. Could you take that, Mr. Ahmed?
No, first of all, let me remind you that when the matter was before Supreme Court, the judge of the Supreme Court said, do not leak things to the press. This is what the judge had said then. While handing over the case to a more seasoned and mature. No, let me quote what the Supreme Court said. Supreme Court said a slightly more seasoned and mature hand should hear this case. And that is when the court handed over the case to the district judge. Now, let me quote Mr. Ganesh Shankar Upadhyay, who is the head priest of Kashi Karwat Temple. The head priest of Kashi Karwat Temple says, the structure might look like a shivling to many, but according to our information, it is a fountain. We have seen this fountain since childhood. It has been almost 50 years now. This is what the head priest of Kashi Karwat Temple, Ganesh Shankar Upadhyay, said. So there are reasons. You know how politics, we people know how Supreme Court condemned the act of bringing down the structure of Babri Masjid. Supreme Court said that it was a criminal act and it should have not been done. Supreme Court has said that the criminal cases against the people who are responsible for this heinous crime of bringing down the Babri Masjid mosque must continue, despite we saw.
But you made a very interesting point, and I'm going to take up from what you yourself have said. Poonam is also joining us. Now, Poonam, this is very interesting. Something that Tausif Ahmed has said, that it is left, the Supreme Court left it to the wisdom of a senior bench, such as that of the district court, which is why will the Muslim side now accept it if the
जो सच है वो सामने आ रहा है।
देखिए, हर बनारस के लोगों का यही है कि जो गलत है वो भाग रहा है और शायद हिंदू पक्ष इसी बात को लेकर।
We were just getting those reactions coming in from outside the court now. Tausif Ahmed, like we were discussing, you yourself mentioned that a senior judge was appointed by the Supreme Court. So now the district court is hearing it instead of the civil court. Whether or not the Muslim side or the mosque committee actually accepts what this judge has to say, that of course remains to be seen. But Naveen Chomal, that's exactly what we've been talking about. We've seen how there have been several comments, several attempts that have come to the fore where they've tried to sort of dismiss the judiciary, try and cast aspersions on the judiciary, the same judiciary that they're seeking relief from.
Exactly. They are blowing hot and cold in the same breath many times, and they are choosing whatever suits their narrative. That is their tactics. So let us not fall into that trap. Basically, let me clarify one thing. The issue of making the document public was not before the Honorable Supreme Court. The only issue was at the most that before the survey was submitted to the Honorable Judge, there was some leaks. So of course, the Supreme Court's anxiety that the entire matter be handled by a seasoned judge was not pertaining to the handing over the matter to the petitioners and the public or at large or not. So that aspect will be governed by the law, codified law, which neither Supreme Court can change nor any other judge can change. Right. So as per the settled principles of our democracy, everything should be made public and we have an open court system. Any court case, the other case is going on and a cobbler sitting out the court also can speak. Let me go and see what is happening in that case.
Right, of course, it is now left to the wisdom of the court. It just remains to be seen whether or not all parties involved actually accept that wisdom of court, irrespective of what the decision is. We'll find out in just about a short while from now. But even before the hearing, we did see a sort of symbolic gesture that came out from inside the court premises. The Hindu Petitioners Council were sent into the hearing with a tilak on their forehead. There were Har Har Mahadev chants that echoed in the court premises. Let's take a look at what transpired before all the stakeholders and the judge arrived inside the courtroom. Harish, my colleague, joins us from on ground as well. Amir is also with us. And Harish, we're getting inputs from what's happening inside the court, and we're given to understand now that para number 17th of what the Hindu side has said is what is being quoted by the Mosque Committee's lawyer.
Yes, that's right, Poonam. My colleague Akanksha is updating from inside the courtroom. She raised that Muslim side's counsel is currently reading out para 17th of the lawsuit filed by the Hindu side, and it is contending that it is in violation of Places of Worship Act. But what is more important is that, Poonam, last time the Muslim side had argued only 12 paras, and now they have just reached 17. There are a total of 56 paragraphs as per the Hindu side. So it will take the Muslim side at least 3 to 4 more hearings to complete their argument. So the takeaway from this in fact is that the arguments of the Muslim side as far as this hearing where the court is deciding the maintainability of the suit filed by the 5 women Hindu devotees seeking right to daily worship on the walls of western wall of the mosque, that will take at least 3 to 4 more hearings and will not be completed any time soon. Right. So this indicates that there will be a delay. There will be a delay in the hearing, and the Muslim side will not be able to complete the hearing going by the present pace. So there will be a lot of delay.
And that is a delay tactic is what the Hindu petitioners are claiming. Vishnu Jain, in fact, here on Times Now just last week told us that the fact that they want to go para by para, try and buy time for themselves, so the Hindu side does not even get the opportunity to put forward their arguments before the court goes on vacation, and that seems to be a deliberate attempt by the Muslim side. Danis Qureshi, what would you like to say about that allegation that has come to the fore, that you are just buying time, you're wasting time of the court, going para by para only to make that one particular point, just so that you can eat into the time of the Hindu side's arguments, and then the court goes on vacation?
Each and every party, I think each and every party who is in the court has a right to represent itself in front before the court, and the court will decide that who is wasting the time and who is wasting the energy, who is wasting the time of the court. Let the court decide first of all. Second thing, why anybody wants to overcome before the representation of any party? The party who is already arguing in the court, let them allow to argue. Let court decide that either the survey report should be public or not. Why the peoples want to spread this survey reports and photographs in public domain? Why they want this? The main thing is that they don't want to wait until the court come on any conclusion, and before any conclusion, I don't think that we can do anything more than before court.
Right, Amir, my colleague also now joins us from outside court, and we are getting some information that's trickling in from what's transpiring inside, Amir. But what's the mood like outside? Because ever since we've had these hearings, right from the Supreme Court or the lower court, the focus has always been on the fact that the local administration has to ensure that enough security is presented. It is a sensitive case. There cannot be any lackadaisical attitude coming in from the local administration. So what's the mood like on ground outside the court, even as the heated arguments continue inside?
Well, that's right, Poonam. The local administration, the police definitely very vigilant, because there have been specific orders to that effect, which is why a large number of policemen have been posted right outside the gate of the courts of the civil court out here. And media presence, of course, outside the court. Curious media persons, waiting for updates from inside the courtroom. Because remember, this time around, the media is also not allowed to go inside the courtroom to hear the proceedings, as is usually allowed on other occasions. In fact, just about 47 people have been allowed inside the courtroom due to security reasons. That includes the petitioners as well as their lawyers. The media persons have not been allowed to go beyond a point wherein barricades have been erected outside the courtroom, from where information is trickling in to our colleagues, and then it reaches us. So, definitely the courts as well as the police and administration quite mindful that this is a very, very sensitive issue. The passions are high on both sides. The Hindu side definitely believing that the object that was found in the middle of the wuzu khana is actually a shivling that had been kept hidden over the last several centuries, which is why they claim for allowing worship inside the Gyanvapi complex is genuine, while the Muslim side says that the Hindu side is using all means to somehow bulldoze their way inside the mosque and take its possession and take the court's permission to allow for worship of Lord Shiva inside the Gyanvapi mosque. So both sides definitely sticking to their points, but yes, we'll have to wait for the proceedings of the court to complete. As my colleague Harish Nair rightly said, it might take 3 to 4 more hearings, more sittings before the court, before the Muslim side actually concludes its argument within the court, and then it will be the turn of the Hindu side to raise their contentions and objections to what the Muslim side has said about the maintainability of the petition.
Absolutely, the maintainability is being contested by the Muslim side. Danish Qureshi, it all also hinges on the 1991 Places of Worship Act. That is the basis of the main argument of the Mosque Committee as to why this plea is not even tenable, because as per that particular act, as of 15th August 1947, this structure was a mosque and you cannot change that character. But the survey is something that could open a Pandora's box. Is that why we're now seeing a restricted access plea by the Muslim side, that do not give this out to everyone, just give it to the petitioners?
This is not about to give it to petitioners and not to give out the pictures and survey report. I think that as per the Places of Worship Act 1991, the character and nature cannot be changed of any worship place. And if it is not going to be changed, because namaz is going over there, wuzu is being going over there, Jummah is being going over there, Eid worship is going over there. Now the entire process is being going on. Then what is the meaning of this entire process? I didn't get that till today.
What is the point? Naveen Chomal is what the question is. There has been status quo for all these years. All of a sudden, now you just want to come and try and stake claim over something that was never yours, because as per the 1991 Act, as of when India became independent, there was a mosque there, so it stays a mosque.
No, that is not true. And legally also that is not correct. Because if you see this dispute, whether it's legal or between the two communities, is going on for ages. Right from 1669, when the Hindu temple was demolished and mosque was built over it, the Hindus were disputing it, though in a smaller scale. Then in 1936, 37 also there have been legal disputes between both the sides. So the dispute is predating 1947. And then if you see the nature of that particular act, let me take the bull by the horn. 1991 Act, Places of Worship Act. Of course, this act is basically regarding the prohibition on a particular individual persons, that you cannot change the nature of a structure, a religious place of worship, which was from 1947 onwards. But then Section 4, Clause 3, use exception to it, that if it is an ancient monument, ancient structure and covered by the Archaeological Survey of India. So this particular temple definitely falls within the Archaeological Survey of India Act of 1958. So this particular temple is covered under the exception of that particular 1991 Act. So even if you are relying on that, we don't mind. We'll argue on that aspect of it. And even then, we have a right to claim. If the survey finds that it was indeed a temple, it was indeed there is indeed a shivling over there, then it can be handed over to Hindus. There is nothing wrong in it, nothing illegal in it also. And of course, that 1991 Act does not prohibit a government to take any such step. Can you appreciate? It is for the individual to change the nature, but the administration, the sovereign, the government can do it. So it is basically a penal provision that some people should not forcibly convert it.
Right. The latest that we are getting from court is that the 1991 Places of Worship Act has once again been brought up by Abhaynath Yadav, who is the counsel for the mosque committee. In fact, we're given to understand that several heated arguments are being made. Once again, Abhaynath Yadav is raising his voice and trying to put forth his arguments in an aggressive manner. Now, Harish, we saw something similar happen last week as well when the hearing happened, when the judge had to actually intervene and tell the mosque committee's counsel to calm down to maintain decorum of court. But it seems like it's happening all over again today.
Yes, in fact, Advocate Abhaynath Yadav, who represents the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid, is at present arguing the matter, and he is presenting arguments on behalf of the Muslim side. And as we have all along been saying, this Places of Worship Act is the main bone of contention in this matter, and the Muslim Masjid side is saying that this particular plaint filed by the 5 women devotees runs foul of the Places of Worship Act and is in complete violation, and is barred by the Places of Worship Act, which specifically provides for maintaining status quo as on 15th August 1947. And they also argue that Supreme Court had time and again upheld the Place of Worship Act, including in the Ayodhya case, in which it had said that the Places of Worship Act is a legislative instrument made for protecting the secular fabric of the country, which is a basic structure of the constitution. And they also remind the court that the wrongs of history cannot be remedied by people by taking law into their hands, and reminds the court that only Ayodhya case was a one-off case where the court had such a dispute was allowed because that was an ongoing dispute, and there were always an attempt to trigger the Mathura and Kashi also, but this was barred by the Places of Worship Act. Right. So, but remember, the Hindu side has always contended that this Kashi Vishwanath, this Gyanvapi complex is exempt under Places of Worship Act and comes under the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 1958. They also question, the Hindu side also questions whether there can be any mosque in the country which has Hindu idols engraved on its walls, and therefore even the religious structure of this, even the religious character of this structure.
Absolutely. So, Amit, the 1991 Act is what is the basis of the Muslim side's argument is, but it's also important to note what the Supreme Court had said when it was hearing the case 2 weeks ago. The Supreme Court said that at least as far as the survey is concerned, that does not fall foul of the 1991 Act, and there is no reason why ascertaining a character of a place of worship should be barred.
Well, that's right, Poonam. The Supreme Court did say that in the last hearing, during which it transferred the case from the Civil Judge Senior Division Court to the District Judge Court. The court's contention was court's argument was clearly that, there is no restriction on determining the religious character of a particular place. We are not talking about changing its character as of now, but it is only ascertaining the character which is under question right now, and the survey only seeks to address that particular question. As far as Muslim side is concerned, they've been maintaining from the beginning itself that the entire exercise that has gone on over the last 1 month or so inside the Civil Judge Senior Division Court is completely illegal. It is outside the purview of law, that a survey cannot actually be ordered by the court because that itself cannot hold against the 1991 Places of Worship Act. So therefore the Muslim side does not agree with the court in the very basis of the arguments that have come in from the Hindu side. They say its religious character cannot be ascertained. Its religious, Gyanvapi complex's religious character cannot be changed, and therefore raising questions on its character or trying to ascertain its character is something that is outside the purview of law, citing the Places of Worship Act. There were questions earlier being raised whether they will be satisfied or happy with one court commissioner or the other, because initially they had raised question of bias with Ajay Kumar Mishra, the initial court-appointed commissioner. But the fact is that the Muslim side does not want any survey. It does not even want
absolutely. And now that the survey is done, they don't want what has happened inside for that survey video and the photographs to be made public. They have put in a petition in court to restrict the access and give it only to petitioners. That is also something that will come up in the hearing that is currently underway. I request my colleagues and all gentlemen to stay on with us. A quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो इस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे?
Welcome back. The Varanasi District Court is hearing the matter on the Gyanvapi mosque, whether or not the petition that is filed by the 5 women petitioners to worship at the Shringar Gauri shrine is even maintainable. That is what the arguments are on now. It's been about 40 minutes or so since the hearing began, and fierce arguments are being put forth by the Mosque Committee's council, so much so that there is arguments fiercely that are happening, that the judge had to intervene is also what we're given to understand. And at such a time, Harish, we're given to understand that another plea has also now been filed in the court. We'll try and come back to you, Harish, but we're just shifting focus now, and more breaking news is now coming in. This is vis-a-vis the Sidhu Moosewala murder that took place yesterday, and Times now has accessed exclusive details of in the way in which this investigation is being carried on. We're given to understand that Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang that is under the scanner that had claimed responsibility, police are now closer to tracking them down. 2 cars, 2 vehicles, in fact, have been tracked down by the police, in which associates and aides of Lawrence Bishnoi are present, is what we're given to understand. They will, of course, be taken into custody, and their interrogation is going to be extremely key in joining the dots as to what exactly transpired what went behind Sidhu Moosewala's broad daylight murder yesterday. Remember, the Punjabi singer and Congress leader was killed yesterday in Punjab. It is an inter-gang rivalry, is what the Punjab police had said yesterday as well, and the investigation is now headed in that particular direction. The latest that Times Now has accessed as far as the investigation goes is that 2 suspected vehicles have now been apprehended by the police. Abhishek, my colleague, is now joining us for more on this. Abhishek, और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं आप हमें?
देखिए, जो जानकारी आ रही है, जो हमारे मजबूत सोर्स बताते हैं, उनके हिसाब से ये बहुत बड़ी खबर है। उत्तराखंड में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के कुछ लोगों को पकड़ा गया है और ये पहली बार नहीं है। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के गैंग के अभी कुछ दिनों पहले भी एक गुर्गा पकड़ा गया था जो काफी बड़ा इनामी बदमाश था। और आज जो कार्रवाई हुई है, इस एसटीएफ को जो उनके मजबूत सोर्सेज ने जो जानकारी दी थी कि एक पंजाब से गाड़ियां आ रही हैं, उसमें कुछ बदमाश हो सकते हैं, और इन्हीं जानकारियों के साथ एसटीएफ ने जब इन लोगों से पूछताछ और धर दबोचा, उसके बाद बड़ी घटना जो सामने निकल के आ रही है, वो जो सोर्सेज के आधार पर हम जो पुष्ट अभी नहीं हो पाई है, पुलिस ने कोई पुष्ट नहीं किया है, लेकिन जो सोर्स बताते हैं, हमारे पुलिसिया सोर्स जो हैं, वो बता रहे हैं कि ये एक बड़ी घटना को अंजाम देके पंजाब की तरफ से आ रहे थे। ये चीजें सामने निकल के आ रही हैं और यही माना जा रहा है कि ये वही अपराधी लोग हैं, ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने इस कल जो पंजाबी सिंगर थे उनकी हत्या में ये शामिल रहे हैं। अब अभी तक पुलिस कुछ भी कैमरे पे बोलने के लिए तैयार नहीं है और कोई भी सूचना देने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, लेकिन जो सोर्सेज हैं, जो पंजाब नंबर की ये गाड़ियां पकड़ी गई हैं, ये अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां करती हैं। और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जैसे अपराधी का नाम इसमें कहीं ना कहीं आना अपने आप में बड़ी खबर हो जाता है।
बिश्नोई गैंग ने रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी क्लेम की थी कल अबाउट दिस एंटायर थिंग. Gang rivalry is what the Punjab police, the Punjab top cop had also come out and spoken of yesterday when they did that press conference. This development now coming to the fore from Dehradun, from where Abhishek is getting us the very latest as far as what is transpired there now. But Abhishek, हमको ये भी जानकारी दीजिएगा कि पंजाब से देहरादून तक पुलिस कैसे पहुंची? What went on behind that investigation?
देखिए, मैं इसमें आपको एक चीज खुल के बता दूं कि ये जो घटना है, अभी कुछ दिनों पहले लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का एक और गुर्गा यहाँ से पकड़ा गया था, जिसके बाद जो पुलिस के हाथों जो सोर्सेस थे लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग को पकड़ने के, वो उसी एक सोर्स ने ये जानकारी दी थी पुलिस को कि इस तरह की 2 गाड़ियां उत्तराखंड में प्रवेश कर रही हैं, जिसके बाद एसटीएफ ने अपना नेटवर्क बिछाकर इन गाड़ियों को मौके से पकड़ लिया। जैसे ही उन्होंने उत्तराखंड में एंट्री करी, उन गाड़ियों को पकड़ लिया।
now be a breakthrough as far as the murder investigation into Sidhu Moosewala is concerned. For the moment, Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. A quick break on this edition. Back in just 2 minutes.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
A very good afternoon. You're watching Times Now Live Wire with me, Sidhu Moosewala. And well, the district judge has begun hearing the Gyanvapi issue. We get you non-stop live updates coming in on that. First up, these are the top headlines we're tracking this afternoon. Canada-based gangster Goldie Barar and Lawrence Bishnoi take responsibility for murder. Cops say killing is result of inter-gang rivalry. 6 detailed. Moosewala's Thar bears evidence of the ferocity of the assault with holes punched from hail of bullets. Another CCTV footage captures multiple gunshots rending the air. Moosewala's father details how his son was ambushed by assailants in 3 vehicles after he left security behind. It's a Times Now exclusive. Opposition alleges downgrade of Moosewala's security made him a sitting duck. Punjab Chief Minister orders judicial probe into murder and security downgrade. Congress workers and Moosewala supporters protest in Punjab, Delhi and Jammu against the Aam Aadmi Party government. AAP accuses Congress of politics over murder. Varanasi court hearing on maintainability plea underway. Muslim side maintains that survey report should not be made public. Court to give survey video copies to both sides. Varanasi fast-track court reserves order on plea for ownership and prayers at Mahadev Shivling found at Gyanvapi Mosque complex. Dissent breaks out in Congress over Rajya Sabha picks. Leaders claim outsiders and loyalists given preference over sons of soil and deserving leaders. Prime Minister Modi announces 4,000 rupees monthly assistance for COVID orphans. Other benefits such as health cover and loans for higher education announced too. Farmer leader Rakesh Tikait attacked with black ink during a function to revive farm protests at Bengaluru. Good afternoon. Well, we start with the latest as far as the Gyanvapi mosque hearing is concerned. Now, remember, the district judge has already begun hearing the case, and the Muslim side has now continued with its arguments. Now, remember, on the 26th, that is the last time the hearing was underway, the Muslim side could not conclude with its arguments, and so the arguments are continuing for the second day today after 4 days. Now, let me quickly go across to Amir as the fight for Gyanvapi truth intensifies. with the district court hearing the maintainability of the plea by 5 Hindu women seeking permission for daily worship of the Shringar Gauri Sthal in Kashi Vishwanath Temple Complex. Amir, now, what can you tell us? We've seen aggressive arguments come to light from the Muslim side, and this could perhaps take a few days given the kind of arguments that need to be presented overall. What more can you tell us about the latest?
Well, that's right. You see, there are 3-4 main points pertaining to today's hearing. One, of course, that the Muslim side is continuing its arguments as far as the maintainability of the petition in light of the 1991 Places of Worship Act is concerned. Second, the court will today decide whether actually, in fact, the court had earlier appointed today as the day when all the evidences that have been found out in the survey that had been conducted in early and mid-May, whether it has to be handed over to both the sides, the Hindu sides as well as Muslim side councils or not. The Muslim side, of course, is against the handing over of the videography and photography and other evidences, because it says then it will come into the public domain and have a bearing on the manner in which the course, in which the case gets heard within the court as well. As far as the Hindu side is concerned, their focus remains on ensuring that since they believe the object that has been found out in the middle of the wuzu khana is actually a shivling, their focus remains on asking for permission, court's permission for worshipping the deity there, for worshipping the shivling there, and therefore they say the access should be provided to them as far as the Gyanvapi complex is concerned. There are other allied petitions as well, wherein the Hindu side is definitely asking for permission to either sift through the debris that has been found out from the underground cellars, as well as removal of the wall between the Nandi and the wuzu khana on one side, because it says that they both are actually connected. And now there are various petitions that have been put forward before the court as far as allowing Hindu side access to the Kashi Vishwanath, access to the Gyanvapi complex. And also there are petitions that in fact go on to say that Muslims should be denied entry inside the Gyanvapi mosque complex because it is the Hindu deity that has been found there, and therefore Hindus have a right to go ahead and worship it. So a number of petitions filed before the court, but primarily only 2 points that are coming up today. First, the arguments will continue as far as the Muslim side is concerned about maintainability of the Hindu side petition. And the other point definitely pertains to handing over of videographic and photographic evidence to both sides that perhaps will get all of what has happened during the survey into the public domain.
Yes, absolutely. So before I go across to Harish, let me also bring in Akanksha, who's joining us and tracking the latest from inside the court. As Akanksha, we're also being told that the Muslim side has made reference to the Deen Muhammad case of the 1937, in which it was decided on how much area is the property of the mosque and how much is the property of the temple. So they're going down to the basics now. What more can you tell us about the latest arguments being presented, Akanksha?
Well, definitely, I'm outside the courtroom where the hearing is currently underway, and the media is not allowed beyond the police barricade. What we've come to know through the sources is that Muslim side is currently presenting the arguments. They are reading out paragraph after paragraph from the lawsuit. Now, if you remember, they have challenged the maintainability of the lawsuit filed by the Hindu side, and they are currently saying in the court that it is barred under the Places of Worship Act. Just now they were reading out paragraph number 21 from the lawsuit, which alludes to Deen Muhammad case of 1937. If I read out that paragraph to you, the Hindu side has written that in paragraph 16, the Honorable Court has held that the property in suit was not a vast property. So this is what the Muslim side is opposing in the court right now. We'll later know what exactly their arguments were, but at this point, only 47 people are allowed inside the court, all of them counsels and litigants. Last time the Muslim side had argued for 2 straight hours, during which they had questioned the maintainability. They had said that the Hindu side does not have any evidence to support the plea, and also that there are various contradictions in their lawsuit. So currently, paragraphs after paragraphs are being read by the Muslim side. Last time they had read only till 12 paragraphs, but now today we are expecting that at least 30 to 36 paragraphs will be heard. There are in total of 56 paragraphs in the lawsuit. Other than that, I must tell you that a new plea has been filed by the Hindu organization Kendriya Brahman Mahasabha in the civil court of Varanasi, seeking worshipping rights of shivling recovered from the Gyanvapi.
Yes, so a new plea that has now been filed. A new Hindu organization has now moved the Varanasi court and once again sought worshipping rights of shivling that has been recovered in the Gyanvapi mosque. Let me bring in Harish on that note. Harish, we've been discussing through the course of the last few days how the Places of Worship Act 1991 has been mentioned by the Muslim side. Once again, in today's argument as well, we saw how they highlighted that point, in fact spoke of the paragraph 17th of the lawsuit filed by the Hindu side and spoke of how this is in contention to the 1991 Places of Worship Act. Can you throw some light on that, Harish?
Yes, in fact, as we all know, even from the right from the inception, the right to the places of worship has been at the crux of this entire episode. While the Muslim side, that is the Anjuman Intizamiya, contends that the plea filed by the 5 women Hindu devotees is in violation of the Places of Worship Act and is barred by Places of Worship Act. The Hindu side contends that in fact this particular complex, that is the Kashi Vishwanath and Gyanvapi complex, comes under the exceptions under the Places of Worship Act and comes under the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 1958. They also contend that even the religious character of this Gyanvapi complex is that of a temple, given the fact that there are several idols and murals, Hindu idols and murals of Ma Sringar Gauri, Lord Ganesh, Lord Hanuman, Lord Vishnu, and also Nandi. And also they contend that that even the architecture and several objects found during the survey from the Gyanvapi complex is unique to a Hindu temple. So they say that even the religious structure, even the religious character of this disputed structure is that of a temple. So the the Places of Worship Act will not be applicable to this whole dispute. But the Muslim side once again contends that even the Supreme Court had once again several times upheld the validity of Places of Worship Act, including in the Ayodhya case where a bench led by then Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi had held that Places of Worship Act is a legislative instrument aimed at preserving the secular character of the country, which is the basic structure of the constitution. And they also, the Muslim Masjid side also reminds the Varanasi district judge that even the Ayodhya judgment had said that historical wrongs cannot be remedied by people by taking law into their hands. So these are some of the several arguments being made in the during the hearing, and as my colleague Akanksha has reported, even Muslim side had also made reference to the Deen Dayal Mohammed case of 1937, in which it was decided on how much area is the property of the mosque and how much is the property of the temple. And once again Muslim side is opposing the paragraph from the Hindu lawsuit which states that property was not a waqf property. So Muslim side has once again come to the Places of Worship Act also. They also contend that this suit should be dismissed at the threshold because of its maintainability. It cannot be maintained, it cannot be admitted at all, given the fact that it is in violation of the Places of Worship Act. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Harish. We'll keep coming back to you. But for the moment, quickly bringing in our guest joining us this afternoon, Namit Saxena, advocate on record Supreme Court, is with us. Anurag Naidu, author from Bengaluru, is also joining us live. Also, Sajid Rashidi, president of All India Imam Association, is live with us this afternoon. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen. We also have, I believe, advocate Ehtisham Hashmi. And first to you, Namit Saxena, what do you make of the kind of arguments that are being presented by the Muslim side? Once again, we've seen them talk about the 1991 Places of Worship Act and how the maintainability plea, at least an aspect of it, can be seen in violation of the Places of Worship Act.
Yeah, I don't see, that why 1991 Act, how 1991 Act is applicable at all once. Because 1991 Act completely works or functions in a different footing. There has to be some permanency attached on that religious character to a particular place, and there has to be conversion, which is something which should be irreversible in nature. So there is no question, because there is a suit for right to continuous worship. So there is, applicable to 1991 at all once. Second, even assuming that this act is applicable, under Section 4, Clause 3, Clause A, there is an exemption card drafted out for sites which are covered under the Ancient Monuments Act of 1958. So anyhow, the site, this particular site is exempt from it. That act has no applicability. So the application under Order 7 Rule 11, if it's solely based on the 1991 Act, then that application deserves to be dismissed, because this act does not per se preclude the plaint. So plaint cannot be rejected only on the strength of the 1991 Act, in my view.
Absolutely. And Sajid Rashidi, to that, when the Supreme Court also earlier on, when it asked the district judge to take over the case, said that, when we talk about the survey to ascertain the religious character of the place of worship not being in violation of the 1991 Places of Worship Act, then why is it that the Muslim side is resorting to this argument every now and then? Why can't we wait?
देखिए, हमें सबसे पहले ये समझना पड़ेगा कि ये कानून हमें क्या बताता है और कानून है क्या। 1991 जो वर्शिप एक्ट है, इसका सेक्शन 3 ये कहता है कि किसी भी रिलीजियस प्लेस की आप कैरेक्टर को चेंज नहीं कर सकते, थोड़ा सा भी चेंज नहीं कर सकते। पूरा चेंज करना तो बहुत अलग बात है, थोड़ा सा भी चेंज नहीं कर सकते। और इसका सेक्शन 4(2) ये कहता है कि उसके खिलाफ अगर कोई कानूनी याचिका दायर है पहले से, तो उसको ख़त्म कर दिया जाएगा और नई कोई याचिका उसमें नहीं लगाई जा सकती। और सेक्शन 3 में एक और क्लॉज है, उसमें क्लॉज में लिखा गया है कि अगर ये भी साबित हो जाए कि किसी दूसरे मजहबी इबादतगाह को तोड़कर ये इबादतगाह बनाई गई है, तो भी इसका कैरेक्टर चेंज नहीं किया जा सकता।
रशीदी साहब, कैरेक्टर चेंज करने की तो बात अभी हो ही नहीं रही है ना, उस मुद्दे पर अभी हम पहुंचे ही नहीं है। वो अभी कोर्ट इस मैटर के बारे में कोई रूलिंग नहीं दे रहा है, तो हम
हो गया चेंज, कैरेक्टर चेंज हो गया।
कैरेक्टर चेंज करने की बात नहीं हो रही है अभी कोर्ट बोल रहे हैं। टॉप कोर्ट ने भी ये बोला है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट बोल रहा है कि अगर सर्वे कंडक्ट किया जा रहा है टू असर्टेन, एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए कि उसका रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर क्या था, उसमें क्या दिक्कत है?
आप मुझे ये बताइए, सेशन कोर्ट ने जो आनन फानन में बगैर रिपोर्ट सबमिट किए वजू खाने को बंद कर दिया, लॉक कर दिया, तो ये कैरेक्टर चेंज करने वाली बात है कि नहीं है? और जब रिपोर्ट से पहले ये कह दिया गया कि बाबा आ गए और शिवलिंग साबित करने के लिए सारी हिंदू तंजीमें लगी हुई हैं, तो ये कैरेक्टर चेंज करने वाली तो बात है।
मैटर इज इन द कोर्ट्स राइट नाउ,
एक झूठ और फैलाया जा रहा है।
विद द एविडेंस इज समथिंग दैट नीड्स टू बी लुक्ड एट। इसीलिए जो भी कोर्ट ने अभी तक बोला है कि ये वाला एरिया सील किया जाएगा, क्योंकि अभी मैटर कोर्ट में है। आई एम गोइंग टू आस्क यू जेंटलमैन टू वेट विद दैट थॉट। वी आर गोइंग टू गो अक्रॉस टू अदर गेस्ट्स एज वेल। फॉर द मोमेंट वी नीड टू स्लिप इन अ वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक हियर। स्टे विद अस।
Times now. Action begins here.
good afternoon. We continue getting you non-stop updates. We're tracking as far as the hearing by the district judge in the Gyanvapi case is concerned. Now, remember, the original maintainability plea is up for hearing today. Let me go across to our guests who continue to stay with us patiently on this broadcast this afternoon. Anurag Naidu, if I could come to you next. There's so much talk going on about the Places of Worship Act 1991, and we've seen the Muslim side invoke it once again in today's arguments. But as for what has been said so far is concerned, now remember, there are a lot of parallel claims that are being made by them. The Muslim side is also not very keen in making the contents of the videography and the photographs public. Neither are they interested in, the shivling narrative that is being peddled by the Hindu side, as they are calling it, because they're saying this is creating public disturbance. Now, what do you make of these kind of developments taking place? Is this just a narrative being peddled to make sure that, there is some sort of weightage that is constantly coming in for the Muslim side?
No, absolutely, the narratives are being peddled, but with all due respect to our Muslims brother who are also fighting for their cause, and I think let us all give it to an unprecedented contest, and a very peaceful one this time in the court, and both the sides putting up points on the merit. But I think 1991 Worship Act is itself a very sticky wicket. Now, what happened? The choice of the issue taken by Muslims brother is itself wrong, because when it comes to the Gyanvapi case as a specific, and I'm not taking any parallel or reference to our Ayodhya matter or Mathura, I'll come to that later. But when it comes to Gyanvapi, we all know that there's solid evidence of the presence of shivling in the Vazukhana. Not only that, there is a strong evidence of thousands of pictures of gods and goddesses. There is a Shringar Gauri temple inside. So these claims are substantially big. So what it makes this issue far more important than just a shivling, and far more important than just a Worship Act 1991. Particularly after the Supreme Court has said ascertainment of religious character is not wrong. And somebody in our panel just said that, the character is being changed. I see that as an intimidation, and we should censor people like them, because nothing of that kind is happening. So what he's trying to do here, he's trying to create instability in the society, which was otherwise running very peaceful. We are having debates in such a peace and coordination, and we are all agreeing to the fact, by and large, that Hindus were persecuted all these years. 40,000 temples were brought down. So we have substantial claims. And what are Hindus claiming here? We are not claiming that the mosque should be brought down and the temple should be built. All that we are claiming is, give us a right to worship. Can't we have the highest standards of secularism in the world, where Hindus and Muslims worship in the same corridor? That's the whole point about. So the Hindus have also evolved. It is not, and people trying to connect it with Ayodhya or Mathura, and now some plea is coming up in Mangalore. This is nothing but the act of intimidation and the act of, inciting emotional, battles, which never existed. Now the India that we are seeing, both the sides is putting up a spirited battle, and I think there is more than what meets the eye. Let us wait for the court to give a hearing, and I think maintainability of the suit is the most important thing. And I see that the legal system is really moving in the right direction.
If we go by the latest arguments, quick update before we go across to Ihtisham Hashmi. Paragraph 22 of the Hindu lawsuit is being opposed by the Muslim side right now, and we continue putting out all those breaking news updates on our screens. But Ihtisham Hashmi, as far as the evidences that have come to light, and what was put out by Times Now as well, of the kind of traces of the Hindu temple that were recovered in the survey, also videos, some of those that were accessed by our channel, it is clear that there is something that needs to be looked at in detail. So why are we not waiting for the courts to hear both the sides out, to look at the survey report in detail and come out with a ruling? Why are we going about with these kind of narratives to invoke and instigate? Mr. Hashmi, I believe you're on mute. If you could just unmute yourself, please. We'll reconnect with Mr. Ihtisham Hashmi, but yes, those are some of the experts and their take on what's happening in the court and the developments taking place. The Muslim side continues with its argument as far as the maintainability plea is concerned, the original one. Times Now gets you non-stop live updates. Stay on with us, slipping to a very short break here for the moment.
times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया, या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए। तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में, ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बात थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीड
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde. And the fight for the Gyanvapi truth is intensifying with the district court hearing the maintainability of a plea that was filed by 5 Hindu women seeking permission for daily worship of the Shingar Gauri shrine in the Gyanvapi complex. Now, the Muslim side is putting forth its argument. They say that this plea is not even tenable because the Places of Worship Act of 1991 prohibits the conversion of any place of worship. The Muslim side is asserting that the act mandates the maintenance of the religious character of any place of worship as it existed on 15th of August 1947. Now, the district court will also pass an order regarding whether or not the video proof of the survey that was conducted by the advocate commissioners, will that be made public or will it only be given to the petitioners as the Muslim side wants? Amit and Harish, my colleagues, now join us from Varanasi, from on ground there. That hearing is still on and we're getting news that is trickling in from inside. Harish, what's the latest that you can tell us about what's happening in court? It's been about an hour and a half since it began.
Yes, that's right, Poonam. Now half an hour, I think in just a half an hour session remains today because normally the court rises around 4 o'clock. so now the argument on the maintainability is still continuing. The latest update is that Muslim side is opposing paragraph from the Hindu law suit which states that property was not a work property. Paragraph 22 of the Hindu law suit is being opposed by Muslim side right now. In fact, this paragraph very significantly refers to the Uttar Pradesh Kashi Vishwanath Temple Act 1983, which the Hindu side says recognizes the right of Hindus to worship the Jyotirlinga, including all subordinate temples, shrines, sub-shrines, and the asthan of all other images and deities, mandaps, wells, tanks, etc. So the very important argument being made here by the Muslim side, they are opposing the being opposed. The para refers to UP Kashi Vishwanath Temple Act. So the arguments are continuing, but half an hour remains for today's hearing to end. So we'll have to wait for 2 very important orders. We'll have to watch out whether today the district judge is take a decision regarding handing over of the CDs or pen drives which carry 1,500 photos and the around 17 videos of 10-hour duration to the parties. Remember, but there was stiff opposition from one of the Hindu side and also
on Thursday is when the Muslim side had filed this petition in court where they said, Amir, that the access should be restricted, that only the petitioners, only the stakeholders in this case be handed over that proof of the survey, so to say, and not be made public and given it to the media. We still are yet to hear as far as any development on that front is concerned, because in the last 1.5 hours, Amir, the only discussion that has happened in court is about the maintainability of the plea.
Well, yes, that's right, Poonam. Most of the discussion that we've heard from inside the courtroom pertains only to the Muslim side arguments as far as the maintainability of the petition under, as seen with the 1991 Places of Worship Act is concerned. And therefore, there has been no time when this issue of the records, the videographic and photographic records being handed over to both sides is concerned. So there's been no discussion on that front as of now, but we do believe that when the court rises, when it calls it a day today, sometime around 4 p.m., perhaps this issue will be raised by both the sides, because remember, while the Hindu side is Hindu side actually wants the court to hand over all such photographic and videographic evidences, the Muslim side is dead against it, and therefore, when the Hindu side raises this question before end of day, the Muslim side is bound to, oppose it, and therefore the court will finally have to take a stand on where, what it sees as regards this issue is concerned.
Right.
So perhaps, within half an hour from now, we'll get to know what exactly the court decides on that front. As far as the arguments from the Muslim side is concerned, paragraph number 22 or 23 is being argued upon right now. There are 56 such points, 56 such paragraphs, and therefore the Muslim side arguments are bound to not conclude today. This will continue for at least 2 to 3 more sittings that will be granted by the court ahead. And therefore, most important aspect will be whether the videographic and photographic evidences are being handed over to the concerned petitioners, and also
that
whether
perhaps
they actually
will be the last order of business the court takes up today before they rise for the day. Whether or not that happens, you of course will be keeping an eye out. Do stay on with me, Harish and Amir, because Namit Saxena, advocate on record of the Supreme Court, now joins us on this broadcast. Author Anurag Naidu is also with us. Advocate Esham Hashmi, a political analyst and a lawyer as well, joins us, and so does Sajid Rashidi, who is the president of the All India Imam Association. And Sajid Rashidi, I want to ask you first. Why restrict access? The survey is done. What was seen was seen. The Muslim side has been claiming that whatever was seen has nothing to do with any sort of shivling. It is just a fountain. The fact that there might have been motives that were seen is nothing new. You'd find such in several other mosques across the country as well. Then why this plea to restrict the access? Why not make it public?
कि एक चीज़ आप समझिए कि सेशन कोर्ट ने सर्वे कराना कोई बुरी बात नहीं है, लेकिन सेशन कोर्ट ने जिस तरह से सर्वे के ऊपर विदाउट सबमिट रिपोर्ट के जिस तरह से एक्शन लिया है और वज़ू खाने को बंद करने का काम किया है, ये इनलीगल है। ये कहीं ना कहीं 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट का खुला उल्लंघन है। आप ये देखिए, दीन मोहम्मद के केस में जो 1937 में आया था, उसमें साफ लिखा है जजमेंट में कि ये प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ हनफी की है, वक्फ हनफी की प्रॉपर्टी है। और कोर्ट ने लिखा है कि सालों साल से यहाँ नमाज होती आई है, और कोर्ट ने ये भी लिखा है कि साल में एक बार यहाँ उर्स भी होता है। तो ये वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है, इसको डिनाई नहीं किया जा सकता। दूसरे ये कि राजेंद्र महंत राजेंद्र त्यागी जो हैं, जो पूर्व महंत थे वहाँ के, उनका साफ कहना है कि ये वज़ू खाना हम बहुत पहले से देखते आए हैं और नंदी की स्थापना उसके बाद में हुई है। तो नंदी की स्थापना जब बाद में हुई है तो फिर शिवलिंग कैसे हो गया वहाँ पर? भूषण पांडे एक महंत हैं, वो भी कहते हैं कि हमें बचपन देखा है इस मस्जिद के अंदर, बचपन में हम खेले कूदे हैं, हमें तो कभी कोई शिवलिंग नजर नहीं आया। दूसरे ये है, आप ये बताइए, रिपोर्ट सबमिट होने से पहले ये कैसे प्रूफ हो गया कि ये शिवलिंग है? जब तक कोर्ट का जजमेंट नहीं आया, जब तक सर्वे रिपोर्ट सबमिट नहीं हुई, जब तक इस पर कोई आर्गुमेंट नहीं हुआ, तो ये कैसे कह दिया गया कि बाबा मिल गए? उसके बाद देखिए कि जब कॉरिडोर निकला है बनारस से, 286 मंदिरों को तोड़ा गया, 286 शिवलिंग जो है उनका अपमान किया गया, उनको खंडित किया गया। उस पर कोई महंत बात नहीं करता, उस पर कोई हिंदू तंजीम बात नहीं करती, उस पर कोई हिंदू वकील बात नहीं करता। क्यों नहीं करता भाई? अगर सरकार खंडित कर रही है शिवलिंगों को, तो उस पर तो आप बात नहीं करेंगे, चूंकि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है। और आप बार बार ये इल्जाम लगाते हैं कि मुगलों ने जो है, मुगलों ने मंदिरों को तोड़ा है। अरे भाई, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 286 मंदिर तोड़े हैं। अगर मुगल आक्रांता है तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी तो आक्रांता हो गए ना।
Selective is what the allegation is. Anurag Naidu, before I come to you and let you interject or respond to what Sajid Rashidi was saying, I just want to get a quick update that's coming from the court for our viewers. The latest is that the Muslim side is now contesting the claim by the Hindu side that the worshippers have the right to perform puja at the Shringar Gauri shrine or even darshan there. The fact that they should not be allowed access to this particular shrine is something that the Muslim side has been contesting on. And Anurag Naidu, even as the hearing is on, even as the judiciary is doing its job, all of this is just selective. You're just trying to open a Pandora's box and try to create an issue where there is none, is what the allegation is.
Was no issue. Why would the courts, including the Supreme Court, waste their valuable time in arguing and hearing the matters? The matter doesn't stop here. There's more than what meets the eye. That's what I'm telling. The gentleman who just spoke before me is again trying to intimidate by saying what? Prime Minister Narendra Modi broke the temples. Do you have any evidence on what basis, whether it was really broken or it was restructured or it was, it is not like India has the largest number of temple in the world. But the point here is certain temples are of extremely high religious importance. Ayodhya, Mathura, Kashi, you cannot, there is no parallel to these temples. And this was also said by a lot of leaders. Uma Bharti ji said a couple of days back, why we are fighting so fiercely for these temples is this holds a very different level of religious importance in our culture. Now what they're trying to do, they're again trying to point at 1991 Worship Act. When what happened very beautifully is it's a lesson to all the, the other side who are competing. Devkinandan Thakurji went to the court challenging section 2, 3 and 4 of the 1991 Act. So in and all, when you actually go to 1991 Act, you are going to actually challenge the constitutional validity of the 1991 Act. And God forbid, I'm telling you, this is not going to lead you anywhere. What is going to lead you somewhere is to have a peaceful agreement. And again, please don't refer to a real estate again and again. It is not a matter of real estate. It is not a matter of encroachment. It is a matter of
faith for a lot of Hindus, specifically this particular site. It's sacred to the Hindu religion is what the faithfuls believe, and that is why they are staking claim to that, and not just because it's any temple that they would like to stake claim to. Before I get in my other guests, I just want to get in a quick word from Harish, who's reporting from outside the court. What's the latest you've gathered, Harish?
Yes, Poonam, the latest is that Muslim side is now, in fact, contesting the claim by the Hindu side that the worshippers of Lord Shiva have right to perform puja and darshan of the shrines, sub-shrines, asthan and images of deities and mandaps, including the shrines of goddess Shringar Gauri. So, in fact, the Madhu side is challenging the validity of the Kashi Vishwanath Act 1983, passed by the government in 1983. By the UP government. So arguments are still on. Right. But now, since Poonam, just 15 minutes remain for today's proceedings, so all eyes will be on the court because the court will rule on whether
what comes out of court. We will, of course, be coming back to you and Amir for the very latest. I request Namit Saxena and Ehtisham Hashmi also, who've been patiently waiting, to stay on with us for just a bit. We're slipping into a quick break, but we'll be back in just 2 minutes. Gentlemen, don't go anywhere.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as host silent.
Welcome back. The Varanasi District Court is hearing the Gyanvapi case, whether or not the petition of the Hindu petitioners to worship at the Shringar Gauri shrine is even maintainable. The arguments are being made on that. And Harish Nair, who's reporting from outside the District Court in Varanasi, is now joining us live, getting us the very latest. It's about 15 minutes on the clock, Harish, until the bench actually rises for the day. When is it that the court goes on vacation? Because the Hindu side has been claiming that this is just a tactic to delay the entire process by the Muslim side, where they get into every minute detail and every minute argument in court, just so the Hindu side does not get the opportunity before the court goes on vacation.
Yes, that's right, Poonam. This is the contention being made because there are in fact 57 paras in the Hindu side's plaint, and even now the hearing is just meandering towards the para number 20, which means that
We're shifting focus from that to another big breaking news that we have access for you here on Times Now, and this is about the investigation in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. Up until now, we gave you details of the illegal arms that were recovered or that were used on Sidhu Moosewala and the two others that he was travelling with. But now Times Now has accessed this video which shows a pistol that is recovered from Sidhu Moosewala's car. So there were arms in the Thar vehicle that Sidhu Moosewala and two of his associates were travelling in as well. This is the video after the attack where you see the policemen on scene. There is a pistol. There you see it, a pistol that is being recovered from that particular car, from near the passenger seat, from near the driver's seat, I beg your pardon. One of the policemen fetches that pistol, hands it over to another policeman. That, of course, is going to be evidence, crucial evidence at that, piecing together what exactly transpired, who this gun belongs to, whether or not it was even licensed or not. All of that is now part of investigation. All of those questions will be answered during the course of the investigation. But for now, we've accessed these exclusive visuals for you. Gurpreet is with me for more on this. Now, Gurpreet, up until now, we knew that only the other side had sophisticated arms, illegal ones, those that were used on Sidhu Moosewala and his associates. But now we're given to understand that the Punjabi singer, who unfortunately didn't survive that attack, was not unarmed either.
Well, what we have learned from the police sources, the police say he was having a weapon and he was always carrying his weapon. And this is a part of investigation. As of now, the police did not want to reveal much about this thing, but the video, the picture which we are showing to our viewers, it clearly indicated that one weapon was inside the vehicle. That means it might be possible he was carrying that weapon at that point of time when he was going to somewhere and when he was attacked. At the same time, the police say that they are trying to go for the multiple investigation to multiple investigation to find out what was the reason and what was this weapon. This video which we are showing to our viewers, it is clearly depicting the whole picture that this is the real story which the police was investigating at this point of time. Right. So all these angles are being probed by the police. So.
We've lost that line with my colleague Gurpreet, who's getting us the details of that investigation. But these are exclusive visuals on your screens, viewers, that Times Now has accessed for you. That is the car of Sidhu Moosewala in which he was killed, where about 30 to 40 rounds were fired. He was ambushed. Two of his associates are also critically injured now. They are in a Ludhiana hospital. But this is a video which proves that Sidhu Moosewala wasn't unarmed either. At least one firearm was recovered from the scene, from inside his car, from near the driver's seat, in fact. Whether or not this is a licensed firearm, whether it was registered to Sidhu Moosewala or not, all of that needs to be investigated. And the police are on the job. Gurpreet, I believe, is now back with us. Gurpreet, have you been able to speak to your sources within the Punjab police? Have they been able to ascertain whether this is a licensed firearm? Did it belong to Sidhu Moosewala or it's an illegal weapon?
Well, we tried to talk to the top officer of this Mansa police. They say, yes, of course, they had recovered one weapon from inside the vehicle, but that was not loaded. That is one of the major question at this point of time. When he was carrying that weapon, why it was not loaded? This is the part of investigation. They say what we have learned from the initial investigation, Sidhu Moosewala was having the licensed weapon. He was carrying that licensed weapon because he was continuously getting threats from various gangsters, and he was getting calls for the ransom, and so many times he had already applied these details to the police officer. So initially what they have learned that he was carrying weapons with him. So now it's a part of investigation. We were trying to talk to the multiple police officers to understand whether this was licensed or not licensed, but they are not revealing any information as of now. We have seen they are trying to get all the dots connected so that investigation could be taken next step, and they will be able to find out, because one side we have seen the multiple fires had been fired from the attacker side, the shooter side, and the other side, if this weapon was being carried, was there any retaliation? Was there any fire from Sidhu Moosewala side? That is the part of investigation. These all CCTV camera footage which we have procured and which we are showing to our viewers at this point of time, it is depicting the picture that of one weapon which the Punjab police people, cops, they had recovered from inside the vehicle. That had become a part of investigation. So let's do them in investigation to find out. We have to wait and watch officially once there is a confirmation whether this weapon belongs to Sidhu Moosewala or somebody else, and it might be possible that attackers and shooters could have left that weapon there. So it's a part of investigation. As
Right, all of that is part of investigation now and needs to be ascertained. Do stay on with me, because even as the investigation is gathering steam in this, the hearing in the Punjab and Haryana High Court is also underway. We're given to understand that the High Court has pulled up the Aam Aadmi Party government now over the leak of the document that revealed the details of all 400 people whose security was either downgraded or withdrawn. Sidhu Moosewala was one of them. The Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, had gone on to boast about the fact that they had reduced security of VVIPs, and those policemen would now be made available to the common man. That is now being questioned, and the AAP government has now been pulled up by the High Court.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला की जो हत्या हुई है उसका हमें बहुत दुख है। भगवान उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे। मेरा तो देखिए सभी पार्टियों से ये आग्रह है कि इतनी दुखद घटना पे राजनीति नहीं की जाए। पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी ने बिल्कुल स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा है कि जो भी इस कार्रवाई के पीछे हैं उन पे सख्त से सख्त एक्शन लिया जाएगा, किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट पॉसिबल एक्शन कल्प्रिट्स पे लिया जाएगा। कुछ गैंग्स ने इसका जिम्मेदारी भी ली है, और इस प्रकार की गैंग वॉर्स को पंजाब से पूरी तरह से ख़त्म करने की जिम्मेदारी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने।
Now, Gurpreet, the Aam Aadmi Party is under extreme fire, not just from its political opponents about the publicity stunt or what the opposition is calling this entire issue, but now the High Court has also pulled them up and asking them very pertinent questions as to how the document, a secret government document about security being withdrawn or downgraded of prominent personalities, was put out in public domain.
Well, yes, of course, it's a big jolt to the Aam Aadmi Party government, and specifically if we can talk about Punjab and Haryana High Court, some of the petitioners, especially when the security had cut down, one of the Akali MLAs, he has already approached the Honorable Court saying that the security which has been withdrawn, his life is under threat, and now the court had taken very, very seriously. It has taken cognizance saying and pulling up the government saying on what basis you have withdrawn the security and why this whole list has been leaked from the government. Here, the High Court has also pulled up the government saying that there is a need to bring a clarification on the table or whether this list was leaked by the government or somebody had got from the RTI. So all these points are raised by the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and now the government will give a response to the court. But one thing is very clear, the court has taken this matter is very, very seriously, because Sidhu Moosewala has lost his life because of the security withdrawn a few days back, and the list had become in a public domain. And after that, everybody knows Sidhu Moosewala was having only 2 gunmen, and it seems that the way the gangster has executed the whole plan, they had changed. Now, keeping in view of all these circumstances, the High Court had taken a cognizance, and the petitioner has already got a relief from the court, and the High Court had given a direction to Punjab Police to provide adequate security. Whatever security he was carrying earlier, that should be provided to the petitioner. So let's see that how the government is going to react on this thing. But today, if we can see, the High Court has taken it very, very seriously, and the government has to give in writing what was the reason and what prompted them to leak this list, because it's a total secret list. If you are going to withdraw anybody's security, that
absolutely. So the political fight is escalating. The investigation is gathering steam, and now the case is in the Punjab and Haryana High Court as well. Times Now is keeping a track of all the developments on all those fronts as far as the Sidhu Moosewala murder case is concerned. Gurpreet, do stay on with us. We're slipping into a quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Times Now. Action begins here.
afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde, and the focus at this hour comes from Varanasi, where the fast-track court is all set to give its order on the petition that was filed by Karan Singh, who is an International General Secretary of the Vishwa Vedic Sanatan Sangh. Now, this petition demands a ban on entry of Muslims in the premises and handing over the complex of the Gyanvapi mosque to Hindus. Another application was filed seeking permission to conduct regular prayers at the shivling-like structure that was found in the Wuzu Khana. The fast-track court is hearing this particular case. The hearing concluded about a short while ago. Both sides made their arguments. At 4 p.m. is when the order is expected, and my colleagues on ground are getting us the very latest. Now, the mosque side or the Muslim side has been contesting that there is absolutely no proof that this is a shivling. It is, in fact, a fountain, and which is why you cannot change the character of this place of worship. That is the contention of the Muslim side, and any time now is when we are going to be hearing the order that comes out of that fast-track court. Meanwhile, another hearing is also underway in Varanasi, and that is at the district court, which has just concluded, is what we are given to understand. That hearing was on the maintainability of the petition that 5 Hindu petitioners, women petitioners in fact, had filed seeking permission to pray at the Shringar Gauri shrine inside the Gyanvapi complex. That hearing has also concluded. Harish and Amir, my colleagues, now join us for more on this. Harish, 2 courts, 2 hearings, but the focus is on the Gyanvapi mosque complex. As far as the district court hearing goes, that hearing has now concluded is what we're given to understand. But what about the survey proof? Is it going to be out? Is it going to be handed over to the petitioners, to the public, or not? Have we had any decision on that?
Yes, that's right, Poonam. The hearing is over, and on the next date has been given. In fact, July 4th, that is after the vacations, and as of now, we are waiting for the lawyers to come out. Yes, the lawyers are coming out. And to give the bite, and let's go over to them. And any more? Yes, the lawyers are coming out, and we will know. We will have the details.
4 जुलाई 4 जुलाई
Yes, the lawyers are coming out, and we will know what happens. July 4th. No decision as to copies of.
Fourth July, next date of hearing.
What about copies of the videos and photos?
कोर्ट ने कहा है कि देवेंद्र धक्का कहाँ मार रहे हो यार? कोर्ट ने कहा है, देखिए मैं बता रहा हूँ, आज ही कॉमन आ जाइए. देखिए कोर्ट ने अगली तारीख इस मामले की 4 जुलाई लगाई है. जहां तक वीडियोग्राफी सीडीज की बात है, कोर्ट ने कहा है कि हम सीडी और वीडियोग्राफ प्रोवाइड करेंगे. सीडी और वीडियोग्राफ प्रोवाइड करेंगे, आज प्रोवाइड करेंगे, पर साथ ही साथ उसके लिए ऑर्डर आज आएगा. ऑर्डर में क्या डिटेल्स है वो कोर्ट बताएगा. ऑर्डर आज ऑर्डर आज आ जाना चाहिए आधे घंटे. कोर्ट ने कहा है, कोर्ट ने ये कहा है 4 जुलाई वेकेशन था, 1 जून से. भी खूब गड़ी है आज कोर्ट में. जी कोर्ट रूम में. देखिए कोर्ट का ये कहना है ऑर्डर करेंगे, ये बताएंगे. आज 4 तारीख के लिए कंटिन्यू कर दिया है.
Yes, the news coming out is that now the hearing has been deferred to July 4th. That is after the court resumes after the summer vacations, and an order as regards providing copies of the video and photos will be issued by the district court sometime later. So we'll have to wait for the copy of the order.
Right, the order is going to come out anytime now, is what the lawyers just told us. Harish, What is the detail in that particular order? That, of course, remains to be seen. Is it going to be restricted access? Will it be only given to the petitioners, or will it also be made public? That, of course, is going to be in order, and we will have to wait and see if today is the day when we find out what exactly is in those 1500 pictures and 10 hours worth of footage. But Amir is also with us, and he's also reporting from outside the court. Amir, there are a few lawyers there as well, I believe.
ज्ञानवापी मामले में पुराने काफी रिकॉर्ड जो 30-40 साल पुराने मामले उनका भी रेफरेंस मुस्लिम पक्ष ने दिया।
हाँ दिया। हाँ,
क्या मामला था?
मामला वैसे 610 से 91 मुकदमा चल रहा है, जो हमारे दावा में उसकी जिक्र है, उसका रेफरेंस पढ़ रहे थे, और एक दो चार और मुकदमे का रेफरेंस पढ़ रहे थे। उस पढ़ने से कोई असर नहीं पड़ता है, दावा चलेगा, दावा खाली नहीं।
4 जुलाई को अभी डेट लगी
We'll try and get you those reactions coming in from inside the Varanasi court. Remember, it was restricted access as far as the hearing is concerned. Only the stakeholders and their counsels were allowed. The media has been patiently waiting outside. Before now, we can tell you is that the matter has now been pushed to after the vacation of the court is over. The next hearing is on the 4th of July. But the most important thing is that there will be an order that comes out of court today as far as the release of the survey proof is concerned. Advocate Ranjana Agnihotri, I believe, is with my colleague Amir. Over to you.
4 जुलाई की डेट दे दी गई. Muslim Paksh started reading copy of plaint from paragraph 12 to paragraph 35, and total paragraph are 50. So 15 paragraphs are remaining. They after that time was over. They sought time, and matter has been listed for 4th of July.
ऑलराइट मैम, ये जो इशू था कि सीडीज हैंड ओवर करनी थी, वीडियोग्राफिक और फोटोग्राफिक एविडेंस, उसको लेकर क्या बात हुई?
सीडीज वाले पे वी हैव मेंशन, कोर्ट सेड कि आई विल पास ऑर्डर आफ्टर दैट.
क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आप लोग, क्योंकि मुस्लिम पक्ष तो पूरी तरह से अपोज कर रहा है?
नहीं, हम वी होप एंड ट्रस्ट कि दैट एप्लीकेशन विल बी अलाउड एंड सीडीज विल बी गिवन टू द पार्टीज कंसर्न.
एक ये बात बार बार कही जा रही है कि मुस्लिम पक्ष जो है डिटेल में खींच रहा है कोर्ट की कार्रवाई, और समय बर्बाद हो रहा है इस कोर्ट का, क्योंकि आज भी 36 पॉइंट्स तक डिस्कस हो पाए हैं, उनके ऊपर आर्गुमेंट हो पाए हैं. आप लोगों का क्या पक्ष है इस मामले में?
एग्जैक्टली, लेकिन हम उसको नेगेटिव तरीके से नहीं लेते हैं, हम उसको पॉजिटिवली लेते हैं, क्योंकि जो वो एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं वो एक्सरसाइज हम करने से बच जाएंगे. प्लेंट का मेरा पैरा टू पैरा पढ़ रहे हैं, जो चीज़ वो छोड़ रहे हैं या जो चीज़ वो हमारे अगेंस्ट पढ़ रहे हैं उसका हमें सिर्फ रिप्लाई देना होगा.
दोनों में वाद प्रतिवाद बहस भी होता रहा, लेकिन वो अपनी बात. यहाँ पर एक बार बिंदु ये आया कि 1936 के फैसले में 10 जो है 14 जो गवाह थे वो श्रृंगार गौरी के बारे में कोई बयान नहीं दिए. तो उनका तर्क ये था कि श्रृंगार गौरी है ही नहीं. लेकिन इस पर ही प्रतिवाद हुआ कि हम केवल गवाहों के बयान के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं और कोई प्रतिवाद नहीं कर रहे हैं. इस तरह ले देकर के 2 घंटा बर्बाद हो गया. आज का कोई भी नहीं हुआ. और फिर जिला जज ये कहे कि कल तारीख दे रहे हैं, तो मुस्लिम पक्ष ने ये कहा कि नहीं आप 4 जुलाई को दीजिए.
अच्छा, ये बताइए कि क्या आज जो सर्वे के जो एविडेंस आने वाले थे उसको लेकर भी कोई बहस?
कोई एविडेंस की बात नहीं हुई है. जिला जज ने कहा कि भाई आरोप प्रत्यारोप चल रहा है, कई एप्लीकेशन आ चुके हैं, अभी इसको हम देखते हैं, ये गंभीर मामला है.
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा कि जो मस्जिद है वो वक्फ की संपत्ति है, उसको लेकर आप लोगों की तरफ से क्या?
वक्फ की संपत्ति है, लेकिन अब उन्होंने कहा है ना, लेकिन अभी तो वक्फ की संपत्ति दरअसल है ही नहीं. अभी माननीय जो है अन्य जो हिंदू पक्ष को अपनी बात रखने का अधिकार नहीं, समय नहीं मिला.
वो तो दीन मोहम्मद जो केस है उसका हवाला दे रहे हैं.
हाँ, दीन मोहम्मद गवाह का पक्ष दे, श्रृंगार गौरी के अस्तित्व के लिए प्रश्न दे रहे हैं जो है.
लेकिन ये तो टाइटल सूट है नहीं, ये तो दर्शन पूजन की मांग को लेकर.
हाँ, लेकिन अब उनको क्या कहा जाए, मतलब जो है.
तो अभी कितने पैरे पढ़े जा चुके हैं?
अरे बहुत कम पैरे पढ़ रहे हैं, वो केवल एक लाइन पढ़ रहे हैं, बस इसका समय.
आज भी कोर्ट के दौरान जो जिला जज उन्होंने इंटरप्ट किया कि नहीं आप अपनी आवाज
नहीं, आपको पूरा रखने का समय है, आप रखिए, ताकि आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाकर ये न कहें कि मैंने अपनी बात नहीं रखी. इसलिए कब लगी? 4 जुलाई को रखी हुई.
4 जुलाई या 4 जून?
नहीं, उन्हीं का हम लोग कोई
4 जून ना,
4 जुलाई है ना.
4 जुलाई?
हाँ, 4 जुलाई है.
4 जुलाई.
हाँ.
That was Sohanlal Arya, one of the petitioners in this particular case, coming out and confirming the details that the lawyer for the petitioners, Vishnu Jain, also just shortly gave us, that on the 4th of July is when the next hearing is going to take place. But today, in a short while from now, the district court is going to come out with its order on whether or not the 1,500 photographs and the 10 hours worth of footage is made public, or is it going to be a restricted access only? Amir is with me for more on this. Amir, it will be interesting because the details of who this is available to is going to be in the fine print of that detail. But before I get you in, Dr. Subramanian Swamy is with me on this broadcast. We'll try and reconnect with him, but Amir continues to be with us. Amir, what is the timeline? When can we expect that court order to be out as far as the video proof of the survey is concerned?
Well, that's right, Poonam. We expect the court order to be out within an hour from now. So most expectedly around 5 p.m. the court order should be out.
माइंड्स के लिए यहाँ है प्ले एंड लर्न सेक्शन। यहाँ आकर मोदी गवर्नमेंट की जन सेवा पर आधारित क्विज के जवाब दीजिए, सही वर्ड सर्च करिए, जंबल वर्ड को सुलझाइए, व्हील ऑफ प्रोग्रेस घुमाइए, सही इमेज को गेस करिए या कार्ड को स्क्रैच करिए। प्ले एंड लर्न के साथ आप सेवा स्कोर भी अर्न कर सकते हैं, अट्रैक्टिव प्राइजेस जीत सकते हैं और सबसे बड़ी बात, पीएम मोदी से इंटरैक्शन का मौका भी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। क्रिएट एंड शेयर सेक्शन में आप पीएम मोदी का कोड सिलेक्ट कर कार्ड भी पा सकते हैं और उसे शेयर भी कर सकते हैं। संपर्क से समर्थन में आप योजनाओं के लाभार्थियों की रील्स देख सकते हैं या आप खुद ऐसे लाभार्थियों से मिलकर उनसे बातचीत का वीडियो बनाकर अपलोड कर सकते हैं। इंस्पायर्ड सिटीजंस मोदी जी की टीम बनकर यहां देश के लिए प्लेज भी दे सकते हैं। देश के लिए मोदी जी जरूरी है और जरूरी है हम सबका उनके साथ होना। नरेंद्र मोदी ऐप डाउनलोड करें, दोस्तों को भी प्रेरित करें और हिस्सा बने 8 साल की सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण यात्रा का। जय हिंद।
सभी मीडिया के साथियों को इस ऐप के बारे में और ये जो वीडियो है और अन्य जानकारी भी हम लोग ईमेल और आप लोगों को व्हाट्सएप के माध्यम से दे देंगे। अब मेरा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी से आग्रह है कि आज के पत्रकार वार्ता को संबोधित करें।
आज के इस पत्रकार वार्ता में मेरे साथ उपस्थित भारत सरकार में मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, भारत सरकार में मंत्री बहन स्मृति ईरानी जी, हमारे छोटे भाई और सरकार में मंत्री श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, हमारे महामंत्री अरुण सिंह जी, सीटी रवि जी, हमारे तरुण चुग जी महामंत्री और हमारे अनिल बलूनी जी, संजय मयूख जी और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी पत्रकार बंधु, सबसे पहले तो आप सबका स्वागत है इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में। अभी आपने 8 साल पूरे होने पर सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण, इसके लिए समर्पित नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार का थीम सॉन्ग में आपने कम समय में सारी बातों को रखने का प्रयास किया गया है, जिसको आपने एक थीम सॉन्ग, थीम गीत का के माध्यम से आपने देखा। उसके साथ साथ आपने अभी एक वेबसाइट हमने लॉन्च की, माइक्रोसाइट, ये नमो ऐप पर इनोवेशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का और विशेष करके नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कार्य करने में हमेशा हम सबको दिखता है। और उसी इनोवेशन के तहत प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने नमो ऐप के तहत माइक्रोसाइट में जा करके एक नया मॉड्यूल खड़ा किया है, जो इंटरेस्टिंग भी है, इंटरैक्शन भी है, इंफॉर्मेशन भी है और इनोवेशन भी है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस मॉड्यूल में को गेमिफाई किया गया है। एक खेल के माध्यम से ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग इसमें इंटरेस्ट लें, यंग इंडिया जुड़े, यूथ जुड़े और वो इसको कैसे इस माइक्रोसाइट में जा कर के गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा किए गए प्रयासों के बारे में एक जानकारी हासिल करेगा। इसमें इसी माइक्रोसाइट में है प्ले एंड लर्न। इसी माइक्रोसाइट में आपने देखा भी, उन्होंने परिचय में बताया कि स्क्रैच करो, क्विज़ खेलो, क्विज़ के माध्यम से आप अपने स्कोर बढ़ाओ और स्कोर बढ़ाते हुए यू कैन रीच अ पर्टिकुलर लेवल। तो यूथ इंडिया को इनोवेशन के माध्यम से, इस माइक्रोसाइट के माध्यम से कौन से काम सरकार ने 8 साल की अवधि में किया है और उसकी राइट इंफॉर्मेशन और उसको जानने के साथ साथ एक गेम के तरीके से खेलने का इस वेबसाइट में प्रयोजन किया गया है। तो इसके साथ साथ जो हमारे बेनिफिशियरीज हैं उनको इस सैचुरेशन पॉइंट तक हमारे एमपीज और एमएलएज कैसे पहुंच सकते हैं, वो जिन जिन बेनिफिशियरीज से मिलते हैं उनके वीडियोस वो अपलोड करके इसमें डाल सकते हैं, वो उसको शेयर कर सकते हैं। तो हमारी कोशिश है कि एमपीज और एमएलएज भी इस माइक्रोसाइट का उपयोग करते हुए अपने अपने क्षेत्र में बेनिफिशियरीज के सैचुरेशन पॉइंट को, यानी लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही है, इसको जानने के लिए, और एमपी और एमएलए हमारे कितना इसका काम कर पा रहे हैं, इसको हमें जानने के लिए यह माइक्रोसाइट बहुत ही लाभकारी होगी। यानी वी आर ट्राइंग कि इस इनोवेशन के माध्यम से हम पार्टिसिपेटिव बनाएं और हमारे जो इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं वो रिस्पॉन्सिबल तरीके से उसको रिस्पॉन्ड करते हुए लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी में अपना उपयोग कर सकें, यह इसमें करने का उपयोग किया गया है। तो मैंने आपको एक छोटी सी जानकारी इस वेबसाइट के बारे में, एक बैकग्राउंड आपके सामने रखने की कोशिश की है। आज जब हम इस संवाददाता सम्मेलन में एकत्र आए हैं तो हम देश अमृत महोत्सव भी मना रहा है आज़ादी के, और देश 8 साल मोदी जी के सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण, इसको भी मना रहा है। अब ये जो शब्द है सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण, ये शब्द सिर्फ शब्द नहीं है, ये कोई ऐसे नहीं ढूंढ करके निकाले गए हैं। ये मोदी गवर्नमेंट की आत्मा है, ये मोदी गवर्नमेंट के काम करने का तरीका है, ये मोदी जी का, हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सारे कार्यक्रमों को गवर्न करने के लिए किस दिशा में जाना है उसका एक तरीके से कहिएगा कि यह इस बैकग्राउंड में उन्होंने चलने का निर्णय किया है, ये हमको इसमें से समझ में आता है। मैं जब अब कम समय में 8 साल की गाथा तो बताना बड़ा मुश्किल है और किसी के लिए भी इसको कहना बहुत मुश्किल है, लेकिन हम अगर पहली बात कहेंगे तो मैं मानता हूं कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति की संस्कृति बदल दी है। द कल्चर ऑफ इंडियन पॉलिटी हैज चेंज्ड और सरकार के कार्य करने की शैली भी बदल गई। पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस से चलते हुए हमने एक लंबी यात्रा 2014 से लेकर के हमने एक लंबी यात्रा की है। टुडे वी सी अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नमेंट, टुडे वी सी a proactive government, today we see pro-responsive government, और यह हमारे अंतिम पायदान पे उसकी सेवा के लिए तत्पर दिखती हुई सरकार है। जो समाज है उसको मजबूती करने के लिए यह कमजोर है। की बात करते हैं तो आप कल्चर वाली सरकार दिखती है, कर दिया भाई, अब इससे ज्यादा नहीं हो सकता था। ये कल्चर था, दिस वॉज दी जनरल सेइंग। वाक्यों में इसी तरीके से राजनीति को ट्रांसलेट किया जाता था, आप लोगों की भाषा में उसको डिकोड किया जाता था। आज स्पष्ट है, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, और ये आम व्यक्ति की आवाज है। ये कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आवाज नहीं है, ये आम व्यक्ति की आवाज है कि यस, इफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी इज देयर, दिस इज पॉसिबल। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, यह परिवर्तन हमको देखने को मिलता है। अगर हम संस्कृति की बात करें तो जातिवाद, वंशवाद, परिवारवाद, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति, ये सब चीजें, भ्रष्टाचार, अनाचार, इन सब को चैलेंज करते हुए और जिसको हम कहते हैं धत्ता दिखाते हुए, इसको कन्फ्रंटिंग फ्रॉम द फ्रंट, आगे से लड़ाई लड़ने की मानसिकता के साथ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 8 साल में काम किया है। और क्या किया है? सर्वस्पर्शी, सर्वसमावेशी विकासवाद की एक अविरल यात्रा, न रुकने वाली यात्रा, इसका प्रारंभ किया है। अगर इसी में हम देखें तो गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़ा व्यक्ति और उसके साथ जो हमारी स्कीम्स हैं वो सारी उसी तरफ जाती हैं जो महिलाओं को और युवाओं को सशक्तिकरण देता है। इस काम को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है और आप सब जानते हैं कि उसका मंत्र सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, इस बात को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़े हैं। अगर अंत्योदय की बात करें तो गरीबी उन्मूलन का विषय, उसको हम लोगों ने बहुत तीव्र गति से आगे रखने का प्रयास किया है। नेशन फर्स्ट ये कहने के लिए नहीं था, मैं आगे आकर के आपको बताऊंगा कि हमारे सारे प्रोग्राम्स कैसे नेशन फर्स्ट की तरफ हमारी पॉलिसीज डायरेक्ट हुई हैं, उसको भी हमको समझने की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। और ये जो बदलाव की कहानी है यही हमारी प्रगति की निशानी रही है। पहली स्कीम्स कागज पर बनती थी, मैं एक लंबे समय तक एमएलए भी रहा हूं, मुझे मालूम है जमीन पर कैसे काम होता था। कागज पर स्कीम बनती थी, कागज पर ही इंप्लीमेंट हो जाती थी और कागज पर ही उद्घाटन हो जाता था। आज डिक्लेरेशन से लेकर इंप्लीमेंटेशन तक एवरीथिंग इज बीइंग मॉनिटर्ड इन लेटर एंड स्पिरिट। नीचे तक उसकी मॉनिटरिंग हो रही है और उसको आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। अभी जो इकोनॉमी की चर्चा हम करते हैं तो आपके ध्यान में आया होगा कि कोरोना की मार के पश्चात और यूक्रेन की लड़ाई के पश्चात भी इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड ने, हमारे आईएमएफ ने गरीबी की रेखा को भारत में 22% से रिड्यूस करके 10% पर लाके खड़ा कर दिया है। दैट मीन्स 12% लोग बीपीएल के दायरे से निकल करके, गरीबी की रेखा से निकल करके आगे आए। उसी तरीके का दूसरा प्रोजेक्शन रहा कि जहां अति गरीब की संख्या 1% थी वो भी रिड्यूस होकर के 0.8% आ गई है और उसको भी स्टेबल रखा है। ये सारी कोरोना की लड़ाई में, कोरोना के आपदा में और इसके साथ साथ बाकी सारी चीज़ों में। अगर हम फॉरेन एक्सचेंज के रिजर्व्स की बात करें तो वो डबल हो गई है। और मैं आंकड़ों में आपको रख रहा हूँ, छोटी सिर्फ कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि एक गो थ्रू हो जाए सो दैट आपकी मेमोरी लेन में भी वो रिफ्रेश हो जाए। फॉर दैट ओनली आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू पुट द पिक्चर इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू। $300 बिलियन यूएस डॉलर्स से बढ़ करके $600 बिलियन हमारा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व हो गया है, जस्ट डबल्ड। उसी तरीके से आप देखिए प्राइमरी स्कूल्स, हमारे शिक्षा मंत्री जी बैठे हैं, 70 सालों में शिक्षा विभाग ने 6,37,000 स्कूल्स बनाए थे और हमारे इस 8 सालों में 6.53 लाख हमारे प्राइमरी स्कूल्स बने हैं। इसलिए यूनिवर्सल एजुकेशन की दृष्टि से जहां हम आगे बढ़े हैं, वहीं पर पर्सन की प्रॉफिट, वो भी इनकम भी डबल हुई है। 2014 में हमारी पर ईयर इनकम एवरेज वाज 79,000, टुडे इट इज 1,50,000। और ये मैं आपके सामने आंकड़ों के साथ रख रहा हूं इसलिए कि आपको स्टैटिस्टिकली समझ में आए कि व्हाट डिफरेंस मोदी गवर्नमेंट हैज मेड। उसी तरीके से अगर हम देखें प्रोडक्शन इन फूड ग्रेन्स, तो ये 255 मिलियन टन से बढ़ करके 316.06 मिलियन टन हो गया है। अगर हम एक्सपोर्ट्स की बात करें तो अभी जो ये लास्ट फिस्कल ईयर गया, इसमें $418 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट हुआ। यानी नाउ India has become a major exporter country. $418 बिलियन का हमारे यहाँ वो हुआ है। IMF का जो ग्रोथ रेट प्रोजेक्शन है, वो जहाँ अमेरिका का 4.4 है तो इंडिया का 8.2% है। तो ये भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि ग्रोथ रेट का प्रोजेक्शन हमारा कैसा है। एग्रीकल्चर में हमने जो प्रोडक्शन है एक्सपोर्ट्स में, जो हम एक्सपोर्ट्स में वो 23% का इंक्रीज है। और एग्रीकल्चर बजट 23,000 करोड़ का होता था, आज 1,23,000 करोड़ प्लस है, यानी 10 टाइम्स से ज़्यादा उसकी इंक्रीज हुई है। वह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। उसी तरीके से जो हमारा ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट है वह भी डबल हुआ है। 112.33 लाख करोड़ था इन 2014, नाउ इट इज 232 लाख करोड़, ये हमारा ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट भी बढ़ा है। फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट में हम $500 बिलियन यानी 500 बिलियन US डॉलर्स की इन्वेस्टमेंट हुई है हमारे यहाँ फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडिया में, और दिस इज 65% इंक्रीज। ये 65% की उछाल है, 65% इसमें बढ़ा है। GST कलेक्शन 1,67,000 लास्ट क्वार्टर में गया है, और यह भी अपने आप में रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन है, वह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, ये 2022 के बाद हमारे पास 2020 के बाद स्टैटिस्टिक्स नहीं आए हैं, क्योंकि वो ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का वो स्टैटिस्टिक्स निकालना बंद हो गया है। लेकिन लास्ट इज इट स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम वी वर ऑन द 142 नंबर एंड द लास्ट वाज 63, वी हैड रीच 63, और आज 2022 में निश्चित रूप से हम और आगे ही बढ़े होंगे, उसके स्टैटिस्टिक्स हमारे पास नहीं है। उसी तरीके से हमारी $3 ट्रिलियन की US डॉलर्स की इकॉनमी हमारी बनी है, और टारगेट इज $5 ट्रिलियन इकॉनमी हमको बनानी है। तो उस ओर हम प्रगति के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। कभी हम लोगों ने नहीं सोचा था कि गांधी के नाम पर कांग्रेस के लोग 70 साल राज करके खादी के नाम पर राज करेंगे, और खादी का वो बुरा हाल 70 साल में करेंगे। आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी कि इस साल का टर्नओवर 1,15,000 करोड़ है, और फास्टेस्ट मूविंग कंज्यूमर गुड बन गया है हमारा खादी। ये हमको समझना चाहिए कि आज खादी को कितना वो दिया गया है। हमारी गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स का 100% गवर्नमेंट असिस्टेंस जो है उसको देने का प्रयास किया गया है। गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना, दिस हैज बीन appreciated world over. It has been appreciated by IMF, it has been appreciated by World Health Organization, it has been appreciated by UN General Assembly. Everybody has appreciated it. क्यों? क्योंकि कोरोना के दौरान हेल्थ इश्यूज के साथ साथ इकोनॉमिक इश्यूज को किसी ने भी रिजॉल्व किया, तो उसमें भारत नंबर 1 पर खड़ा है। 80 करोड़ की जनता को 5 किलो गेहूं देना, 5 किलो चावल देना, 1 किलो दाल देना, 2 साल से इस काम को चलाए रखना, ये अति गरीबी की रेखा को 0.1% से भी जो 0.8% पे ले जाने में ये बहुत लाभकारी रहा है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान रखना चाहिए। किसान सम्मान निधि, हमारे कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले हर चुनाव में 10 साल के बाद वो गरीबों के लिए, किसानों के लिए वो कर्जा माफ़ी का विषय उठाते थे, जिसका सारा इन्वेस्टमेंट 57,000 करोड़ बनता था 10 साल में एक बार। ये था इनका मैजिक, ये था इनका कांग्रेस का मैजिक। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 10 किश्तें 6,000 रुपये, 2,000 रुपये हर क्वार्टर पर अपने 10 किश्तें दी हैं, और 1,65,000 करोड़ हैव बीन स्पेंट टिल डेट। और कल 11वीं किश्त आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी शिमला के रिज मैदान से उसको रिलीज करेंगे, और 11 करोड़ किसानों को 1,80,000 हैज बीन गिवन एंड इन 10 इंस्टॉलमेंट्स। एंड टुमारो, कल जो होगा वो 11वीं किश्त होगी। 700 जगहों पर हमारे बहुत बड़ा किसान सम्मेलन होगा। 700 प्लेसेस पे हमारे मिनिस्टर्स होंगे। शिमला के रिज मैदान से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कल हमारे लाभार्थियों को एड्रेस करेंगे, और वहाँ से वो 11वीं किश्त रिलीज करेंगे। हर एक कृषि विकास केंद्र में, कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र में, KVK में इसका कार्यक्रम होगा। और इसके अलावा पार्टी के द्वारा 700 प्लेसेस पर वी विल बी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस प्रोग्राम। तो इसको भी हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आयुष्मान भारत के बारे में बोलूं तो वर्ल्ड का एजेंडा है यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ केयर, वर्ल्ड का एजेंडा है यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ असिस्टेंस, ये वर्ल्ड का एजेंडा है। लेकिन आज दिन तक यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ एश्योरेंस देने में कोई देश कामयाब नहीं हुआ है। और वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड तो इलेक्शन ही हेल्थ इश्यू पर लड़ती है, हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी पर लड़ती है। बहुत से प्रेसिडेंट्स आए यूएस के, सबने हर एक तरीके की बातचीत की, लेकिन आयुष्मान भारत 50 करोड़ प्लस यानी 40% ऑफ द इंडियन पॉपुलेशन। और कौन है, मैं बार बार बोलता हूं, ये कोई कास्ट के माध्यम से नहीं है, ये बाय प्रोफेशन है। रेडी वाला, ठेला वाला, रिक्शा वाला, फेड़ी लगाने वाला, रैग पिकर, ये बाय प्रोफेशन बार्बर बेचारा जो बाल काटता है, जो रेडी चलाता है, ऐसे लोगों को, गरीब लोगों को चुन चुन करके 50 करोड़ लोगों को यह आयुष्मान भारत का 5 लाख का एनुअल हेल्थ कार्ड दिया गया है। और इसमें आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी कि 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों ने सुविधा उठा ली है। 23,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा इस पर खर्च हो चुका है। यह भी हमको ध्यान रखना चाहिए। हम लोगों ने तय किया है कि 12 करोड़ से ज्यादा घरों में हम पानी पहुंचाएंगे, नल से जल, और 9 करोड़ पहुंच चुके हैं। उसी तरीके से सौभाग्य योजना, 2 करोड़ 81 लाख घरों में बिजली पहुंचाई गई है। मैं आप लोगों के माध्यम से इसकी मर्मता समझाना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि गांव से आता हूं। आपको शायद उन बच्चों की साइकोलॉजी मालूम ही नहीं है जिनके घर में बिजली नहीं है। वो उनका जीवन में डिग्निटी नाम की चीज कितनी कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, इसका आपको अंदाजा नहीं होगा। वो पढ़ने के लिए किसी दूसरे के घर में जाते हैं, और इसकी संख्या छोटी नहीं थी। 2 करोड़ 18 लाख घरों को बिजली पहुंचाई गई है, यानी लिविंग विद डिग्निटी। ये 11 करोड़ लोगों को शौचालय दिया गया। बार बार लोग बोलते हैं टॉयलेट्स दिए गए, टॉयलेट्स दिए गए। नो, इट्स नॉट दैट ओनली। आप लोग तो गांव में घूमते ही होंगे, आप लोग कवर करने जाती हैं। गांव में बताइए, औरतें झुंड का झुंड बना करके निकलती थी कि नहीं निकलती थी फॉर द डेली नीड्स। और इसका मतलब सिर्फ मां ही नहीं है, मां के साथ बच्चा भी है। इसका मतलब, और इसकी संख्या छोटी नहीं है, 11 करोड़ है। तो यानी 11 करोड़ लोग इस देश में 70 साल की आजादी के पश्चात डिग्निटी के साथ जी नहीं पा रहे थे, यह स्थिति थी। और मोदी जी ने 8 साल के अंदर उनको लाइफ विद डिग्निटी देने का काम किया है। 130 करोड़ की जनता में 11 करोड़ महिलाएं हों, और 130 करोड़ की जनता में एक एक बच्चा भी होगा तो 11 करोड़ बच्चे हों। तो ऐसे देश को अगर हम कहें कि सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण, तो इसका ट्रू अर्थ हमको इसमें से समझ सकते हैं, इसको हम जान सकते हैं। जल जीवन मिशन की मैंने आपसे बात की। हमारे बगल में बैठे हैं पूर्व के पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्टर, उज्ज्वला योजना इन्होंने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रेरणा से उसको शुरू की, 9 करोड़। और मैं तो बार बार लोगों को बोलता हूं कि हेल्थ का इशू देखिएगा तो पल्मोनरी डिजीज, और पल्मोनरी डिजीज के साथ साथ ये लंग्स का इन्फेक्शन, ये महिलाओं का कम हुआ। इतना ही नहीं, अगर शौचालय की बात करें तो वाटरबोर्न डिजीजेस कम हो गए, क्योंकि स्वच्छता आ गई। ये चेंजेस आए हैं, इसको हमको समझना चाहिए। इसलिए उज्ज्वला ने महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण जिस तरीके से किया है, वह भी हम सबको ध्यान में आता है। 2.38 हाउसेज बने हैं प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना में। अब मैं ही पहले एमएलए होता था, एक इंदिरा आवास योजना होती थी, 40,000 रुपए दिया जाता था। ये आपको ग्राउंड की बात सुना रहा हूं। और हमारे को बोलते थे कि नड्डा जी आप एक पंचायत में 2 घर बता दीजिए, 40-40 हजार रुपए दे दें। दिस वॉज द पेस ऑफ आवास योजना। और आज प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना 2 करोड़ 38 लाख घर बन करके तैयार दे दिए गए। पक्की छत, रसोई का कनेक्शन, गैस का कनेक्शन, शौचालय, बेडरूम, सारी फैसिलिटीज। उसी तरीके से हम अगर आत्मनिर्भर की बात करें तो हर गरीब को घर मिले, बिजली मिले, पानी मिले, गैस का कनेक्शन मिले, हर गांव को इंटरनेट मिले। अब देखिए, आप और हम तो इंटरनेट में रहते हैं, इंटरनेट के युग में रहते हैं। पूछते हैं कहीं रात को गुजारना पड़ जाए तो हमारा पहला प्रश्न होता है यहाँ वाईफाई है, यहाँ पे, जैसे एज इफ मेरी दुनिया ही समाप्त हो जाती है। दिस इज अवर लाइफस्टाइल। आप उन गांवों की बात सोचिए ना, और गांव कितने हैं? 6 लाख प्लस 6 लाख, और सबको इंटरनेट से जोड़ना, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर से जोड़ना, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर के साथ का नेटवर्क बिछाना, ये काम 8 साल में हुए। 8 साल बेमिसाल की कहानी मैं आपको सुना रहा हूं। और ये है उनको एम्पावरमेंट देना, उनको लाना। मैं बार बार एमएलए का जिक्र करूंगा, लेकिन हमारा एक्सीएन हमको बोलता था कि आपके बजट में 40 लाख हैं, आपके 40 सड़कें हैं, आप बताइए 1-1 लाख सब में डाल दूं, या आप कोई 2 सड़क बताएंगे तो मैं 20-20 लाख दे करके 2-2 किलोमीटर 3-3 किलोमीटर उसको बना दूंगा। दिस वॉज द प्लाइट। एंड टुडे 6 लाख विलेजेस आर बीइंग कनेक्टेड विद ऑल वेदर रोड। यह है प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण सड़क योजना का रूप, जिसको हमको समझना चाहिए। इसी तरीके से अगर हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की और बॉर्डर रोड्स की बात करें तो हमारे पास 6,769 किलोमीटर्स की रोड्स और ब्रिजेस सिर्फ ये जिसको हम कहते हैं बॉर्डर एरिया में, चाइना के साथ लगे हुए बॉर्डर एरिया में 6,763 किलोमीटर्स की रोड बनी है, 15,000 मीटर्स की ब्रिजेस बने हैं जो उसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आपको ये भी मालूम होगा कि 100 सैटेलाइट्स एक साथ लॉन्च किए गए, कभी सोचा नहीं था, और भारत ने इसमें भी एक अपना स्थान स्थापित किया। चंद्रयान और मंगलयान के मिशन पर फोकस करके हम काम कर रहे हैं। विमेन की बात अगर हम करें तो उसमें भी सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से लेकर के सुकन्या योजना से लेकर के मातृशक्ति की बात करते हुए, और यहां मैं आपके सामने एक बात जरूर बताना चाहूंगा, कभी आप लोगों को इसकी कल्पना नहीं हुई होगी लेकिन मैं शेयर करता हूं। राइट फ्रॉम कंसीविंग ऑफ ए वुमन टिल डिलीवरी विथ ऑल कॉम्प्लिकेशंस, ये सारे की सारी चिंता भारत सरकार कर रही है। ये आप इसको समझिए कि किस तरीके से मैटरनिटी इशू को, महिला के इशू को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एड्रेस किया है। ये छोटी घटना नहीं है। द डे अ वुमन कंसीव्स, राइट फ्रॉम दैट डे टीकाकरण शुरू हो जाता है। हर 2 सप्ताह बाद उसकी चेकिंग शुरू हो जाती है। वहां से डिलीवरी तक, डिलीवरी के लिए ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरी, डिलीवरी करा करके वापस उसको पहुंचाना, उसको उसके लिए व्यवस्था करना, ये सारी चीजें भारत सरकार ने विमेन की डिग्निटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए करने का काम किया है। यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। एक विषय मैं जरूर कहूंगा कि हमने संस्कृति की भी रक्षा की है, और चाहे वो भव्य राम मंदिर बनने का सवाल हो, चाहे वो भव्य काशी हो, चाहे हमारा भव्य और दिव्य काशी हो, महाभारत सर्किट हो, बौद्ध सर्किट हो, रामायण सर्किट हो, केदारनाथ का पुनरुद्धार हो, सोमनाथ का विकास हो, और स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी, यह भी मॉडर्न इंडिया का एक तरीके से भारत के इतिहास को प्रतिलक्षित करने का एक बहुत बड़ा एक केंद्र बना है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि ऐसा। और इसके साथ साथ मैं यह भी जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि नेशनल हमारा ये डिफेंस का अपना वॉर मेमोरियल, नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल कब का कॉन्सेप्ट था? 2014 में मोदी जी ने क्लियरेंस दी, 2019 में बना करके खड़ा कर दिया। ये सारी चीज़ों के प्रति जो काम हुआ है, पंचतीर्थ की बात हम करते हैं, मऊ से लेकर के लंदन में जहाँ डॉक्टर अंबेडकर पढ़े, वहाँ से लेकर के कहाँ उन्होंने अपना ये महापरिनिर्वाण हुआ उनका, कहाँ उन्होंने दीक्षा ली, ये सारी जगहों को पंचतीर्थ के रूप में विकसित करने का काम यह भी भारत सरकार ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में किया है। यह हम सब लोग जानते हैं। अगर हम दिवस की दृष्टि से देखें तो फिर संविधान दिवस, तो संविधान तो 26 नवंबर को निश्चित रूप से चर्चा में आ गया था, लेकिन संविधान दिवस मनाने का काम किया तो इस सरकार ने किया। सामाजिक समरसता दिवस का तय किया तो वह भी सरकार ने तय किया। विभाजन विभीषिका दिवस तय किया तो वह भी सरकार ने 14 अगस्त को तय किया। राष्ट्रीय एकता दिवस, उसको भी हमारी सरकार ने तय किया। जनजातीय गौरव दिवस, उसको भी हमारी सरकार ने तय किया। तो यानी ये दिवस भी अपने आप में भारत की संस्कृति और भारत के लिए काम करने वाले लोगों को, योग दिवस, इंटरनेशनल योग दिवस, वी वेंट ग्लोबल और दुनिया में उसका हमने एक स्थान बनाया, वह भी हम सबको ध्यान में रखता है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट की अगर हम बात करें तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट एक, जिसको हम कहते थे कि एक पिछड़ा इलाका, कटा हुआ इलाका, अलग से देखने का दृष्टिकोण, यह हमारी केंद्र की सरकार ने रखा था। उसकी मेन स्ट्रीमिंग अगर की गई है तो वह मेन स्ट्रीमिंग भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने की है। बंद और ब्लॉकेड से निकल करके आज वह मेन स्ट्रीम में आज आया है। लगभग 50 टाइम्स हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का वहाँ दौरा हो चुका है। अब मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि पूर्व के प्रधानमंत्री जो असम से ही आते थे वो कितनी बार दौरा किए थे, लेकिन ये आप लोगों के लिए क्वेश्चन जरूर है कि आप जरा पता कीजिएगा कि व्हाट डिफरेंस नॉर्थ ईस्ट इज मेकिंग टुडे, दैट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड। उसी तरीके से अगर हम कहें नागालैंड का पीस समझौता 2015, NLFT का समझौता 2019, ब्रू रियांग का समझौता 2020, बोडो शांति समझौता 2020, कार्बी आंगलोंग समझौता 2021, ये सब पेंडिंग इश्यूज थे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के। बट आई एम गिविंग यू जस्ट अ ब्रीफ पिक्चर ईयर वाइज कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट के कितने समझौते भारत सरकार ने किए और वहां पर पीस लाने के लिए क्या क्या काम हुआ है। उसी तरीके से जैसे मैंने कहा कि 1500 करोड़ का एक स्पेशल बजट का प्रावधान नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए किया गया है। फॉरेन पॉलिसी की अगर हम बात करें तो इंडिया फर्स्ट, हमारा इंटरेस्ट, देश का इंटरेस्ट, इसको ध्यान में रख करके उस पॉलिसी को भी बनाया है। पड़ोसियों के साथ विशेष ध्यान देने की योजना भी बनी। हमने अपने पड़ोसियों के रिश्ते मजबूत किए, गहरे किए। और इतना ही नहीं, अगर कोई देश पर संकट आया तो हमारे लोगों ने फॉरेन पॉलिसी का उपयोग करते हुए, फिर चाहे अफगानिस्तान से लोगों को लाना हो, यमन से लाना हो, यूक्रेन से लाना हो, और छोटी संख्या नहीं है ये ऑपरेशन गंगा।
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था। आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे।
back with breaking news coming in, and as per sources, information suggests that photos and videos are likely to be handed over to the parties by this evening itself. Now, a declaration will be taken from those who will be given the copy to ensure that they are not leaked at any cost. In total, remember, 27 applications have been filed seeking photos and videos of the survey. 11 were filed just today, and everyone will have to pay an amount of 2,100 rupees to get these copies. Let me go across to Akanksha, and then we'll take in a live update from Harish. Akanksha, to you first. Take us through the latest. Anytime now, we're expecting a word from the court on the copies of the photographs and the videos of the survey that was conducted earlier on. A lot of hopes really pinned as far as this videographic evidence is concerned to take the case forward, really.
Well, absolutely. Photos and videos are likely to be handed over to the parties today evening. That's what's been told by the court sources. But we've been told that declaration will be taken from them so that they do not leak it to public or even to media. In total, 27 applications have been filed seeking photos and videos of the survey. 11 of them were filed today. Those who want the photos and videos of the survey will have to pay 2,100. Now, if you remember the last time, the Muslim side had said that the photos and the videos should not come out in the public domain and should only be given to the councils. The Hindu side today in the court objected to this and in fact submitted a written objection to this. They are of the opinion that the truth should come out. It should come out in the public domain. So a detailed order on this will be passed in another 15 minutes by the district court in Varanasi.
All right, let me now go across to Harish. Harish, interestingly, earlier on, both the sides were of the opinion that the details of the survey that was conducted should not be made public. This time around today, the Hindu side has taken a U-turn and has said that, the truth be told and contents of the survey must be made public. What are you picking up?
Yes, in fact, if what Akanksha has reported, quoting sources, is true, this means that the court has in fact agreed to the Anjuman Intizamiya committee's request that the parties are entitled should be entitled to the copies, but the court should ensure, in the interest of protecting the communal harmony and national interest, that it is not leaked, it does not come to public domain, and it is not published by the media. So on this respect, let me take the view of Advocate Ranjana Agnihotri, who one of the lawyers for the Hindu side. Madam, अभी sources के मुताबिक in fact copies आज ही देंगे, मतलब ये videos और photos का, लेकिन एक कंडीशन होगा कि पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं आना चाहिए, ओनली पार्टीज आर एंटाइटल्ड. तो उसमें क्या आपका क्या कहना है?
डेफिनेटली जब अयोध्या मैटर हम लोग कर रहे थे उसमें भी एएसआई की खुदाई हुई थी. उसके बाद जो रिपोर्ट आई थी along with photographs and detailed report which was given to the parties as well as parties council, but it was a specific direction was given by the honorable court not to disclose before public or anybody else.
So it means that if such an order comes, you are okay with it?
Yes, of course. There is no problem.
Because Vishnu Jain, one of the lawyers, had in the morning said that he is of the view that the report should be made public. That means even the public should have access to it, and it is a facet of free speech and expression.
No, if Vishnu Jain is saying, it is his view. But I am saying on behalf of the order which was passed earlier in the Ram Janmabhoomi case by the full bench of the Lucknow High Court, that copy should be given to the parties and parties council, but it is made clear it should not be public.
So this was Advocate Ranjana Agnihotri saying that supporting the view of only the parties should be made entitled to the copy, but it should not come in public domain. And she is quoting the Archaeological Survey India report in the Babri case also, yes. And it was only given to the parties, and it was not initially available to the media.
Yes.
Though later it was made
Harish,
available
in
to
about
the media.
15 to 20 minutes, we will get in a word from the court on how the court has decided to go about this and whether or not both the sides will be given the copies of the survey that was conducted earlier on. What about the public domain aspect? Times Now will be tracking each and every development. For the moment, thank you, Akanksha and Harish, for getting us that update. Let me know a short break here.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay.
Back with more news ahead of the International Yoga Day celebrations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today held a meeting with Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai over arrangements made. Prime Minister will lead the main event of the 8th International Day of Yoga celebrations on the 21st of June in Mysuru. PM Modi released the benefits of PM Care's For Children scheme for kids who lost their parents due to COVID-19. The Prime Minister has promised 4,000 rupees a month for basic needs financial support for schooling and free treatment up to 5 lakh rupees. A team of Maharashtra ATS has gone to Jammu and Kashmir to investigate Junaid Mohammed case. The police has found a few more links and information about his connection with terrorist organization Lashkar-e-Toiba. The Delhi High Court has directed the police to hand over the status report to Chief Minister's Secretariat on vandalism outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's house. The rescue workers have found 16 dead bodies from the wreckage of the Tata Airlines plane that crashed in Nepal's hilly Mustang area on 30th of May. Policemen and army officers are looking for the rest of the 6 bodies. RLD Chief Jayant Chaudhary has filed his nomination for Rajya Sabha polls as a joint candidate of Samajwadi Party RLD combined. At least 7 people were killed and 11 others injured in a ghastly road accident in Andhra's Palnadu district. An overloaded minivan which was carrying at least 38 people rammed into a stationary lorry near an electricity substation. Telangana Labour Minister Malla Reddy faced the ire of people for praising Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao at a public meeting. He was forced to leave the venue after the crowd turned rogue and started hurling chairs, slippers and stones at the minister. All right, getting in a quick update from the national capital. Heavy rains have lashed several parts of the national capital. Visuals on your screens coming in from the Lodi Road. That's an area in the south of the national capital and heavy rains that have now lashed several parts of the national capital. In fact, strong winds have also been reported in several parts, and on your screen some of the visuals that we are picking up. Now, this certainly comes as a respite from the intense summer that the national capital has been witnessing the past few days. Of course, saw a brief amount of rain spell over the national capital, and once again similar visuals coming in from Lodi Road in the national capital. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short break here on Times Now. Be back with the latest news on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
Good evening. You're with the news here on Times Now. Maldas Gopalakrishna. It's a murder that, in fact, has sent shockwaves. Murder most foul and ferocious. Punjabi singer and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala was ambushed, rained with bullets and killed in his hometown of Mansa. It's not just the murder, but the brutality of it all which has jolted the border state. Times Now has been meticulously decoding the evidence found, the gang rivalry and the Tihar-Canada link to piece together this mystery. But first, let's get you the 59 seconds where an AN-94 Russian assault rifle rained bullets on Sidhu Moosewala and hits two of his associates. This chilling CCTV footage in fact catches the sound of at least 45 rounds that were fired.
was around 5:21 when Sidhu Moosewala was travelling in this Thar, which is a black color Thar, which was intercepted by 3 vehicles. According to the local police, a grey color Scorpio, a Corolla as well as a white color Bolero were chasing Sidhu's car. They stopped his vehicle from the front and multiple rounds were fired. As you can see in the windshield, there are multiple bullet holes which can be easily seen on the windshield as well as at the bonnet of this vehicle. According to the police, 7.62 mm, 9 mm and .30 bore cartridges, empty cartridges have been found from the spot. There were 30 rounds which were fired on Sidhu's vehicle. Sidhu Moosewala was sitting on the front side. He was driving the vehicle, and the suspect before fleeing from the spot, they made it sure that Sidhu cannot move away from the location. That's why the tires of the vehicle were also deflated. All the 3 tires of the vehicles have been deflated apart from that second tire. There was one more cousin of Sidhu Moosewala who was sitting on the back side, who has also survived. Srila, if you can come and show you. Bullets were fired from all the sides. These are the location, the entry points of the bullet which were fired by the suspect. You can see 2 rounds. One round is here, then again here, and all these bullets pierce into the vehicle. This particular windshield was also broken by these multiple rounds of the bullets which were fired from both the sides. The suspects were also standing on the left-hand side of the vehicle where they also openly fired. So the modus was quite clear, to kill Sidhu Moosewala. If you move towards the other side, there's no entry wound which can be seen, entry of the bullet which can be seen, which is quite clear that Sidhu Moosewala was the prime target. According to the police officials, they have rounded up around half a dozen of people, suspect, who were involved in this. We know that there have been a rivalry which was going on in between Sidhu Moosewala after his manager was also said to be involved in killing of Vicky in Patiala area, and then Goldie Brad, one of the gangster who's based in Canada, has also taken responsibility of this killing. This is the vehicle which was driven by Sidhu, which is stationed at one of the police station in Punjab.
All right, another CCTV footage now that's out of the suspected attackers of Sidhu Moosewala, spotted at Mansa's local dhaba, 5 kilometers away from the crime scene. That's the information that's coming in at this point of time. As far as Sidhu Moosewala is concerned, the attacker seen at a local dhaba just a few kilometers away from the spot of the incident. So these are the pictures coming in. These are in fact footage of the suspected attackers of Sidhu Moosewala, who was spotted at a local dhaba in Mansa, 5 kilometers away from the crime scene. Let's listen into this ground report.
Well, the case has taken a lot of turns and twists, and now one CCTV camera footage which has been on viral, where it is alleged that suspects were taking food here. So this is the table. We will show each and every aspect of this CCTV camera footage, which we are already showing to viewer. All the people, 7 people, they were sitting here, they were having breakfast, and how they have been recorded, that is also very important. I'll ask my camera person to show that CCTV camera which has captured all the moments of these suspects. And a few minutes ago we have seen a huge number of force. They have already been come here. They have got all the vital clue from this dhaba owner, because that is the part of investigation. At the same time, I'll take along with my camera person outside this dhaba, because there is a lot of crucial evidence which the police was trying to procure from this dhaba, because this video which the police had already recovered and it's already in public domain. They say the people, the suspects, they were sitting here, they were having breakfast. We will go outside to show this dhaba and each and every moment here that what is happening here. So we can see a few minutes ago the police officials, they were present here and they have recorded each and everything. They got all the crucial evidence from the video footage. So we will go above this, beyond this, to tell that where this dhaba is really located. So I'll come out of this dhaba. So this is Mansa Patiala Road. So this is at the starting of this Mansa city. We can see these pictures. I'll request my Vijay to show this hotel also, this Dabba also, where this CCTV footage has been recovered by the police official. The police say as of now they are not officially confirming, but they say it seems that these are the suspects. They were having breakfast here, and after that they had entered Mansa city, where they chased Sidhu Moosewala, and finally they had executed their plan. So let's wait for the official confirmation from the police, but as of now the sources as well as the police officer, they had also come to check and scan this CCTV camera footage of this Dabba, and as we have already told, this Dabba is located at the entry of Mansa city and it is towards Patiala. So this is the real picture, this is the ground picture which we are showing to our viewers.
Let's go across to Priyank, who's joining us live from Mansa. Priyank, you've been reporting at the location. You've shown us the vehicle which was attacked and showered with bullets. What is the police really telling you as far as the investigation is concerned? There have been some of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang who've been detained, but any further details of these individuals, of the persons whose footage we're seeing at the dhaba and who were in those two vehicles that were at the location where the shootout happened?
Madhav, apart from the yesterday's briefing which was done by the DGP of Punjab, there is no further major breakthrough which hasn't been achieved till 3 p.m. today. But related to that, Times Now broke that information that there were two suspected vehicles which were intercepted on the bordering area of Dehradun. But there is no clarity regarding that whether the Punjab police has managed to get hold of all these 7 suspects who were seen in the CCTV footage or not. Although the dumb data of the CCTV footage has already been taken, the forensic examination of the route which was being followed by Sidhu Moose Wala is also being done by the Punjab police officials. But the biggest challenge for them, Madhav, is to go ahead with the cremation of Sidhu Moose Wala, because if you, I just turn back, if you can see these are the posters which have been placed everywhere of the timing when Sidhu Moose Wala was campaigning here. He was a very prominent face of this region, and anyone who is talking about him either has been followers of his songs or the kind of ideology he was carrying through. So the biggest challenge for the law enforcing agency here is to go ahead with the cremation of Sidhu Moosewala's body, because so far the family was not agreeing to go ahead with the post-mortem, but later to that, when the state government finally accepted the demand of the family, the post-mortem is being carried out. The SSP and the DC of this area has once again gone back and to talk to the family members so that the cremation can be done as soon as possible. The more there will be delay, the more there will be very tough situation for the law enforcing agency to control the situation on the ground. While talking about the status of the investigation, the total law and order machinery, Madhav, is right now busy in this particular law and order situation, although the SIT has been formed. But the SIT also constitutes of, with the officers who are right now present on this deployment of, getting the easy post-mortem of Sidhu Moosewala's body is concerned. So far, we are not expecting any major breakthrough to happen today or later in the day. There have been several developments which is coming out, but there is nothing concrete which has happened. Let me show you once again on the ground. This is the kind of deployment which we have seen. We have seen that how the forensic examination has been done with the 2 vehicles which were recovered. One of which was driven by Sidhu Moose Wala, which had around 30 to 35 entry of bullets fired from 3 weapons. Multiple weapons were used, which include .32 mm pistol also, as well as there were series of empty cartridges which was also found from the spot. Later to that, we also got to know that the police managed to recover the 2 vehicles, one the Corolla vehicle and the second one was the vehicle which is a Bolero, which was recovered from the outskirts of this Mansa area. But going back to what the...
Stay with us, in fact, Priyank. Let me go across to Abhishek now, who's joining us from Chandigarh. Abhishek, ये बताइए कि कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सवाल ये उठ रहे हैं कि पंजाब पुलिस और पंजाब सरकार सबसे पहले तो सिक्योरिटी डाउनग्रेड की जाती है, और साथ ही साथ ये सवाल भी उठता है कि अगर दूसरे इन्वेस्टिगेशंस में कहीं पे सिद्धू मूसेवाला का नाम आ रहा था या उनसे लिंक्ड उनके स्टाफ मेंबर्स का नाम आ रहा था, तो उस वक्त एडिक्वेट प्रिकॉशंस क्यों नहीं लिए गए और पुलिस ने मामले की उस समय सही तहकीकात की थी कि नहीं? Abhishek. Well, I think we've lost that line there with Abhishek. We'll try and reconnect with him. But Abhishek, they're reporting from Chandigarh. We will, in fact, go across to Abhishek as well as Priyank in just a few minutes on this. All right, we are told that we will be connecting with Abhishek very shortly, and this is the information coming in. Suspects seen at the restaurant. Those are two different shots that you're seeing of the suspects at that particular location. In fact, this is a restaurant just 5 kilometers away from where the incident of a shootout had taken place. That's the visuals that you see on your screen, and more details in terms of the investigation also that are awaited as far as what exactly transpired. Now, what is the motive behind this murder? That's going to be something very, very important to establish. And this is the information that we have, in fact, coming in at the moment. We have this link between all of those who have been associated with this case. It's a web of crime and of mafia that has clearly dominated in Punjab. This is the killing of Vicky Midhu Khera, the Akali Dal leader who was killed last year. This happened in August 2021. Now, this person, of course, is believed to be a close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi. Now, he's a gangster who's known in many a case of the past several years here in the national capital, and he is currently lodged in Tihar jail. So questions then emerge: if he is inside Tihar jail, how has he managed to ensure that this kind of a killing has taken place at Punjab? Now, a close aide of Goldie Brar. Now, Goldie Brar is a person who's based in Canada who has vowed to avenge Vicky, and he's put out a social media post claiming responsibility for what has transpired. Now, the links between Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar, of course, are well known. What is also, of course, very important is that this person, Vicky Midhu Khera, was allegedly killed by Lucky Patial, who's a gangster in Armenia jail. And this person is allegedly also close to Sidhu Moosewala, the person who has been killed by the Bishnoi gang. So the web then, in fact, becomes quite clear. What exactly was the motive? Who are the persons behind it? What were the links? This was, in that sense, a revenge killing for what had happened to Vicky Midhu Khera is what is now clearly established. But how did all of this actually happen on ground? Let's go back to Priyank and try and understand from him better. Priyank, now what is very clear is that with this Canada-based gangster, Goldie Brar, coming out and claiming responsibility, the links to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang are very clear, and several members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang have been detained in different states, not just in Punjab, but even in faraway Uttarakhand. The question then arises is that with this kind of a situation where open shootouts take place of popular celebrities, what exactly is the police in the state doing to prevent such incidents from taking place on ground, Priyank?
See, Madhav, for sure, the police officials were caught unaware because looking at the kind of threat which was being received by Sidhu Moose Wala, there was no proper security measure which was given to him. That is for sure, because initially he was getting around 10 commandos, and later to that, when the new government came into power, the number of commandos were withdrawn. So more than focusing on the local intel and the local police officers on the ground who were giving minute by minute detail about the situation of various protectees, the Punjab police headquarters preferred to go with the political will, and they pulled back the security of those individuals, which includes Sidhu Moose Wala. And if you go back to what happened in Patiala also, the CM of Punjab himself came out and stated that there are few individuals who are so much keen on taking police protection that they are doing drama. But this time the drama went totally rogue, and what we saw was certainly an ugly, bitter feud in between two group of individuals to have their dominance in the music industry of Punjabi song. Madhav, we are talking about a multi-million, industry which is on social media, which is on all the platforms, and these are the individuals who have been controlling it. The local input has also been suggesting that this industry was quite a long time being used for, exchanging of money and, converting the black money into white money. There's a series of allegations which has come out. If the Punjab police clearly stated yesterday, although the DGP has changed change his statement, Madhav, that there has been, this was a result of a gang war which has happened, because of which this killing has happened. Why no action was taken against Sidhu Moosewala? There was no questioning of Sidhu Moosewala which happened in Vicky's death case, where his close associate has managed to flee away from Punjab. So what has been the allegation which has been given in this particular incident, Madhav, is that Punjab police was certainly giving protection to these individuals. They were not taking these issues seriously, and this incident which happened yesterday is certainly a result of what could have been done earlier, which was not certainly done. If the DGP himself think that this incident which happened yesterday, the killing of Moosewala, was a result of gang war, then why Sidhu Moosewala was not being questioned by the Punjab police officials? So there are series of questions which are still unanswered. What we are getting to know that justification coming out from the government as well as the police chief himself, but on the ground the suspects are still at large. It's been more than 24 hours.
How did all of this happen? How did it play out on ground? What's the incident that took place yesterday evening? Let's take a quick look at this particular graphic that's showing us what exactly took place. This is the Thar vehicle in which Sidhu Moosewala is there, and from the CCTV footage that we've already seen, we've seen the Corolla vehicle. So that Corolla vehicle then comes up in front, overtakes this particular Thar, and out from behind there is a Bolero vehicle from where in fact the other shooters also come out. There are 3 of them. These 3 shooters then spray bullets literally on the Thar vehicle in a bid to kill Sidhu Moosewala. 2 other associates with him in the vehicle who have reportedly survived. One of them was said to be in a very serious condition earlier, but that's really how this incident took place on the streets of Mansa, which is the hometown of Sidhu Moosewala. You've seen in the CCTV footage how over 40 gunshots can be heard very clearly in that footage. We've even spoken to the owner of the establishment where the CCTV footage was shot from, the camera which captured the CCTV footage, and he has told us and confirmed the authenticity of the footage that has since of course gone viral on social media. So that's as far as the incident itself is concerned. But really, what is the police now investigating into this entire matter? The police believe that the gang rivalry between Lawrence Bishnoi and Lucky Patyal led to the deaths of Vicky and Moosewala. That's the information that we have coming in at the moment, and that really of course is a link that is currently being probed. You can look at these links of Lawrence Bishnoi and Lucky Patyal. Now Lucky Patyal of course is accused of killing Akali's Midhu Khera, Vicky Midhu Khera, and of course the person who carried it out, Lucky Patyal, believed to be close to Sidhu Moosewala. The role of Sidhu Moosewala's staff member or agent is also being looked at very closely, somebody who is believed to have escaped from the country. That's the information that we have at the moment. And of course, while Lawrence Bishnoi says that he avenged Midhu Khera's murder, at the same time Goldie Brar has also, the Canada-based gangster, has in fact come out on social media and spoken out about taking responsibility for the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. With such a brazen and open admission of a person sitting in another jurisdiction in the country of Canada, serious questions about global gangs and their links, of course, are going to raise some very, very serious questions. Now, at the same time, there is an individual by the name of Anmol Bishnoi, who's Lawrence Bishnoi's younger brother, who's believed to be the one responsible for this attack. We're going to slip into a very quick break. We'll be bringing you all the updates and news in relation to the story in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है। उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे ये विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना
back. The opposition in Punjab is mounting an attack on the Aam Aadmi Party government in the state over the killing of singer Sidhu Moosewala. They've slammed the law and order situation in the state of Punjab and have blamed the state government for reducing the security of Moosewala.
और जिस तरह से पंजाब में ड्रामाई तरीके से एक के बाद दूसरे फैसले लिए गए और ख़ासकर सिक्योरिटी रिलेटेड 400 लोगों को सिक्योरिटी विड्रा हम कर रहे हैं, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, और फिर उस लिस्ट को पब्लिश करना, और जिसके बाद में उन्होंने ये भी डिफ्रेंशिएट नहीं किया कि एक लोकल आदमी को सिक्योरिटी विड्रा करना, अगर ऐसा कोई इनपुट है तो हमें कोई एतराज़ नहीं है। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि जिस लेवल से ये फैसला हुआ, ये मरकज़ी सरकार ने लिया, होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया ने अगर ये फैसला लिया, चीफ मिनिस्टर पंजाब ने अगर ये फैसला लिया, जिसकी वजह से इनका मर्डर हुआ, हम चाहते हैं कि इसका सीधे केस एफआईआर उस अथॉरिटी पर लगना चाहिए जिसने इसको निहत्थे अवाम में डाल दिया, जिसकी वजह से इनकी हत्या।
सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगा आप सरकार को और केंद्र सरकार को, आप तजिंदर बग्गा के ट्वीटों पे लड़ना बंद करो। आप सीरियसली सिर जोड़ो। ये जो एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट बाहरले देशों में बैठ के पंजाब में जो लहू का नंगा नाच करें, उनको लाके कानून के कटहरे में खड़ा करो। दूसरा मैं कहूँगा कि इमीडिएटली ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का ये फ़र्ज बनता है कि पंजाब को आग लगने से बचाए। वो हाई लेवल कमेटी की इंक्वायरी यहाँ से करवाएं, दिल्ली से इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी से करवाएं, ताजो पता लग सके कि थ्रेट परसेप्शन के होते हुए सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी की सिक्योरिटी वापस क्यों दी गई, और दूसरा ये लिस्ट जो है इसको लीक किसने किया ताकि सभी को पता चल जाए कि ये आदमी आज बिना सिक्योरिटी के साथ है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी चूक है, इसकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए।
जे पंजाब सरकार आ गलत फैसले ना कर दी, अज सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी अपने विच होंदे। जिहड़ा सिक्योरिटी दा थ्रेट है आ एक कमेटी तय करती होंदी है, चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं तय करता किनू किन्ने सिक्योरिटी मिलनी चाहिए है। पंजाब पुलिस के अंदर एक सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट परसेप्शन की कमेटी है। पहली बार होया कि मुख्यमंत्री अपने भगवंत मान ने सू मोटो ऑर्डर करता कि इन्हां लोगों के सिक्योरिटी खत्म कर दियो। ते सब तो माड़ी गल कीती कि खबरां विच ना दिते गए कि इन्हां दी सिक्योरिटी अज इन्नी रह गई है, इन्हां दी खत्म कर दी है। जेड़ी चीज कॉन्फिडेंशियल मैटर है,
नहीं करनी चाहिए थी, नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, और इतना जल्दी में फैसले नहीं लेने चाहिए। पंजाब बहुत सेंसिटिव स्टेट है, इसमें बहुत सोच विचार करके जिन लोगों को अब वैसे तो पब्लिक में भी शाया नहीं करना चाहिए, पर्दे से उनको सिक्योरिटी का उनका ड्यूटी बनती है। श्योर नहीं, बहुत मेच्योर तरीके से वो, एक तो बॉर्डर स्टेट है, दूसरा वहाँ का माहौल ही ऐसा है। आपने देखा होगा शुरू से थोड़े नेचर भी ऐसी है, हम पंजाबियों के एग्रेसिव से हैं थोड़े से, तो जज्बाती कहना चाहिए, जज्बाती हैं, तो उस जज्बात को मालिक के ध्यान में, संगीत में, स्पोर्ट्स में लगाए प्लीज़।
सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगा आप सरकार को और केंद्र सरकार को, आप तजिंदर बग्गा के ट्वीटों पे लड़ना बंद करो। आप सीरियसली सिर जोड़ो। ये जो एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट बाहरले देशों में बैठ के पंजाब में जो लहू का नंगा नाच करें, उनको लाके कानून के कटहरे।
There is a need to bring all elements of state power to bear to ensure that the law and order and harmony of the state should not be disturbed. This is not a political issue, and they should not become the subject of a political tutu-meme. This is an extremely serious issue, because if the peace of a border state gets disturbed, it can have various other implications, and Punjab has seen that playing itself out in the past. And so therefore, I would again like to request the Chief Minister, Shri Bhagwant Mann, that take your police into confidence. They are a very competent bunch of people, and ensure that the law and order of the state is tranquil.
A lot of questions that still remain unanswered as far as this shocking killing is concerned. In fact, there's a big bit of breaking news coming in now, and this is in relation to the gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, is what we are told. Earlier, of course, we had seen how cops had searched his cell and that of his associates as well. And now, in fact, information coming in that Lawrence Bishnoi has moved a Delhi court. That is the information coming in at this point of time. Lawrence Bishnoi moving a Delhi court. What exactly is the plea? What is Bishnoi seeking in terms of relief? That's a question that we're just going to give you more details on. But information that is now coming in is that Lawrence Bishnoi has moved a Delhi court, and in fact he's specifically asking for suspecting a fake encounter by Punjab police. All right, this is the plea. He's moved an NIA court in Patiala House suspecting a fake encounter. Nilashish is joining us for more details. Nilashish, what exactly happened? Did he manage to mention this? Did the lawyers of Lawrence Bishnoi manage to mention this before the judge? What really has transpired in the Patiala House court? Take us through that.
Well, yes, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has had in fact moved the NIA court in Patiala House, saying that he requires security, and he suspected that the Punjab police would eliminate him in a fake encounter. This plea came up before a special NIA judge, who has refused to say anything of any sort as far as this particular plea is concerned. He said that this is not a subject that we deal with. It has been stated that security is a subject of the state, and therefore the NIA court will not be able to comment on this. They will not take this up. So, of course, a setback in a way for Lawrence Bishnoi. However, This plea does come after a day after Moosewala was shot dead, and Bishnoi had taken a degree of responsibility for the same. So as far as this case is concerned, of course, what we are picking up from the lawyers is that they will be moving in an appropriate forum seeking security for Bishnoi. But at this point, no such interference from a Delhi court at this point.
All right. Thanks so much, Nilashish, for joining us. That's a breaking piece of information as far as Bishnoi is concerned. In fact, this is Bishnoi who has, in fact, moved to Delhi court fearing a fake encounter by the Punjab police and, in fact, has approached the court. At this point of time, at least, the court has not intervened yet in this matter, saying that it is a matter of law and order. In this particular case, of course, the Delhi court, it is believed, has said that it does not have the proper jurisdiction in this particular case. That's the information we have. All right, we have more breaking news coming in. All right, the High Court has given a deadline for the Punjab government. That's the information coming in. The Punjab government has been asked to respond by the 2nd of June. Now, remember, earlier today, the High Court had pulled up the state government for sharing or making details public as far as security of several individuals is concerned. Over 200 individuals whose details were made public. And, in fact, now questions are coming up as far as the state government's action is concerned. A deadline now being given by the High Court there for the 2nd of June. The Punjab government has been asked to respond by the 2nd of June in this entire case and explain why what had happened had indeed transpired, why details of various aspects of security where such questions were raised earlier today by the High Court. Now time being given to respond by the 2nd of June. So how was the document leaked was the question that was specifically asked by the High Court bench. On what basis was the security downgraded? All of these questions, some tough questions coming in for the state government from the High Court there, and now the 2nd of June being given as the deadline within which they have to respond. So just about 3 days being given. Priyank now with us. Priyank, High Court giving 3 days to the state government to respond as to how the security was downgraded, what was the process followed, and also more details as to how the document was leaked.
Yes, Madhav, this is a very serious concern because when the state government and the government and police officials themselves are coming out openly and talking about the downgrading of security of a high-profile protectee, that clearly means that they were playing with the security of this particular individual, and which actually happened on the ground. That's why the court has also taken very serious note of this situation, and the state government has been told to come out with a statement on record that what exactly happened and how the sequence of incident unfolded. In this thing, we know that Lawrence Bishnoi had been giving threat to Sidhu Moosewala, but over the period of few days since the new government came into power, there was speculation that all those people who have been talking against the government, their security will be withdrawn, which was also seen on the ground. So thus, this plea has been moved to the court, and now court has sought a response and a detailed reply from the state government.
Right, Priyank, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. The Aam Aadmi Party there facing the brickbats as far as the political fight also goes, because the opposition has questioned the Aam Aadmi Party. They called it a publicity stunt, the fact that the security was withdrawn and then it was publicized. But the Aam Aadmi Party is not one to take these allegations lying down. They have now hit back at their rivals, saying that there was negligence on behalf of the staff of Sidhu Moosewala. He did have two armed personnel with him and a bulletproof car, and he chose to leave them behind.
मुझे लगता है कि एक नेग्लिजेंस रही उनके स्टाफ की तरफ से, जिसमें वो अपने साथ अपने सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स को जो पंजाब सरकार ने उनको दिए हुए थे, उन स्पेशल कमांडोज को नहीं ले गए, और वो खुद एक कार ड्राइव करके निकल गए और अपनी बुलेट प्रूफ कार में भी वो नहीं गए, और ये हादसे को अंजाम दिया गया।
सिद्धू मूसेवाला की जो हत्या हुई है उसका हमें बहुत दुख है, भगवान उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे। मेरा तो देखिए सभी पार्टियों से ये आग्रह है कि इतनी दुखद घटना पे राजनीति नहीं की जाए।
पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी ने बिल्कुल स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा है कि जो भी इस कार्रवाई के पीछे हैं उन पे सख्त से सख्त एक्शन लिया जाएगा, किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट पॉसिबल एक्शन कल्प्रिट्स पे लिया जाएगा। कुछ गैंग्स ने इसका जिम्मेदारी भी ली है और इस प्रकार की गैंग वॉर्स को पंजाब से पूरी तरह से ख़त्म करने की जिम्मेदारी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने ली है।
We're shifting focus now to the other big story that we're tracking here on Times Now, and any minute now we are going to get a detailed order out of the Varanasi District Court which will give us insight into whether or not the 1500 photographs and 10 hours of footage that was collated, that was documented during the survey of the Gyanvapi Mass Complex, is that going to be made public or not? We will find that out in just a bit. The hearing, of course, is over for today. At 4 p.m. is when the bench rose, and it is vacation for the Varanasi District Court, which is why the next hearing is going to be on the 4th of July. But the survey tapes will be handed over today. The order is going to come out anytime now, and in that order, in its fine print, are going to be details in which we will find out whether or not these are only going to be given to the petitioners. Is there going to be restricted access like the Muslim side wanted, or is it going to be made public?
कोर्ट ने अगली तारीख इस मामले की 4 जुलाई लगाई है। जहां तक वीडियोग्राफी सीडीज की बात है, कोर्ट ने कहा है कि हम सीडी और वीडियोग्राफ प्रोवाइड करेंगे, आज प्रोवाइड करेंगे, पर साथ ही साथ उसके लिए ऑर्डर आज आएगा। ऑर्डर में क्या डिटेल्स है वो कोर्ट बताएगा। ऑर्डर आ जाएगा।
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा कि जो मस्जिद है वो वक्फ की संपत्ति है, उसको लेकर आप लोगों की तरफ से क्या?
वक्फ की संपत्ति है, लेकिन अब उन्होंने कहा है ना, लेकिन अभी तो वक्फ की संपत्ति दरअसल है ही नहीं। अभी माननीय जो है अन्य जो हिंदू पक्ष को अपनी बात रखने का अधिकार नहीं, समय नहीं मिला।
वो तो दीन मोहम्मद जो केस है उसका हवाला दे रहे हैं।
हाँ, दीन मोहम्मद गवाह का पक्ष दे, श्रृंगार गौरी के अस्तित्व के लिए प्रश्न दे रहे हैं जो है।
लेकिन ये तो टाइटल सूट है नहीं, ये तो दर्शन पूजन की मांग को लेकर।
हाँ, लेकिन अब उनको क्या कहा जाए, मतलब जो है।
तो अभी कितने पैरे पढ़े जा चुके हैं?
अरे बहुत कम पैरे पढ़ रहे हैं, वो केवल एक लाइन पढ़ रहे हैं, बस इस वक्त समय।
आज भी कोर्ट के दौरान जो जिला जज उन्होंने इंटरप्ट किया कि नहीं आप अपनी आवाज
नहीं, आपको पूरा रखने का समय है, आप रखिए, ताकि आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाकर ये न कहें कि मैंने अपनी बात नहीं रखी।
फोटो वीडियो के लिए माननीय न्यायालय द्वारा वीडियो तैयार हो चुकी है। मुस्लिम पक्ष का कहना है, विपक्ष का कहना है कि इसको सार्वजनिक न किया जाए, अब मेरा कहना है सार्वजनिक किया जाए। इस पर मैंने लिखित आपत्ति दिया है, माननीय न्यायालय द्वारा 1 घंटे में ऑर्डर आ जाएगा और कॉपी मिल जानी चाहिए।
Legal editor Harish Nair now joins me live from Varanasi. Harish, it's been 90 minutes or so since the hearing ended. Do we have a timeline of when the detailed court order is going to be out about whether or not the survey tapes are going to be provided to everyone or just the petitioners?
Yes, Poonam, will these 1,500 photos and 17 videos of 10-hour duration come in the public domain or not? This is a big question, as you rightly said. Just now, any time now, the order will be out. I'm standing outside the district judge court waiting for the order. And in fact, remember, as per sources, the order will be that the copies will be given only to the petitioners, both sides, that is the 5 Hindu women who have moved the court, and also to the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid, and apparently some declaration will also be taken from them that they will not leak it to the media or put it in the public domain. So if indeed this is the order, this is the source-based information, but ultimately if this is going to be the order, in a way this was the demand of the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid, who had told the court that only the parties are entitled to the copy, and these details like 1,500 photos and 10 hours of video footage should not come into the public domain and through the media. Let it go to the parties, but court should ensure that it doesn't come into the public domain. This was what Anjuman Intizamiya said.
Right, we're shifting focus from that big news to another news break that we're getting for you here, and we're given to understand this is regarding the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Another car has now been recovered, this time from Dharmkot area of the Moga district, an Alto car in which the shooters had fled is what is believed. That particular car has now been recovered. It has been tracked and seized by the Punjab police. The forensic team is also going to be on the spot. And these are the visuals of that abandoned car on your screens. Mansa is where the murderous attack on Sidhu Moosewala took place yesterday in the evening. There were two cars in which the attackers had come. Sources are now suggesting that this is the car in which those attackers fled after they fired about 40-odd rounds of bullets, pumped it into Sidhu Moosewala and the two others that he was travelling with. There are at least 30-odd bullet holes on just the vehicle itself that Sidhu Moosewala was travelling in. This car is believed to be the getaway vehicle of the attackers. That has now been recovered, and this is going to provide crucial clues into who is responsible and who was behind the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Priyank is with me for more on this. Priyank, the forensic analysis of this car is going to be extremely crucial.
Yes, certainly. This Times Now was the first channel which highlighted that how well thought strategy was opted by these gangsters after a proper recce and getting information from the insiders. They carried out this assassination attempt in which they were successful. There were three vehicles, one Scorpio, which was grey in color, one white color Bolero, and one creamish color Corolla was used in the commission of crime. And all these three vehicles were dumped on the roadside by these suspects. Later on, they took other vehicles to flee away from the spot. We also got to know that two suspected vehicles were also traced down on the bordering area of Dehradun. And now we have also got to know that this is another vehicle which has been recovered by the Punjab police from Moga. So multiple vehicles being used by the commission of crime. The forensic examination can lead to the final outcome of the case when the case will finally go to the court, because the police officials are claiming that very soon they will be able to make a major breakthrough in this case. So far the teams have been constituted to look for these suspects. But everywhere the police officials are reaching, the suspects are certainly one step ahead of them. They are leaving the vehicles and changing the vehicle, and it's difficult for the police to trace them so far. So the suspects on the run and this chase to arrest these suspects are still continuing.
Absolutely. The investigation is gathering pace. Priyanka, this looks like it's a car that was abandoned in the middle of a field or an abandoned playground of sorts, really. Eyewitnesses, of course, will be tracked down by the police if they can identify as to when this car was abandoned, by whom. But it's important to note that this car does not have a number plate, Priyank, which goes on to again prove to the pre-planning that was done by the assailants. The fact that the singer and his associates were ambushed with three vehicles. There was a getaway car that was waiting for them after they fled the spot, and that too has now been abandoned. So it all really comes down to perhaps the forensic analysis of fingerprints or DNA samples that could be taken from inside the car, which could provide important clues.
See, Poonam, that will, you're absolutely right, because these things will certainly matter when the police will file the charge sheet. But at this stage, the biggest, toughest thing for the police official is to arrest these accused. And the more they're getting closer to these suspects, the suspects are certainly one step ahead of them, and they are changing the vehicle, which has been seen in the last 24 hours. Now, the fact remains that how long the police official will have to chase these vehicles. Time and again, the moment they are reaching to the spot, they are getting to know that that vehicle, which was being used by these suspects, is being abandoned. Now, the fact remains that it's been 24 hours. The police officials are saying that they have constituted an SIT team, which is being headed by an IG rank officer. But it's getting difficult, I would say, for the police team to arrest these suspects, because so far there's been no arrest which has been made in this case. The DGP himself came out and stated that they have tracked down 6 suspects, but they're getting close to these suspects. The accused who had a well-planned strategy are moving ahead after leaving the vehicles at an abandoned location. Back to you.
Right, all of that is going to be under investigation. And there are already 12 people that have been detained, Priyank. 6 in Punjab, that happened yesterday. 6 in Dehradun as well have been detained by the police in Uttarakhand. So the investigation is gathering pace. But this entire plot to commit this crime, this murderous attack and kill Sidhu Moosewala in cold blood was hatched not by someone sitting in Punjab necessarily, but probably outside the country as well. That entire web, Priyank, is now unraveling. We'll try and reconnect with Priyank, my colleague, who's getting us the details on that. But Gurpreet is also with me, and Gurpreet is reporting from Mansa. He's getting us the very latest from the Punjab police on where their investigation stands. And Gurpreet, this abandoned getaway vehicle is the latest piece of evidence that the Punjab police have recovered, and that is going to be crucial in joining the dots in this investigation.
Well, yes, of course, but officially we cannot confirm as of now. But we have learned that one Alto car has been recovered from Dharamkot village of district Moga. But we have learned yesterday, we have seen that when these shooters, when they were escaping from after executing this murder, we have seen that they had left their vehicle, and at the gunpoint they had snatched one of the Alto cars to travel from one place to another place. Some people, they are trying to connect this case with that, saying that it seems that this is the same Alto car, but as of now officially have not confirmed, and they are saying that forensic team will go and examine all the points to understand whether this is the same Alto car. They are trying to get the registration number, they are trying to get in touch with the owner so that investigation could be taken place in this specifically case. But at the same time, we have seen Punjab police had been conducting multiple raids, and a few hours ago we have seen some of the vehicle had been detained in Dehradun. So all these points are being investigated by the Punjab police. A few minutes away, we have seen that one of the top cop, he has come here. He had got the CCTV camera footage from all the dabas here, because there was suspicion that some suspects had a breakfast before coming to Mansa, and on this Mansa Patiala road, one daba was located there. We have seen one video was viral. The top cop has come there. He had got all the CCTV camera footage there. So they are trying to investigate all things there, and same thing from the city. They are getting all the CCTV camera footage. They are trying to get all the CCTV so that they will be able to scan these specifically two vehicles which had been seen in the CCTV camera footage. They were chasing Sidhu Moosewala yesterday, and now they are trying to connect all the dots from which side these people had entered, where did they stay, and they are also trying to get the mobile data location from the specific where this murder had taken place and from his residence where he has just moved. So all these things needs to be investigated to understand what was the conspiracy behind this murder and who were the culprits. One thing is very clear, even the local officer, they are saying that it seems that the gangsters are behind this murder. The way this whole murder had taken place, they are trying to connect all the dots, and as we have known,
it's believed to be a gang rivalry, but Priyanka, it looks like those who carried out this attack were actually guns for hire, and the ones who were ordering them were perhaps not even in the country and were giving instructions from abroad.
मैं पूछ के बताता हूँ. The investigation is continuing, but what we were also trying to tell you to our viewers, that the chase is certainly continuing much more for the Punjab police officials. There are basically two major issues for which the law enforcing agencies right now trying the level best to sort out. One is to get the post-mortem done as soon as possible, which is being done at this civil hospital in Mansa, and the second thing is to get the cremation of Sidhu Moosewala, because there are huge gathering of crowd which is gathered at his native village. But apart from that, what Gurpreet was also trying to point out is that the manhunt for these suspects is still continuing.
We're shifting focus from that to another big news break that we are getting to you here on Times Now, and this is about the Gyanvapi survey. The 1,500 photographs and 10 hours worth of footage is now being handed over to the stakeholders in this particular case, which is the petitioners and their councils, both on the Hindu side as well as of the Masjid Committee. Harish Nair, legal editor, getting us the very latest from on ground there. Harish, we're given to understand that all parties who now have the copies of these videos and photographs have signed an undertaking that it is only for their eyes, restricted access just for them.
Yes, a very big development as far as the Gyanvapi case is concerned. the court has in fact handed over copies of the 1,500 photos and 10 hours of videos, that is 17 CDs, video series, only to the petitioners. And very significantly, an undertaking is being taken from each of these eligible petitioners that they will not leak it to the media and put these details in the public domain. This is very important because even remember during the discussion on whether to make these CDs and videos and photos public or not, even the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid Committee had said that these copies should be made given to only to the parties, and court should ensure that this doesn't come in public domain or is leaked to the media, and raised the bogey of communal peace and national security. They have said that if these come in the public domain, this will endanger communal peace and national security. So, in a way, the court has agreed to this prayer of the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid and has refused. In a way, it's a media gag, and as though the CDs, the pen drive has been given to the petitioners, it is on a condition that they will not make it public or leak it to the media, and a declaration is now being taken from each of the petitioners in this regard. Back to you.
Right, so it has been handed over to the petitioners, to their counsels, but it cannot go beyond them. That order is extremely clear from the district court there. They also have ensured that there is no leak, something that Harish, the Supreme Court, had also pulled up the Advocate Commissioner for when it was hearing the case. So now, with this undertaking being signed by the petitioners and their counsels, the district court is ensuring that we do not see a repeat of that.
Yes, in fact, there was a lot of hue and cry even before the Supreme Court. You are very right. This issue was in fact raised by the Anjuman Intizamiya Committee through the very senior advocate Huzaifa Ahmadi, who had said that the Advocate Commissioner's report, even as the survey was progressing, they had said that media was playing out footage, and also several videographers and photographers attached to the court commissioner were leaking videos and photographs, and that had to be restrained. That is causing communal problems across the country. And remember, one of the Advocate Commissioner, Ajay Mishra, remember, was removed. Specifically on this ground, the district court has accused him of leaking photos and videos to the media, and that is why he was removed. So all these points need to be taken into consideration while understanding today's order by the district court. Back to you.
Absolutely. A significant order there coming to the fore from the Varanasi District Court. The hearing ended at 4 o'clock about 2 hours ago, but the court had said that we will give out a detailed order in the fine print is where the details are going to be, and that is exactly what is out now. The 1,500 photographs, 10 hours worth of footage over that survey that took place in the Gyanvapi mosque is now made public to an extent. It is given to the petitioners, it has been given to the councils. All of those who were part of that survey, they were present there. They did see everything that has been documented in those pictures and those videos, but they have been strictly warned against leaking them. They have to sign a declaration before which the copies were handed over to them, and if there is a leak, Harish, then it is going to be contempt of court, something that the court is not going to take lightly.
Yes, that is right. Once a declaration has been signed, it means saying something on oath. It amounts to be an affidavit, and if that is violated, anybody can be hauled up for contempt of court, and that can be very, very serious and even detrimental to the case. It will be dangerous for their own case. So it's highly unlikely that anybody will risk leaking the.
Right, sorry to interrupt you there. One of the petitioners, Sita Sahu, is now on the phone line with us. धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. आपको सारे फुटेज और फोटोग्राफ्स की कॉपी दी गई है. आपसे एक डिक्लेरेशन भी साइन करवाया गया है, साहू जी?
अभी हम लोगों को मिला नहीं है. अभी उसकी प्रोसेस चल रहे हैं. अभी मिला नहीं है
जी. लेकिन आपको क्या बताया गया है कि आपको एक डिक्लेरेशन साइन करना होगा कि आप किसी और को ये लीक नहीं करेंगे, ये कॉपी सिर्फ आपके लिए है?
हाँ, ये हम लोग को दिया गया है, लेकिन अभी हम लोग को मिला नहीं है, तो ऐसा तो मैं बताती हूँ.
अच्छा, क्या आपको आपके लॉयर से या कहीं से पता चला है या कोर्ट से पता चला है कब तक ये आपको मिल सकते हैं फोटोग्राफ्स और फुटेज?
फोटो तो नहीं लाए, फोटो नहीं लाए तो हमेशा रखना चाहिए आपको।
जी सीता साहू जी, धन्यवाद आपसे बात करने के लिए। जी, that was one of the petitioners there who was confirming that they will be handed over those copies in a short while from now, but the process has already begun. Vishnu Jain, who is the lawyer for one of the petitioners, spoke to Times Now earlier and confirmed that exact development. Listen in.
ऑर्डर कोर्ट ने ये किया है कि जो भी सीडीज है वो प्रोवाइड की जाएंगी और जो पेटिशनर्स हैं वो अंडरटेकिंग देंगे दैट दे विल नॉट गिव इट टू एनीवन.
So it will not come in public domain. It cannot be put in public domain.
I don't know whether it will come or not, but the petitioners will give an undertaking that they will not distribute it to anyone.
So it means that they are not supposed. In a way,
there is no gag order on the media. It's a restriction on the petitioner. The petitioners are supposed not to distribute it to anyone.
So is the order out?
Yeah, order is. Our local advocates are giving an undertaking, and the CDs will be just given today.
Manju Vyas, one of the petitioners, is now with us on the phone line. Manju जी, क्या आपको फोटोग्राफ्स और फुटेज मिल चुकी है कोर्ट से?
हेलो, अभी तो हमको अभी मिलने के लिए उम्मीद है। कोर्ट में भी हम लोग खड़े हैं
जी।
अभी हम लोग कोर्ट में अभी हम लोग को मिली नहीं है, 10 मिनट का समय कहा है
जी। आपसे कोई एफिडेविट या कोई डिक्लेरेशन साइन करवाया है कि आप ये किसी और को देंगे नहीं? मंजू जी
अभी 1 मिनट, हम अभी बात को बाद में बताते हैं।
Ji, Manju Vyas, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The petitioners are still waiting in the court premises to take their copies of the 1,500 photographs and 10 hours of footage. But it is restricted access. It is only for the petitioners and their counsel. They have been barred by the court to not leak this out to the press as well. This will remain one of our top focus stories in Times Now. But a quick break. Back in just 2 minutes.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated.
Moosewala has been killed in a daring attack in Punjab. The attack on Moosewala suggests, viewers, that gangland wars now are being openly fought. There have been blood wars in our border state over the last 24 hours. RDX, rocket launchers, and now an AN-94 assault rifle, a Russian-made assault rifle, have added to the firepower to a global conspiracy of gangs. In this spate of terrifying attacks, even courts, police, intel headquarters, and now a popular singer and Congress leader, Sidhu Moosewala, have not been spared. You know what's been happening in Punjab over the last few weeks. It's a murder most foul and ferocious. Moosewala was ambushed. A rain of bullets fell upon him. He was killed on the spot in his hometown of Mansa, strapped still to the steering wheel of his car. It's not just the murder, but the brutality of it all, which has jolted the border state. Times Now has been meticulously decoding the evidence found, the gang rivalry and the Tihar, Canada, Armenia link to piece together this mystery. But first, let's get to the 59 seconds where 3 AN-94, not one, but 3 Russian assault rifles were used to assassinate Moosewala and also target his 2 associates. This chilling CCTV footage catches the sound of at least 43 rounds fired. Listen in. Viewers, the shooting, and you heard those sounds, has left a chilling impact. Let's put out the other visuals of also where Mr. Moosewala was found, trapped between 2 cars. His vehicle, he was driving a Thar vehicle. The wheels had been punctured. And viewers, he was slumped on the driver's side, slouched over the steering wheel as blood splattered all across the dashboard. Those are the pictures, viewers. He, of course, was accompanied by 2 individuals. Both of those individuals also took direct hits. They are lucky to have survived because quite clearly the entire focus of the attack was Moosewala, Sidhu Moosewala. Viewers, I want us to split the screen with these pictures on one side, and let me also show you, just about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago, we recovered these pictures. These pictures of one of the escape cars that was abandoned in a field used by the attackers to flee. You can see that the number plates have been stripped off this car so that it becomes more difficult to determine who it belongs to and, of course, who drove it. We don't still know if the registration numbers that are imprinted on the fuselage and the chassis have also been scratched out. That remains to be seen. But certainly this car was used, and because so much care was taken to try and eviscerate all traces of who owns it, it's quite clear that it perhaps belongs to one of those who is the prime suspect. Let's go straight across to Priyank and Gurpreet. Priyank, this picture that we've got of this car abandoned, recovered just a few minutes ago by Times Now, clearly point to the fact that these individuals had planned, meticulously planned all of this. Okay, I think he's put his mic off. Yes, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
More difficult for the law enforcing agency and the police also to get hold of all these suspects because, because the more they are able to reach close to these suspects, the suspects are going far away from them, which clearly means that on the very first time when the police officials tried to arrest these accused, they could not, and they could not stop their plans. And now, the moment the police officials are trying to reach close to them, the suspects have a proper plan. If you look at yesterday's incident, everything was so well thought and well planned that the suspect was very well aware that who was driving on the wheel, although the vehicle had a jet black tinted glasses, and even at a distance of 5 meters, it could have been very difficult for any suspect to identify that who could have been on the wheels. So the local intelligence failed miserably. They could not have a knowledge about these 3 vehicles, suspected vehicles, being very close to a protectee who was given protection by themselves and who was also getting threatened not only from the gangsters in India but also gangsters in abroad. And now, after this particular assassination attempt, where the suspect have managed to win the police successfully, now the moment they are trying to get close to these suspects, they're leaving every traces away from the police official, which is certainly getting very difficult for the Punjab police to
they're distancing themselves with any proof that can link them back to this crime. I want to bring in and go straight across to Gurpreet, who joins me from, in fact, the police station and the town of Mansa, where this is all transpired to devastating effect over the last 24 hours. Gurpreet, there seems to be some larger international conspiracy. Can you take us through it? And there also, of course, news breaking on the show right now. Massive probe scoop here on Times Now. We're going to try and elaborate on that in just 30 seconds. But Gurpreet, yes, go ahead.
Well, yes, of course, Rahul, if we can see this conspiracy is the deep-rooted conspiracy. And as yesterday we have seen quickly, DGP has already briefed because he was able to get all the inputs from the top officer and he had indicated it's the interstate gang rivalry. And this is not a sole case. A few months back, we have seen one of the youth Akali Dal leader. He was murdered in Mohali, a few meters away from the Chief Minister residence. And that time, it was a gang war. And then the things had coming more clear in that case, and what we have learned, even Sidhu Moosewala's manager's name has already cropped in, and what we have learned that he had already left this country. He is residing in Australia. And now, if we can talk about this international conspiracy which has been hatched, we have seen one Goldie Brad who was very close to Lawrence Bishnoi. He is settled in Canada. He is the mastermind behind this thing. And what we have learned from the top officer of Punjab Police, they say it's not only gang war, but something which is related to singers of Punjab singers. They are also indulged into this thing. There are the lobbyings which are being supported by whether it's the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and Dvinder Bambaiya gang. These people are supporting these singers. So now, as of now, what we have learned from the top officers of Punjab Police, they say their multi-angle are being verified. Why they target Sidhu Moosewala? That is the prime question for investigation. And what they have learned, he was on the driving seat, and we have seen that we have shown this Thar vehicle since morning. That it's the tinted glasses. Nobody can see from outside, and it means that somebody was chasing and somebody was chasing
he was
him,
being monitored, and someone perhaps even from the inner circle tipped off these individuals, because remember, what is the Punjab government told us? That he did not take a bulletproof vehicle that was in fact given to him for his use by the state government, or the 2 PSOs who were armed gunmen who were also assigned to him by the state. Why he didn't do so, of course, no one knows, viewers, as of now. His friend who has survived this particular attack says that that's because they were just going very close by to his aunt's house, and therefore he didn't feel the need to go with his entire paraphernalia. But viewers, how did anyone know that he was going to be traveling without his security detail? That's the fundamental question. And of course, given the fact that there is this massive backdrop of gang rivalry, of international gangs that are operating in the state with linkages all across the country, shows that someone has taken their eye off the ball, and there's a major blame game raging in Punjab. Let's listen into the reactions that are coming in. Let's quickly play them out, and I want to open this up.
It's a complete failed government. I think so. Bhagwant Singh Mann, who himself belongs to the Punjabi film fraternity, should have been here by now. He should have been grieving with thousands of supporters sitting inside and the parents of Sidhu Moosewala. What is he doing at Chandigarh? He has nothing to do. Because all the shots are being called by Kejriwal, Raghav Chadha.
Bhagwant Mann needs to understand that as a CM, it's your administrative duty which matters. Imagine if the policing and this kind of governance, this is not the first murder which has happened, this is the 90th murder which has happened ever since they have come to power. Efficient governance is different from being a stand-up actor.
Yes, Punjab Sarkar a गलत फैसले ना कर दी, आज सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी अपने विच होंदे, जेड़ा सिक्योरिटी दा थ्रेट है आ एक कमेटी तय करती हुंदी है, चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं तय करता किनू किन्ने सिक्योरिटी मिलनी चाहिदी है। पंजाब पुलिस दे अंदर एक सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट परसेप्शन दी कमेटी है। 424 के 24 नाम छपे हुए हैं, लेटर छपी हुई है, पूरी की पूरी लेटर छपी हुई है, और लेटर के ऊपर लिखा हुआ है सीक्रेट। और यार ये इनका स्टाइल है, वावा लूटना और अपनी पीठ को थपथपाना, लेकिन पंजाब के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं करना, और ये ध्यान भटकाने वाली बातें करते रहते हैं। लेकिन मूसेवाला की मां को कौन जवाब देगा? हम न्याय देंगे? क्या न्याय देंगे? क्या उसका बेटा वापस आ जाएगा? क्या न्याय दोगे? अब तो 40 हत्याएं पंजाब के अंदर हो गई।
गौरतलब बात यह है कि जिस वक्त उनकी हत्या हुई, वे चाहते तो अपने साथ उन 2 स्पेशल कमांडोज को ले जा सकते थे, वे चाहते तो अपनी बुलेट प्रूफ कार में वहां जाते। मुझे लगता है कि एक नेग्लिजेंस रही उनके स्टाफ की तरफ से।
Blame game, and you've heard the AAP suggesting that it was all due to the fact that Moosewala's staff slipped up. Now, how did AN-94s, lethal weaponry, in a previous case, rocket launchers, get into the hands of viewers, antisocial elements? No answers. How is it that this entire conspiracy hatched by gangs suddenly surfaces within minutes or hours of Moosewala's killing? If everyone knew, in fact, that he was a marked man, why was his security cover decreased to the point that made him vulnerable? What were the calculations that went in? if there was so much detail about the interlinkages of gangs working in Punjab, how is it that no action has been taken against those who are orchestrating all these plots? These are some fundamental questions. There's several more, of course, viewers, as we go along. But let's throw this open. Anil Sareen, Chief Spokesperson of the BJP of Punjab, is with us. Professor D.K. Giri, a political analyst, Colonel RSN, national security expert, and, of course, someone who has served in the RNAW and knows a thing about border-sensitive states. Now, I want to first bring in Professor D.K. Giri. Professor Giri, what exactly is happening in Punjab? Is it really out of control, the situation there, specific with regards to law and order? Unprecedented scale of violence over the last few weeks.
Yes, Rahul, you yourself said that there is definitely an international conspiracy which has been proved to target Punjab. So if it is international conspiracy, the union government also should be very alert. But it is certainly sad that the situation has deteriorated to this extent. And I was telling yesterday in your channel, like someone say, every death diminishes me, and the person who has been murdered yesterday, the whole state and all of us are grieving for it.
Who must take,
if we are talking
Professor Giri, who must take account for this?
I will come into that. Yes. Yeah, it would be, you see, it would be the union government and the state government both. Punjab is a border state, a very sensitive state. You cannot leave it to the state government. State government alone cannot manage it.
Okay.
And secondly, like you yourself said, he did not take the security with him.
No, I just want to make it clear, Professor Saab, I just want to make it very clear that this is, I am only quoting what the police, give me 30 seconds. Professor, I just want to make it clear, maybe you misunderstood. I was only quoting what the police have said. Now, these are all claims that the police has made. Whether it's an international conspiracy, yes, there is an individual who claims to have hatched it, settled in Canada for all ostensible purposes. He claims to have carried out this targeted assassination. Everyone knew that there was a rivalry between these gangs, etc. And you are saying that at this moment, you can't just pin the blame on the state government as the BJP has been trying to do. Mr. Sareen, you're the chief spokesperson of the Punjab BJP. Do you agree with Professor D.K. Giri?
Let me just give one sentence, Rahul.
Yes.
One sentence. If it is international, then union government comes in.
Okay.
If it is international,
okay,
you know that you see, state government can manage the state.
Okay.
You know it. This international affairs is in the state. In the
international
hands of
affairs
government.
means central government. Yes, Anil Sareen, how do you respond?
Absolutely.
First of all, we all condemn that incident that happened yesterday, and we lost Sidhu Moosewala. It's very unfortunate that since our government took over, the situation is worsening day by day. Law and order situation is at, you can say, to be very, very grave. And the most unfortunate part is that the Chief Minister is mum on all these issues. He's just shouting from the top, but doing practically nothing on the ground. He has become a puppet in the hands of Delhi.
No, when you say nothing, what do you mean exactly? Please elaborate on when you say nothing, because the last we checked, there have been several arrests, etc., and the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that, look, in Delhi, when they are shooting, there are no arrests, no one is ever apprehended. Here, look how much work we've done. So how do you respond to that?
Can you tell me, have they solved any of this single death case, this murders taking place? Almost more than 70 murders have taken place in these 70 days. Have they solved even a single one? Just saying from the rooftop that, yes, we have done this. They are fooling the people. People are not fools. They should understand this. One thing very clear. Just tell me, what is the purpose of withdrawing these 434 people's security? And that, now take look at this government, what they are doing. They have released a confidential letter written, released by the internal letter released by the security forces that such and such persons have security has been reduced. There is written secret, confidential on the letter. And who is releasing that letter? Mukhyamantri Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. who is leading that letter?
Okay. Professor Giri, quick response. I want to bring in Colonel RSN Singh right after that. Yes.
Sure, just one question. You know, it takes time to find out who has done it. Have we found out who carried out the Pulwama attack of our security forces? Can the BJP answer it? Who has done it years ago? It is now 4 years. And the gentleman is saying, have they found out any of the murders? It is not that easy.
No, the Pulwama conspiracy, the hand behind it has been identified. People have even been arrested. Professor Giri. But 1 minute, let me bring in Colonel RSN. Colonel RSN,
well,
there is a massive upping of the violence quotient in Punjab. A, why is it happening? B, who's to account for it? And are we today in a situation where the situation in Punjab is spiraling out of control?
But I think that was always expected. At least I did expect it. And, you know, we are attributing it to the, criminal gangs. But criminal gangs, drug mafia, jihadis, ISI, the entire ISI network and Khalistanis. I mean, you can't divorce any of them from this affair, So therefore, it becomes an internal security problem. Now, exactly, very appropriately, somebody said that, yes, international angle has to be investigated by, the central agencies. Of course, it has to be done. But I'm sorry to say what impression I got, and I always expected this, that it is some sort of megalomania, and I find all these guys totally megalomaniac. You start using Punjab the moment it comes to power. This man sitting in Delhi starts using the Punjab police as if it is his personal, army. I mean, imagine, some poet being raided someday, some activist, political activist being raided someday. And I'm telling you, a situation will come when the police, Delhi police or say UP police or any other police will be pitted against Punjab police. So here is a man whom I'm dealing with, who himself said that he is an anarchist. And I don't see there is a difference between an anarchist and a terrorist. We are dealing with a man who is at the helm of affairs, who threatened the Republic Day parade as the chief minister of a state. We are dealing with a man who supported, in whose presence a man was, a farmer was, hanged. Right in full public view. We are dealing with a man who says that Butler House encounter is false. We are dealing with a man who was very active in Shaheen Bagh. We are dealing with a man who supported this.
Okay, there are a lot of allegations being made. Colonel RSN. But I asked you to flesh out.
I'm only speaking the truth. If any of my facts are wrong, tell me. I'll stop myself.
No, I don't know, because as far as I'm concerned, these are allegations and claims. No problems with that. You can make them. Everyone's free to make them. But
I'm not taking any names. I'm not taking
Okay, you're not making. Okay, you're not taking any. I just want to get to the bottom of this. Colonel RSN, I just want to ask you, because this is something that's going to come up, the international dimension, etc., etc. Are we at a point where the situation is Punjab now is slipping out of control? That's the question I want to ask you. Or with a little bit of vigilance, with a little bit of policing, etc., a little more time in office, these situations will get resolved?
No, I operated in Punjab, in the 90s decades and whole of 90s and a bit of 80s. And the only difference, the big difference I find since then is, one is this narcotics angle, and this, this seamlessness between Canada and India. Of course, those days, you had all these, Jagjit Singh Chauhan and jokers like that, all these Khalistanis. But I have never seen this kind of, nexus. I mean, this Khalistani nexus, this seamless nexus, political as well as, terrorist nexus between Canada and Punjab that I'm seeing today. Loads of people coming for the elections, money coming, people coming, sitting here on dharna and farmers protest. one joker prime minister, one joker minister, he's a minister in Canada sitting here on Sindhu border. Somebody's hands being hacked on the border. I mean,
this is an issue. And this must be raised. With the Canadian authorities, this needs to be raised. No country can provide refuge to individuals who are targeting across the international sphere another country. Viewers, that's a big problem. Colonel R.S. Sen speaking his mind today, as he always does. Sure. I'm taking a quick break. We're right back with big news. Stay with us, don't go away.
Times now. Action begins here.
warm welcome. You're watching Blueprint Exclusive with me, Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. However, some big breaking news which is coming in on the Gyanvapi case, which is currently underway in the district court. In fact, in the very latest, the details of the survey of the Gyanvapi mosque, which was done by the commission, has now been shared by the petitioner. But there is a cloak of secrecy which has been thrown over it. None of the 1,500 photographs nor almost 10 hours of videography can be made public. In fact, the court has put a clamp on the survey report from being made public. It is going to be kept a secret. It has only been shared by the petitioners. Let me go across to our legal editor, Harish Nair, who's joining us with all the details from Varanasi. Harish, I believe the petitioners have been asked to even sign a undertaking saying that they are not going to reveal the details to anyone. But what is the reason and rationale behind this order?
Yes, in fact, we must remember, Meghna, that there were 2 days of arguments. During the arguments, this issue had come up, whether the court should in fact give the petitioners the copies of it and also allow it to be allowed to come into public domain. So there were a lot of arguments in this regard. Remember, even one of the Hindu petitioners, Vedic Sanatan Samsthan, was the first to come out with such an application saying that even if the copies are given to the petitioners, the court should ensure that this does not come into the public domain and is not leaked to the public, leaked to the media. So even after that, the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid also filed an application in the court saying that they had even cited that this will endanger the communal peace and national security. Therefore, the court can give these copies to the petitioners and both sides, but there should be but the court should ensure that it does not leak to the media and eventually come into the public domain. But so in today's order, the court has now given the copies of which is 1,500 photos and 17 CDs which of 10-hour duration.
Absolutely. So they've given an undertaking. They will not make any of it public. Let me go across to Akanksha as well. She has been tracking all the developments in the court as well for us. Well, Akanksha, this is a big blow for the Hindu side, isn't it? Because they have been saying that the truth about the so-called shivling, as they believe it to be, the shivling is very important for the public to know. So this is a bit of a setback, isn't it? Because the Muslim side has said that it should be kept a secret. The Hindu side said that the nation has the right to know what the survey of the mosque contains.
Well, absolutely. I was just inside the courtroom and the advocates for the petitioners made an undertaking and made all these petitioners sign it. It was then submitted to the district court. However, district judge was not satisfied and asked these petitioners to add one more line stating that without the court's permission, they will not give it to any, they will not bring it out in any public domain. We also read the undertaking given by one of the petitioners, which stated that मैं इसे कहीं और इस्तेमाल नहीं करूंगी. This is of course a big.
लीक नहीं करेंगे, किसी को दूसरे को देंगे नहीं. तो इस आशय का माननीय न्यायालय सभी पक्षकारों से एक शपथ पत्र ले रहा है और इसमें माननीय न्यायालय बड़ा सावधानी बरत रहा है कि किसी प्रकार से ये पब्लिक डोमेन में न जाए. आशंका है कि कहीं शांति भंग न हो. और मुझे व्यक्तिगत अगर मुझे कहेंगे तो मेरा व्यक्तिगत अभिमत है कि ये साज को आँच क्या इसको सार्वजनिक कर देना चाहिए.
तो सर क्या मीडिया को भी कोई निर्देश दिया कि इसे चलाए न चलाए, इस तरीके का निर्देश या सिर्फ आप लोगों को कहा?
ये अभी चूंकि हम लोगों को प्राप्त नहीं हुआ है तो इस आशय का मीडिया हो सकता है दिशा निर्देश तय कर सकता है. तो अभी वो गाइडलाइन हमारे पास नहीं पहुंची.
शपथ पत्र जो आप दाखिल कर रहे हैं उसमें क्या कुछ पैसे की भी बात है कि?
हाँ, पैसे की बात है. पैसा जमा भी हो गया है, लेकिन वो स्पष्ट बतलाए ना कि अभी भी जो है नहीं मिला है. न मिलने का कारण मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि उसका सार्वजनिक अभी न हो, लेकिन स्पष्ट है कि हम लोग जो है हिंदू पक्ष सार्वजनिक करने के हित में हैं और जैसे ही चिप मिलेगा फिर सार्वजनिक अवश्य हम लोग करेंगे.
अच्छा, अगर उसमें ये लिखा है कि नहीं किया जाए?
नहीं, जो भी होगा दंड हम लोग देंगे, लेकिन सार्वजनिक करेंगे.
तो ये थे सोहनलाल जी, जिनका साफ तौर पे ये कहना है कि उनके पास अगर जो सीडी है, जो फोटोग्राफ वीडियोस हैं, वो अगर आते हैं तो निश्चित तौर पे वो इस पक्ष.
Well, let me go across to Harish. Harish, Sohanlal, who is of course one of the petitioners, very categorically said that I will make it public no matter what. contempt of court action I have to face. But before that, I believe there are some reactions coming in.
There is no gag order on the media. It's a restriction on the petitioner. The petitioners are supposed not to distribute it to anyone.
In a way, it means that they cannot give it to the media or put it in public domain.
It means that they cannot give it to anyone, yes.
The court has in fact accepted what the Anjuman has requested. They have succeeded in...
Anjuman has said that it should not be... there should be a gag order against the media. It's not a gag order against the media. It's a restriction on the petitioner. There's a difference between the two.
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा कि जो मस्जिद है वो वक्फ की संपत्ति है, उसको लेकर आप लोगों की तरफ से क्या?
वक्फ की संपत्ति है, लेकिन अब उन्होंने कहा है ना, लेकिन अभी तो वक्फ की संपत्ति दरअसल है ही नहीं। अभी माननीय जो है अन्य जो हिंदू पक्ष को अपनी बात रखने का अधिकार नहीं, समय नहीं मिला।
वो तो दीन मोहम्मद जो केस है उसका हवाला दे रहे हैं।
हाँ, दीन मोहम्मद गवाह का पक्ष दे, श्रृंगार गौरी के अस्तित्व के लिए प्रश्न दे रहे हैं जो है।
लेकिन ये तो टाइटल सूट है नहीं, ये तो दर्शन पूजन की मांग को लेकर।
हाँ, लेकिन अब उनको क्या कहा जाए, मतलब जो है।
तो अभी कितने पैरे पढ़े जा चुके हैं?
अरे बहुत कम पैरे पढ़ रहे हैं, वो केवल एक लाइन पढ़ रहे हैं, बस इस समय।
आज भी कोर्ट के दौरान जो जिला जज उन्होंने इंटरप्ट किया कि नहीं आप अपनी आवाज
नहीं, आपको पूरा रखने का समय है, आप रखिए, ताकि आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाकर ये न कहें कि मैंने अपनी बात नहीं रखी।
फोटो वीडियो के लिए माननीय न्यायालय द्वारा वीडियो तैयार हो चुकी है। मुस्लिम पक्ष का कहना है, विपक्ष का कहना है कि इसको सार्वजनिक न किया जाए, अब मेरा कहना है सार्वजनिक किया जाए। इस पर मैंने लिखित आपत्ति दिया है, माननीय न्यायालय द्वारा 1 घंटे में ऑर्डर आ जाएगा और कॉपी मिल जानी चाहिए।
और ये देवेंद्र नाथ पाठक यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं ये, और हम लोग भी इस प्रोसीडिंग में 2 घंटे बैठे रहे और सारी चीजें देखी गई। मुस्लिम पक्ष के तरफ से मामले को लिंगर किया जा रहा है। 7/11 के मेन इशू पर मुद्दे पर जो है अभी तक कोई बहस सार्थक नहीं हो पाई।
Well, let me go across to Amir Haq, who's also joining us, our bureau chief. Amir, we just heard Harish speak right now to Vishnu Jain. Vishnu Jain said that there is no gag order on media, but there is a restriction on the petitioners making the survey public. But before I come to you, Rahul Ishwar is also joining us. Rahul Ishwar, what do you make of this court's order which says that the details should not be made public by the petitioners to anyone?
With due respect to the Honorable Court, doesn't the public have a right to know? We are a nation in which there is right to information. We are a nation which is a democracy. We are a nation in which people, whether they agree or not, have a right to know. I'm surprised, with due respect to the Honorable Court, how can they have, such posturing? See, we all understand the sensitivity of the matter. It should be dealt very sensibly. Nobody is denying that.
Rahul Ishwar, why do you say that Hindus have a right to know? What will be established, do you think?
Because it is a spiritual lineage that is sacred for centuries, and we have been saying for centuries that there are some aspects of our Chaitanya or deity's Chaitanya that is there. And how can you deny that? Maybe it is there, maybe it is not. But if you have archaeological evidence, if you have historical evidence, don't you think the people have a right to know? Whether they are believers or not, they definitely have a right to know. And please remember, all the court's proceedings are usually public. There is nothing secretive in court. That is one of the most transparent aspects of the honorable judiciary too. So why should we hide it? Why should there be opaqueness? Shouldn't transparency be the core mantra of any governance or judiciary anywhere in the world? Because without transparency, without information, democracy dies. And in the Right to Information Act, we pointed out...
That's an interesting one that you've picked up on. Let me take this across to Madan Mohan Yadav, who's joining us. He's a lawyer for one of the Hindu side petitioners. Madan Mohan Yadav ji, पहले ये बताइए कि ये क्या अंडरटेकिंग कोर्ट ने मांगी है petitioners से?
उन्होंने कहा कि आप इसको किसी को लीक नहीं करेंगे, यानी जो अंडरटेकिंग यानी कि शपथ पत्र मांगा है उसके अनुसार कि आप किसी को देंगे नहीं, अपने तक रखेंगे, अपने अध्ययन करेंगे, मीडिया में नहीं जाना चाहिए, सार्वजनिक नहीं होना चाहिए, अशांति की आशंका है, और ये सब हिदायत के साथ उपलब्ध कराया गया है। जी,
कोर्ट ने क्या बोला है जब उन्होंने बोला कि ये कहीं पर भी पब्लिक नहीं होना चाहिए सर्वे का, क्योंकि आपने ये पक्ष रखा था that it's important for all Hindus to know उसमें सर्वे में क्या है और इसको पब्लिकली बताना चाहिए था। कोर्ट ने कुछ बोली?
ये तो मुझे भी बड़ा अजीब सा लग रहा है कि इसमें इतनी सावधानी का क्या मतलब है, इसको सार्वजनिक कर देना चाहिए। और इसको आज मिल तो गया है, लेकिन वही हिदायत है कि आप किसी को बताएंगे नहीं।
और इसके आपको लगता है कि ये एक छोटी सी हार हुई है हिंदू साइड के? बिकॉज अभी भी हम बात कर रहे हैं सब, अभी जैसे राहुल ईश्वर जी भी बोल रहे थे कि राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन हमारा राइट है, मगर हिंदू पक्ष को ये राइट नहीं है कि बताया जाए देश को कि इस सर्वे में क्या है।
साच को आज क्या मेरे समझ नहीं आता है। मेरी निजी राय है कि इसको तो पब्लिक डोमेन में डाल देना चाहिए। जो कुछ वहाँ है भाई
जी,
वो क्यों छिपाया जा रहा है? क्या है, कौन सा रहस्य है? इसको इतना बड़ा कौतूहल का विषय क्यों बनाया जा रहा है? सार्वजनिक हो जाना चाहिए, दुनिया जाने इस सच्चाई से कि उसके कथित ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के पार्श्व भाग में जो भग्नावशेष मंदिर का पड़ा हुआ है किस दशा में है, श्रृंगार गौरी किस दशा में है, मंदिरों के।
अच्छा, थैंक यू सो मच यादव जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। There you heard it, one of the petitioners' lawyer saying that it's unfair and they had really hoped that the survey contents would be made public because it is the right of every Hindu to know as to what's in the survey. Meanwhile, right after this hearing which happened in the district court, there were chants of Har Har Mahadev. Remember earlier here on Times Now we told you how there were chants of Har Har Mahadev as the petitioners were also going into the courtroom. There were similar shots and visuals which were seen later on as well. Let's play out this display of Astha by the Hindu side.
नहीं किया जाएगा। कितने लोगों को मिली है टोटल? इसकी संख्या मैंने बता सकता हूँ। बाद लोगों ने प्राप्त होने की संभावना है। अभी हुई है कि नहीं? वो वीडियोग्राफी को सार्वजनिक नहीं करना है जब तक माननीय न्यायालय कोई आदेश नहीं देती है। इसलिए चिप का जो पैसा उसका जमा हो गया, अंडरटेकिंग दे दिया गया है। अब आप लोग को यह चिप नहीं मिलेगा, किसी को सार्वजनिक नहीं किया जाएगा। कितने लोगों को मिली है टोटल? इसकी संख्या मैंने बता सकता हूँ। बाद लोगों ने प्राप्त होने की संभावना है। अभी हुई है कि नहीं?
Well, let me go across to Amir Haq, who's joining us. Amir, very interesting thing that Vishnu Jain had said, that there's a difference between what the court has said. It's not a gag order on media, but the petitioners are not allowed to share the contents of the survey with anyone. What's the difference?
Well, yes, that's right, Meghna. In fact, it is quite clear that the court's intention is that, all of this should not come into the public domain, because then people will arrive at their own conclusions, at their own...
करना है, जब हम कहेंगे तभी सार्वजनिक होगा।
तो क्या उम्मीद है आपको? अब सर्वे रिपोर्ट फाइनली मिल गई है?
देख लेंगे ना, देखते हुए फिर
हम केस स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे।
हाँ, स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे बहुत आगे। अभी एक सीढ़ी चढ़े, दूसरी सीढ़ी मिली, अब लगातार सीढ़ी चढ़ेंगे हम लोग।
खुश हैं आज?
बहुत खुश हैं हम लोग। एक बार गेट पे चलिए, कैमरा माइक लग जाएगा। एक बार गेट पे चलिए, कैमरा माइक लग जाएगा।
Well, we just heard those voices, the petitioners chanting Har Har Mahadev. Similar chants there, Amir, were coming in earlier as well. Now, despite the fact that the survey contents are not going to be allowed to be made public by the petitioners, the Hindu side isn't losing hope. They are saying that it's going to only strengthen their case.
Well, yes, that's right, Meghna. And in fact, what we were discussing earlier, it definitely falls into a grey area, wherein the court has taken undertaking to the effect that the petitioners who are being handed over the contents of the survey report, including the photographic and videographic evidences, they will not reveal it to anybody. They will not leak the contents to anyone else. They will not, quote-unquote, misuse it. But the court hasn't used the word media in the undertaking that has, the format of undertaking that has been made mandatory to be signed by each of the petitioners before the contents are handed over to them. So now that definitely creates a grey area wherein perhaps not exactly from the petitioners, if the contents of the survey report get leaked through some other sources and the media gets them, then perhaps the media can actually make use of it, and therefore people will come to know what exactly transpired during the survey, the 5-day-long survey that actually took place at the Gyanvapi complex. Although, as I was discussing
we'll keep trying the developments on that front. Thank you so much for joining us, Amir as well as Harish. Meanwhile, there's some big breaking news which is coming on regarding the probe into the death of Punjabi singer Moose Wala. In fact, in the very latest, which is coming in, details of the post-mortem. Remember, a panel of 5 doctors have completed the post-mortem of Sidhu Moosewala. The post-mortem findings have not been shared with the police so far. Officials say that all the suspects have been identified. The manhunt continues to arrest the rest of the larger conspiracy as well. But that's the big breaking news which is coming in. Moosewala's post-mortem has been completed. Now this is very significant because remember, here on Times Now you can see the bullet-riddled body of the Punjabi singer, the way he was brutally attacked. Most of the shots were fired from the front towards his torso, and as you can see, he died strapped to his seat. What really happened and the sequence of events will become much clearer once the post-mortem happens. Remember, Moosewala's family had initially said that post-mortem will not be allowed. However, after that, his family had consented and his post-mortem has been completed. Remember, a 5-doctor panel has carried out this post-mortem of Sidhu Moosewala, and this is going to be very critical. Why is that? Let me put that question across to Priyank Tripathi. What will and what can the post-mortem ascertain, Priyank?
See, Meghna, the post-mortem of Sidhu Moosewala has just been completed, and we have got this official confirmation from the senior officials in the district that the PM has been done by a panel of doctors on the request of the family member. There was a panel which was constituted because the family was raising doubt about the police investigation, and they were initially not agreeing for the post-mortem of Sidhu Moosewala before their demands can be fulfilled. The initial post-mortem findings, according to the sources, are suggesting that there have been multiple entry and exit wound which has been found on the body of Sidhu Moosewala, and not even that, there has been a bullet wound injury which was also found from the skull bone of Sidhu. What we have got to know that a hemorrhage could have been one of the reasons, and excessive blood loss could have been one of the reasons. This has also been cited by the panel of doctors who had conducted post-mortem on Sidhu's body, and the viscera samples have been preserved, which will be sent for the forensic lab to get to know the other findings of the body. But so far, another challenge for the district police officials is to get the cremation done, because the family was opposing it before the demand for the NIA probe can be fulfilled. They were not agreeing to that. The senior officials have already spoken to Sidhu Moosewala's family member, and in fact the father was the one who had given the complaint on the basis of which the police have filed the FIR. But keeping this information aside, the biggest information which we have got to know from the SSP himself is that they have identified all the suspects who were part of the shootout.
All the suspects have been identified, and that's the big breaking news. Priyank Tripathi is getting us with that. A short break, more updates on the other side.
Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए। तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे ये विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में, ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बात थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है। जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत है वो तो लोगों को सबको मालूम है। और यही तो दुख लगता है कि आपको चापलूसी करने का टाइम मिल रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ के लोकल मुद्दे पर उनसे बात करने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा।
नहीं तो चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है, ये तो खुलकर बताइए।
देखिए सबको मालूम है, अब उसमें बताने की क्या बात है नविका जी?
नहीं, आपने नाम नहीं लिखा तो मैं पूछ रही हूँ।
नेता कौन है? दिल्ली से कौन आता है नेता?
दिल्ली से बहुत सारे आते होंगे। किसकी बात कर रहे हैं? नाम तो बताइए।
राष्ट्रीय नेता तो वही है, राहुल जी आते होंगे गुजरात, उनके लिए सब व्यवस्था होती होगी।
अच्छा, तो वो उनके लिए अलग मेन्यू होता है चिकन सैंडविच का?
बिल्कुल, पार्टी के सब यहाँ के लोकल नेता होते बस उसी में व्यस्त रहते हैं। अगर मुद्दों पे व्यस्त रहे होते तो राहुल जी की एक एक बात गुजरात की जनता के मुद्दों के आधार पे होती। सिर्फ उद्योग और रफाल और मोदी जी को गाली देने पर नहीं रहती। सिर्फ कभी मुद्दे पर, कभी समाधान पर बात हुई नहीं हुई।
तो हार्दिक पटेल जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि मोदी जी के खिलाफ तो आपने भी बहुत बोला था 2019 के चुनाव में। मुझे याद है आपने
Roundup of all the stories coming in ahead of the International Yoga Day celebrations. Prime Minister Modi today held a meeting with Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai over the arrangements for it. Prime Minister led the main event of the 8th International Day of Yoga celebrations on 21st of June in Mysuru. Prime Minister Modi released the benefits of PM Care for Children scheme for children who lost their parents due to COVID-19 pandemic. Prime Minister has promised 4,000 rupees a month for basic needs, financial support for schooling and free treatment up to 5 lakh rupees. A team of Maharashtra ATS has gone to Jammu and Kashmir to investigate Junaid Mohammed case. The police have found few more links and information about his connection with terrorist organization TLET. The Delhi High Court has directed the police to hand over the status report to Chief Minister's Secretariat on vandalism outside the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Well, that's all we could pack in for you here on the show. Up next, Nation Wants to Know.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padma Joshi. Let's get you started with the headlines at 7 p.m. Russian assault rifles, Canada and Armenia-based gangsters, and an assassination hatched in Tihar. Moosewala murder turns out to be a global web of underground at play. Bullets rain like a Hollywood flick on gangsters' car with countless holes bears evidence. Another video captures the continuous sound of gunshots. Maruti Alto vehicle believed to have been used by the assassin to get away is recovered. 2 other cars which were also used for the shooting are now in police custody. They say that fake number plates were used. Opposition alleges downgrade of Moosewala security made him a sitting duck target. Punjab Chief Minister orders judicial probe, promises to punish the guilty. High Court questions rationale behind VVIP security curtailment and making the list public. Man government told to reply before the 2nd of June. Hindu and Muslim parties received 1,500 photos and around 10 hours of video footage of Gyanvapi mosque survey. Petitioners say it is crucial to establishing Mahadev's presence. However, court makes them sign an undertaking. Hearing on maintainability plea to decide if Hindus' claim for prayers at Gyanvapi is barred under the Places of Worship Act. The hearing will resume on the 4th of July. Another round of dissent in the Congress after Rajya Sabha picks are announced yesterday. Leaders claim outsiders and Gandhi loyalists are given preference over sons of soil and those who were deserving. As the Modi government completes 8 years in office, a new India song is released to celebrate 8 years of governance. Shruti Sharma leads list of 3 women who topped the civil service examination of 2021. Gavini Singla secures 3rd rank. Big day today in the Gyanvapi case as the Varanasi District Court handed over video proof to both the Hindu and Muslim sides, but it came with a rider. Over 1,500 photos and several hours of footage was given to both the petitioners. However, the court made all stakeholders sign an undertaking that they will not copy the video or leak it to the public. This after the Muslim side raised objections earlier, claiming that the issue is sensitive and that the digital evidence should not be made public. The Hindu petitioners are asking, why is the truth being blocked? Some even say that they will make the report public even as they have to face the heavy hand of the law. Listen in.
There is no gag order on the media. It's a restriction on the petitioner. The petitioners are supposed not to distribute it to anyone.
In a way, it means that they cannot give it to the media or put it in public domain.
That they cannot give it to anyone, yes.
The court has in fact accepted what the Anjuman has requested. They have succeeded in...
Anjuman has said that it should not be... there should be a gag order against the media. It's not a gag order against the media. It's a restriction on the petitioner. There's a difference between the two.
शपथ पत्र जो आप दाखिल कर रहे हैं उसमें क्या कुछ पैसे की भी बात है कि
हाँ, पैसे की बात है, पैसा जमा भी हो गया है, लेकिन वो स्पष्ट बतलाया ना कि अभी भी जो है नहीं मिला है। न मिलने का कारण मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि उसका सार्वजनिक अभी न हो, लेकिन स्पष्ट है कि हम लोग जो है हिंदू पक्ष सार्वजनिक करने के हित में हैं और जैसे ही चिप मिलेगा फिर सार्वजनिक अवश्य हम लोग करेंगे।
अगर उसमें ये लिखा है कि नहीं किया जाए,
नहीं, जो भी होगा दंड हम लोग देंगे, लेकिन सार्वजनिक करेंगे।
कोर्ट ने क्या बोला है जब उन्होंने बोला कि ये कहीं पर भी पब्लिक नहीं होना चाहिए सर्वे का, क्योंकि आपने ये पक्ष रखा था दैट इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर ऑल हिंदूज टू नो उसमें सर्वे में क्या है और इसको पब्लिकली बताना चाहिए था। कोर्ट ने कुछ बोली?
ये तो मुझे भी बड़ा अजीब सा लग रहा है कि इसमें इतनी सावधानी का क्या मतलब है। इसको सार्वजनिक कर देना चाहिए। और इसको आज मिल तो गया है, लेकिन वही हिदायत है कि आप किसी को बताएंगे नहीं।
और इसके आपको लगता है कि ये एक छोटी सी हार हुई है हिंदू साइड के? बिकॉज अभी भी हम बात कर रहे हैं सब, अभी जैसे राहुल ईश्वर जी भी बोल रहे थे कि राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन हमारा राइट है, मगर हिंदू पक्ष को ये राइट नहीं है कि बताया जाए देश को कि सर्वे में क्या है।
साच को आज क्या मेरे समझ नहीं आता है। मेरी निजी राय है कि इसको तो पब्लिक डोमेन में डाल देना चाहिए। जो कुछ वहाँ है भाई
जी,
वो क्यों छिपाया जा रहा है? क्या है, कौन सा रहस्य है? इसको इतना बड़ा कौतूहल का विषय क्यों बनाया जा रहा है? सार्वजनिक हो जाना चाहिए, दुनिया जाने इस सच्चाई से कि उसके कथित ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के पार्श्व भाग में जो भग्नावशेष मंदिर का पड़ा हुआ है किस दशा में है, श्रृंगार गौरी किस दशा में है।
The Hindu side is armed with irrefutable proof, or they say what is irrefutable proof. Two explosive documents plus what the surveyors saw have made their case strong. In fact, remember, the two different survey reports by two different court commissioners made it very clear that in fact there is definitely a Hindu-like character to several things which have been found on the western wall of the Gyanvapi mosque, in the basement of the Gyanvapi mosque, and of course the shivling which they claim has been found in the wuzu khana. So then should all of this be made public? Why the veil of secrecy? Tom Vadakkan, spokesperson of BJP, joins us. Sri Raj Nair, spokesperson DHP. Syed Masood ul Hassan, former vice president of AMU Students Union. Khalik ur Rahman, political analyst. Sri Raj Nair, today the court has said that don't give it to anyone, there should be secret. Then why is there still an insistence that the report should be made public?
Well, Madam Padmaja, there is a saying in English, truth cannot be your truth cannot be my truth is truth. Now, given the circumstances and whatever the Honorable Court has said, we definitely respect the Honorable Court. But at the same time, truth is there to see. From last 1 month, we are seeing today is a world of technology, today is a world of science. Everything has been shown on digital media, on your channel and all other channels. So what are you trying to hide? We saw the interview of Harish Nair, who spoke to Mr. Advocate Jain.
Yes.
Now I don't. This is just we really feel sad. We feel that this is going again trying to be latkana, atkana, bhatkana sort of things. But we would like to ensure that as early as possible. Things should be out and open, and we know what is there inside.
Okay, why should there be latkana, atkana, bhatkana, Khalik ur Rahman? The simple plea is just let us know what is happening.
See, this is the decision of the court, and as the law-abiding citizens, it is our duty to abide by the decision of the court. And when the court has, given it with the instruction that it should not be made, public, then I think it is the responsibility of the party who has received the videos and the photos not to leak it to the public.
Why?
Anyway, whatever has so far come in the media, that is from outside the source of the court. But when it is handed over by the court to the concerned parties with the clear instructions that it should not be leaked by them.
But why do you think? What is the logic behind not letting the report or the pictures get out?
See, right now, as for the suit is concerned, it is sub judice now. Okay. It is being heard in the court by the magistrate.
Okay.
And now, if these videos get leaked, and if the report and the photos get leaked outside, then because it is a very sensitive issue, it is a very sensitive matter. So there is a possibility of communal harmony being disrupted.
How?
Because already you have.
How
see what will happen.
Disrupted?
No, because see, now there is already a tug of war going on between the two communities. even though, because the first survey report of the first survey commissioner, which was leaked by him, so that in fact is under question now.
So then what communal harmony was disturbed when the survey report came out? The leak that you talk about, that happened 2 weeks ago. What communal harmony was affected?
But after that, the entire issue was, moved to the court, and now it is under
Sriraj Nair. It's sub judice.
Under the jurisdiction of the court.
Okay, so if the court is saying it, Mr. Rahman is saying it, then you should also just agree.
See, I don't understand what is there to hide. If they are sure what they were, if they are absolutely sure of the truth, what they are saying, then what is there to hide? Let everything come in open. Let everything be absolutely open for all of us to see. Today nobody can hide. Today we live in the world of technology. Nothing can be tampered. Nothing can be rigged. So let the truth come out in open. Why? What is there to hide? Why are they scared? Why will be the
court be scared? Why will be the court be scared? The court has given it to the concerned party so that the concerned parties are representing the case from each side. In the court,
Hindus are very peaceful. They are not at all. Did you find a single statement of the petitioners are not from any political
Okay, party. Tom Vadakkan, here you have also the government on test. You've got one side saying communal harmony, the other side saying we deserve to know. Where does the government stand on this? Where does the BJP stand on this? You have to answer both sides now.
I'm reminded of the, the visually challenged going to describe an elephant. When you leave situation in suspended animation, the sacrificial goat is truth. And if you want to mislead people, nothing like secrecy. I personally believe, I'm saying this personally believe, that this, if we have a right to information in this country, this should be out. But then there is also a rider that there is no gag out on the media.
Okay.
So let the best man win.
All right, let the truth come out, and viewers, you must be on standby because the truth, like Sriraj Nair said, has a habit of eventually coming out. The truth is out there. Mr. Syed Masoodul Hasan, we're telling our viewers to stand by. We have a big news break lined up in just a while from now. The truth should just be out there. Masoodul Hasan.
First of all, I would like to say that I am very happy to see that there is that BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma is not there in this debate. That snake is out from your channel. I'm very happy for that. And another thing I want to say.
Okay, I really think, Mr. Masoodul Hasan, if you really want to go down that road, then let's say take a couple of things clear. You might be happy she is not here, but then in the same breath, you should also mention that at last count, there were at least 8 threats that have been made to her talking about her beheading. So, sir, if you really want to discuss that, please also, in the same breath, condemn that people are threatening her, her family, her mother and her sister in the vilest way possible. And this is beyond politics. This is just common decency. So please, let's not go down that road. Just talk about the issue at hand.
India is against the constitution, is against the law, and I condemn that. And whatever she says on your channel is also condemnable, and it can't be tolerated at all.
Sir, you want to talk about the issue at hand, Mr. Masoodul Hasan?
No, I'm coming to
the... A person has a point of view, and let me make one thing very clear. A person has a point of view, but nobody has the right to threaten anyone with death, okay?
Has a right
you want to condemn everything under the sun except the people who are making death threats.
Anybody is
so you want to talk about death threats? Then let's talk about it.
Nobody has a right to say that.
But people have the right to threaten beheading. Is that what you want to debate, sir? Is that what you want to debate?
Can you please let me come to this topic?
Yes, sir. I had asked you a question on the topic. You decided to go on this little tangent. So if you are going to make tangential comments, and I'm also going to ask you what your point of view is on people making death threats and multiple FIRs being filed over the country.
I already said that I condemn those death threats. Okay?
Yes. So
So
now
the
can you
topic
talk
is
about
over
whether
now
there
for
should
that.
be a report that people
coming
deserve
the
to know
current
of?
topic. The court has decided that the video footages can't come out. It is very good and welcomable, because court knows what the plot is going on right now in the Indian political scenario. The Gujarat elections are very near, and after 1.5 years later, we will have the general elections for India, and BJP will surely try to.
All right, the big story that we are breaking to you right now, viewers. Times Now shows you the very first video, the survey video from within the Gyanvapi. The truth of Gyanvapi first here on Times Now. Remember, the court made it very clear that there is no gag on the media. A swastik, a trident, and lotus symbols. Symbols that we had first told you were affirmed in the survey report. Not just the one by Ajay Mishra, but also the one by Vishal Singh. So we have the video proof first on Times Now. The video that makes it absolutely clear what was seen during the survey. Now let's remind you, there were 5 different points that we had first broken to you. 1, what was found in the basement of the Gyanvapi. 2, what was found on the western wall of the Gyanvapi. And 3, what was found in the general compound, especially in the Wuzukhana, or the pond where the ablutions were taking place. What is the truth of the survey that took place? The truth of Gyanvapi is right before you now on Times Now. And these are the first visuals. What you're seeing right now is the shivling that was seen in the middle of the Wuzukhana. Now remember, Times Now had first told you that there was a black stone which was seen right in the middle of the Wuzukhana when it was drained. As soon as the water was drained, a black stone emerged, and over it, another stone which is of a different color. And it is very, very apparent here. You see the first picture. This is what was seen by members of the survey team. People like Sohan Lal Arya. There you see the survey team. This is when the entire process. Incidentally, let me also point out that the gentlemen you see right now, one of them is for the mosque committee, the lawyer for the mosque committee, the other is the lawyer for the petitioner. And both of them are present at the spot when this video was made. Now, what do you see in this first video? This is what emerged from the bottom of the Wuzukhana when the water was drained. And one thing is absolutely clear. The stones that you see there are of 2 very different colors. There is the original stone, which is black in color, and then a white stone which is there on top, which is what the petitioners said were put retrospectively. In the white stone, you can see 5 incisions have been made. Now, the allegation is that these incisions also, a Safed Chakri was put on top. This is what they said is the incision that was made later. Was there an effort to try and change the original character of what existed in the Wuzukhana? These are the first pictures that we are getting to you on Times Now. The first image that people have been waiting to see for several months now. And this, mind you, is just the beginning. This is one of the many images that we are going to get to you of the detailed survey that was carried out. 5 different videos that will show you in detail the motifs that have been seen. The first one that you see right now is the shivling. The next what we show you is going to be the motifs that are seen on the wall. The second one, here you see it. This is the Nandi. All right. So now what you see right there is the grill. let me just explain to you the geography of where the mosque stands with respect to the temple. The Kashi Vishwanath temple compound is that grill that you see on the left side of your screen. On the right, what you see circled and highlighted right now is the Wuzu Khana. So right in front of the Wuzu Khana is the Nandi, which is facing. There you see that saffron idol that you see is the Nandi. Right in front is the grill, and beyond the grill, here you see the survey going right inside, and there you have it. That is what the Hindu petitioners are saying is the Shivling. So you have the Nandi. The Nandi faces in the direction of Mahadev always, and in the present case also you can see the Nandi on the left of your screen. There you can see it again. There it is. We have it highlighted for you with an arrow. The Nandi is there in saffron, and when the camera pans in the direction where the Nandi is facing, you have the Wuzu Khana and the black idol that can be seen bang in the center of the Wuzu Khana, which is now being claimed as a Shivling. To get you a closer look at what we are talking about, let me toss now to my colleague Pranesh. Take it away.
Thanks indeed, Padmaja. This is a momentous news break here, a massive news break. This is the moment that people were waiting for, devotees were waiting for. Times Now had promised its viewers that we will get you the survey tape, and we have got you the survey tape much before any other. No other channel has the Gyanvapi survey tape. Here it is on the big screen. There you see the Shivling. See the color of the Shivling. This is a rock, one-piece rock. It's black in color, and look at what was pasted on top. A cement-like structures with some perforations here. The report says that the hole is only 63 centimeters. The Hindu side says, how can this 63 centimeter be the source of the water? Because the Muslim side calls it a fountain. Here it is, Madhav.
Absolutely. And Pranesh, in fact, we must tell our viewers, Times Now has been covering the story relentlessly for the past several weeks. We have been attempting to get and bringing for our viewers the very first excerpts of the Advocate Commissioner's report. And now we have, in fact, been able to access details of the inside of what really has been seen by the team. We've only heard it described. We have seen certain images, but this much of detail, not just of the Shivling, as we can very clearly see, what was described as, a material that was placed on top of the black stone. It's clearly visible over here, Pranesh. If you look at this
video, it is as clear as daylight, Madhav.
About the two different colors. Look at the different colors that were mentioned, for instance, in that report. You can see the difference in the colors of the two stones, and it clearly appears that something has been placed atop this stone on the bottom, which is clearly the Shivling. That appears to be the situation, and you can see clearly there are fish in that Wuzu Khana around.
This is a patchwork, Madhav. This is a patchwork. Absolutely. Let's call it that. This is a patchwork on top of a Shivling, white cement, something else. We don't know, but this is a patchwork, and the Hindu side has been saying this. Let's go to the other visual. We can promise you, viewers, that this videotape that we've accessed runs into hours, into 10 hours. We will show you everything frame by frame. And look at this one, Madhav, right behind you. This is the Nandi.
Absolutely.
Now, viewers, a wall was created. You can put a wall to block the Nandi from the Shivling, but Madhav, you can't block the truth. Right in front of the Shivling, and the camera pans now. This is not the Times Now camera. This is the survey team panning its camera, and look what is in front of the Nandi. This is the Wuzu Khana, and right in the middle.
83 feet. That's the gap between the Nandi statue and the location where the Shivling is located. Where, in fact, what we can call perhaps the disputed area is located, because the Muslim side insists that it is a fountain. But is it possible that you would have a Nandi statue placed? If you look at the way temples are of Shiva across the country, not just in the city of Varanasi, but across the country, the Nandi always sits facing the sanctum sanctorum, or where the Shivling is located. In this case as well, it is 83 feet away. Yes, and this is again a larger look at the Wuzu Khana.
You have the survey team there, all the lawyers from both the sides there. while the inspection is being carried out, the water was pumped out. We were first to report that also. And after the water was pumped out, you see the ladder there, Madhav, that ladder, we were told, Vishnu Jain told Times Now that this was 5.5 feet ladder that was used to get inside.
Absolutely.
Because this is deep. And the team went inside to find this, to find the shivling with a patchwork on top.
Absolutely, and what is very clear is that why this was so difficult to spot, because clearly if that entire area is filled with water, it would be very difficult to spot the shivling, particularly because of the kind of structure that you see on top of it. So this is really the inside details of what the survey team has
go back
found,
to Padmaja.
and you're seeing all of this for the first time here on Times Now. Yes, back to Padmaja.
Very, very important and very, very interesting. Each one of these videos that we are getting to our viewers to the dot follows what we have been telling you. From the survey report, the verbatim part of the survey report by Vishal Singh. Now also remember, there were two different surveys that were carried out. The first one, which was the first 2 days, was carried out by Ajay Mishra. He subsequently was removed because he had employed a private photographer and videographer for this purpose, but they had only seen the outside of the Gyanvapi. So they only spoke of the Shringar Gauri, which was outside of the barricades. They spoke of the walls, they spoke of the motifs there. But it is Vishal Singh who did the subsequent survey. The rest of the surveys was done by the Court Commissioner Vishal Singh, and they went into the Wuzukhana, and that is where the nub of the whole debate lies. When saying that it's a fountain and not a shivling, the actual structure that was recovered. Now the survey report by Vishal Singh says that the black stone was submerged in water of the Wuzukhana. When the Wuzukhana was drained, a black stone emerged from within, and on top of it, a stone of another color was planted. Subsequently, the charges were also made that this stone had been put knowingly in order to damage the shivling and change its character. So far, you have heard the charges. Now we show you on your television screens the irrefutable proof of what has been claimed all this while. You can take a look at the nature. If you take a closer look at the nature of what emerged from within the Wuzukhana, its texture, its color, and compare it to a regular shivling, you can reach your own deduction. That's point number one. To take a look at the color, the texture, the nature of what has emerged from within the Wuzukhana. And second, which is the proof that is quoted most often, and again, you see here in the survey video, right in front of the Nandi is the shivling. You see there, if you just take a closer look at that video on your left, you will see that this is the time when the water was still being drained. You see there is still a little bit of water. So initially this black stone was completely submerged. It wasn't visible to the naked eye. All you could see is that little bit of white on top of it. But subsequently when the survey started and the water was drained out, you see the stone that emerged. You have the Nandi there. Beyond the grill, that is in the Kashi Vishwanath campus. Then you have the grill, and facing right in front of the Nandi, if you take a look right in the direction where the Nandi is facing, that white building is the Wuzukhana. It has been drained, and that is what has emerged. Just a closer look, Madhav, at the texture, like we were mentioning. People are saying this is a fountain, but off the top of your head, if you were just to take a look at the black structure, the black stone, which is being claimed as a shivling that has emerged, what do you make? What do you make of it?
Well, absolutely. Padmaja, you're absolutely right. At least what appears to the common person, an average layman in India, if you showed them this image and asked them what it is, the first and the most obvious response would be that it is indeed a shivling. Not just because of the shape, but also because of the size. And this is the size that one normally sees inside temples and places of worship. And also, of course, what appears to be some sort of a stone structure that is placed on top of it. At least that's what appears to be very clearly seeing these pictures. So what what this further, of course, will go ahead and how the court will peruse all of this information is an entirely different matter. But this really is the sum and substance of what the Hindu side has been saying. What is even more important is what else has been found. For instance, we've been talking about the motifs of flowers such as lotuses, about how temple bells and other such items which are typically found in carvings in stone at various temples, not just as I was mentioning in Varanasi but across the country, and these are all very, very commonly found in temples. All of that also is there in the form of video and images, which we will also be bringing to our viewers. So this is very, very significant. The details of what has happened inside and behind closed doors for the very first time coming out over here in the public domain. Right here we have, of course, had an extensive team of reporters who have been tracking each and every movement on ground, and perhaps for the first time you're seeing all of this information, which really could change the entire narrative.
One right behind you, that is the Nandi facing the Shivling. Right in front, it's a straight line. It's clear to the naked eye. This is no rocket science. And here, the Shivling inside the Wuzu Khana. First of all, this is only a tiny hole, a 63 centimeter hole in this fountain that has been claimed by the Muslim side. On top of it, it is covered. Now, I don't know which fountain in the world has an umbrella over it or a cover over it. We don't know the reason. And you see the lawyers are walking straight from the Shivling, from the Nandi. This is the Nandi. There is a drill. And when the camera turns slowly to the right, which is why we've put an arrow, Padmaja, the survey team members walking straight. This is a straight line, as straight as you can get. And what do you see? The Nandi is facing the Shivling.
Okay, just stay with me for a second, because we have Dr. Subramaniam Swamy here with us on the phone line. Sir, the pictures are on Times Now. At first glance, can you hazard a guess? What does this look like to you, Dr. Swamy?
Of course, we know it's a Shivling there, and there are other manifestations of the Hindu divinity there. But, you know, spread two things. As far as recovering Gyanvapi temple from the masjid, we are bound by the law of 1991. There's no escape from that. So you got to strike it down. Either Narendra Modi brings in a repeal petition, repeal bill in Parliament and repeals the 1991 bill, or I go to court. I mean, my court takes up my petition and the others, and then strikes it down. There are only two ways. But without that, there is no way. You can go on agonizing about this, but I'm not sure that this is something new for me, because Aurangzeb's Farman clearly says, knock down the building at the temple and build on that very spot, because otherwise the Hindus will rebuild it. And the Hindus had rebuilt it twice before, when Gauri sent his representative, and later on Sikandar sent his representative. So they broke it down, the Hindus rebuilt it. So Aurangzeb decided that he will build the mosque on where the temple stood, so that it can't be rebuilt again. So, all that means is that doubting Thomases who thought this is all a thing, because even the Muslim clerics used to say, no, there was no temple here, and so on. But the fact is now that is established, and I hope that sensible sections of the Muslim community, knowing that a mosque can be built anywhere, there's no such thing as a sacred place for a man. Let them go ahead and make an agreement with the Hindus to return this temple.
Sir, can you just stay on the line for a second, please? Because Abhay Nath Yadav, who was the lawyer for the Anjuman Intizamiya, the Muslim side, is also with us. Yadav साहब, ये तस्वीरें देख के क्या लग रहा है? ये तो शिवलिंग जैसा दिख रहा है।
मुझे आपको दिख रहा है शिवलिंग जैसा?
आप बताइए।
नहीं, आपने ऐसा शिवलिंग नहीं देखा। आपने अभी बताया कि आपको शिवलिंग जैसा लग रहा है।
आप बताइए। आपने तो अपनी खुद की आंखों से देखा है। आप तो इस सर्वे में थे।
बिल्कुल हमने देखा।
अब तो तस्वीरें जग जाहिर हो गई हैं।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल हमने देखा है। ये एक शिवलिंग जैसा कतई नहीं लग रहा। वो स्ट्रक्चर कतई शिवलिंग जैसा नहीं लग रहा है। और एक दूसरी चीज है कि ये जो स्ट्रक्चर पाया गया है, ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर है और इसके बीच में छेद है। कोई भी शिवलिंग आपको ऐसा नहीं मिलेगा जिसके बीच में छेद हो। और इसका जो ऊपर का पोर्शन है वो पूरा एक का एक वो एक ऐसा नहीं है कि वो ऊपर का जो पोर्शन जो आपने दिखा रहा है जिसमें छेद है तो कोई और कई किसी और पत्थर से जोड़ा गया। तो ये अगर ये फवारा नहीं है जिसको, तो ये ऑन प्री सपोजिशन ये लोग बता रहे हैं कि ये शिवलिंग है, वो शिवलिंग की आकृति बिल्कुल हो ही नहीं सकती, वो शिवलिंग तो है ही नहीं।
ठीक है, मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए सिर्फ ये जो बीच की तस्वीर है उसको फुल फ्रेम दिखाना चाहती हूँ। आप कह रहे हैं कि ये आपको फवारा दिख रहा है, ये शिवलिंग हो ही नहीं सकता। पर जितने शिवलिंग आज तक हमने देखे हैं, अगर आप बाबा अमरनाथ को छोड़ दें तो अमूमन ऐसे ही दिखते हैं। यही रंग होता है, यही रूप होता है, सिर्फ ऊपर से जो सफेद पत्थर लगाया गया है वो कुछ अलग दिख रहा है। आप फिर भी कहेंगे कि ये शिवलिंग नहीं है।
आपने सोमनाथ को देखा है?
हाँ जी, देखा है।
वो ऐसा लगता है? कतई नहीं लगता है। वो नीचे का पोर्शन एकदम से वो बिल्कुल सितार में जो नीचे जो लगा रहता है वो मोटा वाला, वो उस तरह से उपर आगे पतला होता है, और उसका जो अपर पोर्शन है वो अलग से पत्थर कतई नहीं जोड़ा गया, वो पूरा नीचे के नीचे पूरा एक पत्थर है। मेजर पोर्शन उस स्ट्रक्चर का पानी के अंदर रहता है, और ऊपर जो टॉप है वो कभी पानी के अंदर रहता है, कभी पानी के अंदर नहीं रहता, इसलिए उसका कलर जो है थोड़ा फेयर। ये जो कह रहे हैं कि वो दोनों वो पूरा उसको पत्थर जोड़ा गया, इज कम्प्लीटली रॉन्ग, एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग।
पर ये पत्थर तो अलग से जोड़ा गया है ना अभयनाथ जी। आप बार बार कह रहे हैं कि ऊपर इसमें कोई